Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's guide on how to watch England take on the Springboks and the big game for the Bok fans in terms of the last game of the year, was the last test match of the year actually. So it's going to be quite a big game for the Boks. They play until July. England, the last time they'll play against until the Six Nations. So big games for both teams, and the Boks very much depleted side, missing a lot of overseas or European-based players rather. But should still be a really interesting game. Now, the big question is, how do I make sure I don't miss the final sort of two test matches, both Wales versus Australia and England versus Rugby? Well, a big shout out to ExpressVPN, who are sponsoring this video. They are making it easier than ever for you to watch all the action. Because you get 3 months free if you sign for a 12-month subscription. We do videos every single week in terms of how to watch games for URC, Premier League, football, for example, cricket, all the kind of things, boxing, all as you can imagine, you know. So it's very easy to watch sport with a VPN. You're going to download ExpressVPN and you're going to connect to a UK server, which so you go to those three dots on the right hand side, you choose your location, and you connect to a UK server. You're then going to go to Amazon Prime and you're going to create a free account. You don't have to put any bank details or whatever. You create your free account. It's a 30-day free trial. Alternatively, you can also sort of, for example, connect to a USA server and you can get a Flow Rugby free account. You can connect to a Stan Sport server. You can get to connect to Stan Sport using the Australia server. So there are a couple of different ways you can do this. Yeah, Amazon Prime for me has been the easiest. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to that link in the description. All you have to do is go to your game, and there it is. So there'll be pitch side analysis on Dylan Hartley, Brian Banner, for example. David Flatman will be part of the commentary team. And coverage goes live an hour before, so it's really, really easy. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Otherwise, check the description for a step-by-step guide on how to exactly watch this game. We will be live for it, the last game of the season. Hopefully, we can really make it a big one and have a lot of fun. Thank you very much for watching. Please do subscribe to the channel as well and smash like on the video. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. And the Springboks have just announced their side for the final test of the year against England, and given that was taking place outside the test window, we expected quite a few changes, and lots of changes there are. The big news is that David Lendi had allegedly taken a knock in training on Monday and was a bit of a doubt for this weekend, but he does start. And maybe the bigger news for a lot of people is Evan Ruiz also getting a start. So quite a lot of big calls being made, a couple of returns on the bench as well, a 5-3 split, so quite a lot to sort of pick apart. But before you do that, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is how we will be lining up on Saturday. Now, in the front row, it's unchanged front row. Oxenchair, Bongi Mbonambi, France Moherba, which we kind of expected. Eben Etzebeth, however, comes back into the side and is partnered with Marvin Orie. I thought it was actually pretty solid last week against Italy. I thought the liners worked very well. You got a lot of work done. And then Sia Khaleesi, Franco Mostert are joined by Evan Ruiz. So, you know, a player where people have sort of almost been demanding that he does get a bigger role. He will start against England. Will be into the Dragons' den, or the Lions' den, rather, I suppose, at Twickenham. So it should be quite interesting to see how he sort of copes with that. Faf de Klerk, Damian Willemse do continue their partnership. Marcus Pimpy comes back into the side. Kurt Lawrence is switching to the 14 jersey with no Cheslin Colby. It's quite an expected change. And then Jesse Creel returns to the side with Damien Lendi slotting back into inside centre after being named in the World Rugby Dream Team as the inside centre. Billy LaRue will start at fullback as well. Off the bench, Thomas Toy comes in to join the likes of Stephen Kitsoff and Malcolm Marks as the reserve front row. Malcolm van Staden gets his first opportunity in the Bok jersey this weekend next to Kwaka Smith in a 5-3 split. Jaden Hendrick comes into the bench in place of Kobus Reinach, which we expect. Mike Liebig on the bench once again, but maybe a bit of a surprising inclusion. Kanan Moody is also included on the bench. A couple of people sort of thinking that we might go with the Jan Goosen and a 6-2 split, but I think this is probably a much safer option, you know, with the likes of you know, for example, Evan Ruiz getting his first start, you know, a bit of a knock to Damien Lendi as well. You know, I think a 6-2 split might have been a good idea from a pack point of view, as we all sort of know, but it would have left us very vulnerable had there been a couple of knocks. And interesting to see that Kanan Moody is back into the 23 already. A lot of people sort of, as I said, you know, potentially Jan Goosen coming in and making that 6-2 split possible. It's a very good team. I don't think we can really have too many complaints. Really, it's a case of horses for courses, because it's probably the best 23 we can name right now, with all those players who aren't available. When you think that there's no Lakanya Amtu injury, for example, there's no Anja Poro, there's no Alton Yankees, there's no Jasper Wiese, no Colby, no Vincent Koch, no Trevor Nyakani, no Andre Esterhuizen, for example. There are a lot of players missing. and not available to the box. So given that, I think it's an exciting pack. I think Marvin Orie can do a job. I don't think there's much wrong with him there. And very keen to see how Evan Lewis does. And I think the inclusion of Franco Mostert will free up Evan Lewis a little bit. I think that Mostert will be able to do a lot of the hard yards and a lot of the sort of the grunt work, which will allow Evan Lewis to hopefully try and get more ball in hand, for example, and try and sort of really show what he can do and why he is so sort of hyped and why people are so excited about him. And this is a perfect opportunity. This is a proper opportunity. People sort of saying that you can't, play in a fully changed side and expect to perform, but also, you struggle to sort of impose yourself with, 5 to 10 minutes or whatever. So there's no excuses now. This is a proper opportunity for Evan Lewis to really sort of release him and see what he can do. And I think he's got the perfect opportunity to sit there and book his spot on that plane to France next year. The back line is pretty straightforward. I don't think there's too many surprises there, really. A lot of people calling for Manie Libbok to stop, but, Damian Willemse, I think, has been very much included, almost as much probably for defensive reasons as for attacking reasons. With Billy Leroux, we saw how Billy Leroux can pull the strings, and Damian Willemse are very important defensively as well. And I think he'll have to be pretty solid there. And then we can bring on Manie Libbok sort of with half an hour to go, like we did last weekend, and really let's see how he does. A much stiffer task, though, is England than Italy. So, it's difficult to sort of sit there saying, well, Manie Libbok looked completely comfortable last week, therefore he should be starting against England. Whole different prospect. So I think it's a nice balance of being able to introduce players in as well as give them opportunities. Good to see Marco Verstappen back in. 3 fetches all coming on, 4 fetches really with Steven Kitsov all coming in towards the end of the second half. So that should be a massive positive. The breakdown I think is going to be very good for the Boks in that last sort of 20 to 25 minutes, which I think is probably very much the area they're going to try and target. Let me know what you think about the team down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
You can feel the exceptional strength that side, and you can't feel English-based players. A bit unfair, maybe, also the matter of it is what it is.
Yeah, Nathan, I think it is what it is. We knew when, we knew when we organised this game that it's going to be outside of the Test match window, and the players knew it, and we also know. We feel. I think if you look at the development of the squad over this year, and you look at the growth of some of the players coming into the mix, and us developing succession planning in positions, I think we always saw this Test match as an opportunity to get some of the younger players involved, or let's call them less experienced players. So I think it's a great opportunity for them, and from our side, we're quite looking forward to see how they perform in this big Test match. And that's why for us, I know England obviously have this relationship with the clubs, and they can have all their players, but for us, we can't have the French-based players or the Irish-based players or the English-based players. But it is what it is, and like I say, it's good for us. We still feel that we can get a team out there that's good enough to compete.
Mubin?
Hi, good afternoon, Job. Good afternoon, Evan. Just a two-fold question, Job. We saw Manie Libbok obviously come on last week, and he performed really well. Were you guys attempted to sort of give him an opportunity to start the Saturday? And then, just Job, you obviously played England the last 2 games at Twickenham, 2018 and 2021. Both games were obviously lost, very close games. You guys use as extra motivation for this weekend, and that you haven't won the last 2 occasions. Thanks.
Okay, so the first one was on Manie. Yeah, no, listen, Manie is going from strength to strength in the squad. I think he's only been with us now for 8 weeks, and you can see how he's taking more ownership, in terms of the rugby stuff, and on field, off field, and we're really excited to see what he can do at Twickenham, and the game's getting bigger and bigger and more pressure, and there's gonna, I think, I don't know how the ticket sales went, but I think there will be a fair amount of people at Twickenham, and it will be similar to what we experienced in Marseille, and I think it's good for his development, and it's nice for us to have him with us. Were we tempted? Yeah, I think Damien is doing well at 10, and he's driving the team forward. And again, he only started, I would say after about 5 games, 5 test matches in this year, start settling at a 10. He's also getting lucky experience playing at 10. We know that he can do it for us at 12 and at 15. Yeah, no, it's nice to have the two of them. And then in terms of the other part was, extra motivation. Yes, no, I won't say extra motivation. I mean, we know that playing against England at Twickenham is always a big challenge, you know, and like you rightly say, the past 2 occasions that I've been involved, or we've been involved against England, I think it was 1-point affairs. But yes, I mean, it's always a motivation for us to perform against England, you know, and everyone on tour, you know, for us. Obviously, we had 2 narrow losses against Ireland and against the French. We got a victory against Italy, and for us, and I guess for England the same. It would be both teams would like to get a victory on Saturday. So I won't say it's extra motivation. I think both teams will be motivated to get a result on Saturday.
Sanile?
Thank you so much, Zina. Good morning, or good afternoon, Jacques. Good afternoon, Evan. My question is to you, Jacques. With everything that has been happening on the tour, right? You guys have been there for a while. Out of all the boxes that you and the coaching staff wanted to tick, how many of those boxes would you say have been ticked with everything that's been happening on the tour when it comes to all the on-field stuff? And how many of the boxes still have to be ticked, if you can try and sum that up?
Yes, I think, like Razi mentioned it often, listen, I don't think people want to know that we're getting answers, but I think that is the thing of this tour, and especially this game where we play this test match out of the window, you know. We will get, and the SAA games, you know, we wanted to see certain players play with a Springbok on their chest, although it is against clubs, but you play for your country, you know, so there's a little bit more pressure, and we wanted some answers on certain players, and I think we got some answers on certain players, and the same on Saturday, you know, and even on field, if you look at, we always want to try and improve and develop and try and build our game in all the aspects, and obviously we're trying stuff, and just like all the other teams are trying, and I think if you look at us, I think although we had 2 narrow losses against the number 1 and 2 team in the world away from home, I think if I have to be quite honest, I think we certainly internally know that I don't think we far off in being contenders for the World Cup next year. And I think the world knows that we're not far off. You know, I think we're still building, and we're still trying to get some results and get some answers in certain aspects. But I think we certainly believe and know that we're not far off being contenders, and I think the world knows that as well.
Percy?
Zina, soos altyd baie dankie. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Coach, Jacques, ek ervaar en ek glo jy gaan jou span opsom vir my Afrikaans. Ek wil spesifiek vra oor die laaste tyd was 'n baie vraag gewees rondom 'n ervare wêreldbeker wenner soos Makazole Mapimpi meneer. Ek wil glo afloop te Jacques dat daar geen twyfel oor Makazole Mapimpi sy ervaring of sy vermoëns in die Springbokspan nie. En hy ewen, ek moet 'n grondvoorbeeld vir jou wees om in die beginspan te wees. Jacques gooi jou 'n bietjie in die diepkant hierdie naweek teen die Engelse span wat ook desperaat sal wees om die Springbok op punt te wil wees. Kyk eens hoe is dit,
Percy, ja nee, ek dink, en daar het 'n paar vrae gekom oor antwoorde wat ons soek, en met die SA's van wedstryde wat ons gespeel het en met die toetse wat ons nou gespeel het. Ek dink Makazole en soos laas naweek, as jy dink na ou soos Eben wat ons op die bank gesit het, ou soos Salman wat ons kans gegee het, ons het nou weer vir Kurtley, vir Keinan in die span, jy weet, en so ek dink ons het ek wil dit nie rotasie noem nie, maar ons het probeer om spelers ondervinding te gee op die hoogste vlak waar ons kon. Ek dink dit is baie keer moeilik. Ek dink soos as mens kyk nou na Evan, jy weet Evan, ons praat nie eens van 'n ou soos Dwayne wat ons nie op hierdie toer gebring het nie, maar as jy vat daar's Dwayne, daar's 'n Jasper, Jy weet, ons het Kwagga daar gespeel in Britse en Ierse Leeu's. So partykeer is daar maar net, daar's maar net 'n klomp ouens wat voor jou is, en dis hoekom 'n ou soos hy nie baie speelkans gekry het nie. Dis nie omdat hy nie goed genoeg is nie, jy weet. Maar daar is 'n paar ouens wat al bietjie meer ervaring het op hierdie vlak, en wat miskien in die pecking order voor hom is, en voor van die ander ouens, en dis waar ou soos Makazol, jy weet, hy weet wat ons probeer regkry het, in terme van Willie, en veral teen die spanne wat ons gespeel het, die strategie wat ons gehad het, en om bietjie ondervinding in 'n ou soos Kirtley, onder Kirtley in te kry, jy weet, en ek moet sê, dis hoe tight die groep is, jy weet. Ons kan veranderinge soos dit maak sonder dat dit die spelers affekteer, jy weet. Hulle obviously 'n ou is teleurgesteld as jy nie gekies word nie, maar jy kom vinnig daaroor en jy begin die span voorberei. So ek dink, ja, obviously ou soos Makazol, ons weet wat se kwaliteit ons het in hom, maar ons het bietjie diepte gebou as mens kyk na 'n Kane wat begin ontwikkel, 'n ou soos Kirtley wat begin ontwikkel, dan jy nog vir Cheslin daar. Ons praat nie eers van Cebu wat beseer is nie, Fassie wat nou beseer is. So daar's lekker diepte nou veral in daai posisie.
Ewan.
Thanks, Percy. Ja, soos jy sê, diepkant, maar dis lekker. Ek dink is 'n groot geleentheid om te kan rugby speel, en baie bly dat die coaches my kans gee, en ek sien net meer uit. Ek dink is een van die lekkerste plekke, dink ek, om rugbywedstryd te speel, so ek is meer opgewonde as enigiets anders.
Adnan?
Thanks, Ina. Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Thanks, Ina. As Jack and Evan.
Hey, Adnan.
Ik wil Jack en misschien Afrikaans vrij. Net hoe je op bank, ik kies op je bank. Ik zie, dat zie je slot op je bank gekiezen. Je net jouw mening daarover. En dan voor Evan, net zei, gelijk met jouw instelling in net hoe je dat dit gaan, je gaan vaart nou zoals varen zoals Balibu, Paulo.
Ja, in terme van slot, jy's reg, Mobien, maar ek dink Franco Mostert, sorry Adnan, sorry man. Ja, ek dink as 'n ou kyk na Franco Mostert is altyd ons ou wat vir ons kan 7 speel en wat vir ons kan 5 speel en 4 speel as hy moet. En dan uit die aard van die saak, ons het twee losvoorspelers daar wat ons al voorheen ook gedoen het in die span. In vorige spanne wat ons gekies het, en ons dink maar dit is wat ons die kombinasie wat ons gaan nodig het in Engeland, veral aan die einde van die wedstryd. En ja, jy weet ons is, en weer eens ons is daar's 'n hele paar, ek dink julle kan self die somme gaan maak as jy gaan kyk wie almal uit is. Ek dink as jy kyk na ou soos RG wat nie beskikbaar is nie, as jy kyk na ou soos Loot wat beseer is, jy weet dit is twee ervare 5 slotte wat ons verloor het, en maar ons is gelukkig met die groep wat ons hier het, en ja, maar ons Franco Mostert sal vir ons instaan wat ons backup 5 is. Ek weet hy begin op 7, maar hy is ons backup slot.
Ja, ek sien baie uit. En ja, soos ek gesê het, Billy is 'n baie goeie speler, goeie kwaliteitsspeler, so gaan lekker wees om teen so ou te speel en myself te kan meet.
Guys, we'll take the last question online before we switch to the floor, and that would be Mike.
Hey guys, just a quick couple if that's okay. Just wondered what you made of England this autumn, if they're stronger or weaker than the team you faced last year, and Raji's ban as well. Has that affected the mood in the camp or your preparations logistically for the week?
Firstly, now in England, yes, the England's a quality side, well coached, and I mean, if you look at their results, I know one will look at the Argentina result, but if you look at the result against Japan, and if you look at their result against New Zealand, I mean, they're a team that don't go away. I think they got themselves back into the game with less than 7 or 8 minutes to go. And I think if you look at even the results that went against them, I'm thinking now Australian result, I'm thinking the Argentina result, those games were close, you know, and a decision here or there, or opportunity taken here or there could have changed the result. So no, I think they're a quality side, and there's been a lot of development in their game. And yeah, it's going to be a nice challenge for us, and we quite looking forward to it. In terms of Rassie's ban, no, listen, from our side, we focus on rugby, you know, and I guess there will probably be a lot of questions about the ban. And for me as a coach, yes, I don't want to go into those things. I probably focus on rugby more than not. But yeah, for us, that's a tight-knit unit and a tight-knit team. And even can, I mean, everybody knows exactly what's going on. We're open and transparent to everybody. And for us, that probably holds, that knows all the facts, you know. It's sometimes for us, if it's I don't want to say disappointing. What would the right word be? It's sometimes for us, maybe disappointing is the right word, you know, when there's only certain facts that go out, you know, and then people from the outside will, which is right, which obviously they only have those facts available. They form an opinion and give an opinion on something that happened, and obviously they don't know all the facts. So yeah, it is quite sad that if you think about it, that I think if all the facts are out there, that people probably will form a different opinion. But like I rightly say, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I don't want to get involved in this. But for us as a group, players, management, staff members within the Springbok team, we know about everything. We're transparent. We share everything with the players, and we know all the facts. And unfortunately, yes, things went that way. But for us, the main thing is to focus on the rugby and to make sure that we prepare our players mentally to be ready for a big test against England on Saturday.
Cool, guys. That's the online questions. We will now take questions from the floor.
What facts are we missing, Jack, on the Rassie situation?
I think it probably will come out. You know, we're not allowed. There's a lot of confidentiality that we're not allowed to talk about, especially with media. So I think obviously you guys would know that I'm not the only coach that would say that, but Eddie said that before. That listen, it's stuff we can't discuss. You know, so unfortunately it is what it is. But we know the facts. I mean, we share it with the players, we share it with everyone within the group, but. Yeah, there will only be a certain amount of facts that do go out.
Are you concerned, though, that the view of the Springboks outside the camp is diminishing because of this, and your reputation is suffering because of the...
No, again, that we know what happens within us. I mean, we can't control narratives of other people's opinion about us. We can't control it. So whatever people think about us, they think about us. But we know what happens inside and how we are and how tight we are as a group. That's all we can control.
Guys, can I just ask, this is a team announcement press conference, it's not a Rassie press conference. I think Jock has asked enough about that. We've got 30 minutes, can we get to the rugby stuff, please?
Just to understand, Jack, when you say facts you can't discuss, you're talking about facts about refereeing decisions specifically? Is that what you mean? The ins and outs of those?
No, just terms of development of where our game is going, you know, terms of certain skill sets that we develop, that we are trying to develop and stuff like that. So no, not referee stuff, rugby stuff, technical, fundamental stuff, gameplay.
Can you just give a bit of insight into how involved Rassie's been this week and what you miss when he's not at a match?
Yes, Rassie, during the week, it's as per normal. I mean, he can be with us. It's just that he's banned from match days. So obviously, the roles and responsibilities that he fulfill in match day, we just absorb within us, like we did for a year.
Can you, sir?
Joe says that the world knows that you're not far off. You yourselves know you're not far off. What are the bits that you have to make up to get to where you want to be?
Yes, I don't want to go into too much detail in terms of that, but obviously, I think we know. I think it would be unfair to the team to give that away. I think there's a little bit of growth that needs to happen in almost everything. That's probably the cliche answer. But I don't want to go into specifics on that. But I think we're building nicely. We need consistency. That's probably the big thing that we have to develop, which is to be more consistent in terms of our performances, and to probably that. consistency.
Can you give us any specifics as far as the developments you've seen with England? Not maybe over the whole World Cup cycle so far, what they've been trying to kind of develop, maybe in the same way that you guys have.
I think they will probably also look for consistency. I think if you look at their results, it's also a point here, a point there. You need to, and probably for us as well, you know, when you get big opportunities, you need to nail them down. And I think, there's a couple of opportunities they had on the weekend which they didn't nail down, which could have had a different result. And same with us, you know, we had a couple of opportunities against France and against Ireland, which we didn't nail down, especially against Ireland. We created a lot. And the disappointing part is when that big point do come, you need to nail it. And we didn't nail it. Ireland did nail it, you know, and France did nail it. When they need to get a result in the last 4 minutes of the game, they got it. And I think that's probably the consistency I'm talking about, playing big points well, or big passages or episodes in the game well, and be more consistent in nailing them, you know. Yeah.
Sure. Would you mind talking about globally where the game is at the moment? I know Eddie talks a lot about this next World Cup being one with a much higher ball in play than maybe 4 years ago. How do you see the overall look of the game 4 years on from Japan, and what you expect France to look like next year? Not yes. France as a team.
The World Cup. Yes, I think it probably differs from the team that you play against. Sometimes when you play a team with who doesn't keep the ball in hand a lot and kick a lot, you get higher ball in play time, because I mean, if there's 80 kicks and let's say a kick hangs in the air for 6-7 seconds, I mean, if you add all those seconds up, 80 kicks, it's a lot of seconds, you know. So sometimes ball in play doesn't mean ball in hand. Sometimes the ball is in the air and nobody can make an error. So sometimes when teams attack and are quite having a go at each other with ball in hand, ball in play time is 31, 32 minutes. Where teams play kicking game and it's at this tennis game for territory, you might get a game that blow up to 38, 39 minutes. But I do think the speed of the game will be quicker, ball in hand. But it depends what the opposition does and what your strategy is.
Yeah. Do you like where the game is at the moment? If we're selling it to a bigger audience that the World Cup will provide us next year, do we like the product at the moment, do you think?
I think I like the product in terms of how tight it is. I mean, Georgia got a result. Argentina beat England. Argentina beat New Zealand away from home. So I think the product and what World Rugby has done to get, I don't want to call them tier 2 nations anymore, but you know what I'm talking about. I think the gap there between the top 8 to 10 teams in the world and the rest of the world is a lot tighter, you know, and anybody can literally beat anybody on any given day. So I think for a wider audience, that's quite exciting, you know. So I think the competitiveness between the unions, for me, is a challenge. So even when we played Italy last weekend, I mean, it's not a game that you go in. 10 years ago, that would have been a rotational squad and getting an easy result. No, listen, you got to knuckle down and perform like Italy showed against Wales, and now Georgia, the same thing, you know. Georgia did it against Italy in June, and now Georgia showed that they can do against Wales. So I think that's quite exciting.
Jock, what triggered the adoption of a more attacking style of rugby that the Boks played against Italy and France?
I think, Hendrik, I think that what you get presented with. So we obviously felt that there was opportunity in the front line to keep ball in hand. I think all teams want to apply pressure on opposition, and you can do it through your defense, you can do the ball in hand, or you can do it through your kicking game. So so it probably depends where you feel you can apply pressure. And sometimes it's something that you're good at, and sometimes it's something where you think the opposition is maybe you see opportunity on that side. I won't say not good at, because I think at this level, like we rightly mentioned now, with the nations getting better and better, I don't think there's weaknesses in the top 15 teams, you know. It's just, if you see opportunity where you can apply pressure, and we felt that we can apply pressure with ball in hand. And so I think that's probably another question I think that gentleman asked, where do we want to develop? I think is to have a more balanced approach in terms of applying pressure on opposition, not just through a defense, of not just through set pieces. So to almost try get the continuity, not continuity, the balance right and the consistency in terms of varying your game in terms of that.
Did you expect the players to adapt so quickly, and how important is Willie Leroux to this game plan?
I know. Look, the funny thing is I think the players, especially the players got more. If you think where we started against Wales, we started with the second test match against Wales. We started with we made like 18 changes. So I think the group now, the established players are comfortable with it. If you think what we did in the World Cup final versus what we did against Wales in the semi-final, I think we could adapt with that group of players. It was easy to change small little tweaks within your game plan, and they could adapt and apply pressure differently. I think what we did in 2021, we kept consistency because we didn't play any rugby in 2020 due to COVID, and in 2022, our big aim was to get growth within the squad. In terms of and get more players involved and get a squad depth within the squad and experience in that squad depth. So obviously, when new players come in, they quite how can I say, the scope of because they play for their country, because when they look down, they're playing for a nation, you know. So the pressure is a little bit more than for their league, where they're probably a little bit more comfortable. So their scope of trying to look for opportunities is probably a little bit different, and they get adapting to the pace of the game, that there isn't weak defenders. So the game is a little bit different. So I think this group is now getting comfortable with the pace of the game, getting comfortable that there's a wall, getting comfortable to looking for where opportunities, where space might be differently. So I think this group is just developing today.
Guys, we've got 4 more minutes, and we're going to do 2 minutes Afrikaans with you at the end. So please just ask your English questions.
I was just going to say on that note, do you feel like your attacking game plan gets the respect it deserves? When everyone talks about the Springboks, they talk about the forward play and the physicality and the kicking, but do you feel like there's not enough credit given to what you're trying to do in attack?
Probably the same. How can I say that? That's probably your question beforehand about off-field stuff. That's where I think we must be aligned in terms of the team, where we know what the reality is and what the facts is, and that's what I mean when I say sometimes not all the facts are out there, and people who form opinion. Even rugby, style of play. If you think in the World Cup final who scored out tries, if you think at Mapimpi who's scoring tries, if you think at Kurtley Arendse, I mean, he scored against France, he scored against, I think he's played 6 test matches and scored 6 tries. So, but that's the almost, if I can put it, the on-field facts that we know. And again, we can't control the narrative that gets put out there, that we are boring, we don't attack, we just kick, we just tackle. We can't control, and all the energy that you put into that, you're not going to change that narrative. That's a narrative people want to drive. As long as you are truthful on and off the field with the facts available, and you share it with the players, and the players know it, and they know what the truth is within us. That's all we can do. So yeah, if we will get respect, I don't know. But as long as we are comfortable what we are putting out there and what we're trying to achieve, and we are open and honest with each other as a group, players, management, staff members, we're happy.
Do you support your director of rugby putting videos on social media to help people understand what's going on? Do you support him doing that?
John, don't answer that. This is not a Rugby press conference.
I've got a team selection question.
Can you sort question over there? One more question there, and then Afrikaans, then we're done, guys. Thank you.
Only 2 recognised tight heads in the squad.
2 recognised?
Tight heads in the squad.
Okay, tight heads.
And do you have Wilco Low on speed dial, or is Ox willing to cover if there's a pinch?
We've got 2. In the squad.
In the squad right now, there's
we've got 5 props.
5 props, but 2 tight heads.
2 tight heads. Yeah. You know, I think Ox. Yes, I've been coaching Ox since SS schools when he was 17 years old. So he can do a job for us there. But I think we're fortunate in terms of Springboks or SA Rugby is that yes, I mean. Obviously, Wilco Low, it's out of the test matches. It's out of the window, so he will not be able to play. But there is a couple of players that plays in the Northern Hemisphere going into France next year. You know, the Pre brothers that's on speed dial, Raymond Roulet, lots of players that play in France. You know, Dylan Lates. That if we do pick up an injury, I mean, they are playing good rugby currently. They played for the Barbas now, Raymond and Dylan. So yeah, there's always players, South African players that play here that we can get on speed dial if we do hit a crisis. But it will be, if we pick up something now, we will have to get somebody in from South Africa.
Yeah, but just from a player's perspective, do you feel that an excellent performance on Saturday will be an accurate assessment of how you guys have come along this year, especially against what is a very good and what is, as Jacques has pointed out, an inconsistent England side?
Yeah, so I don't think you ever play a rugby game to lose, but it's, as we said, it's before the World Cup here, so it's trying all these things and getting, as you said, consistency. And so yeah, we're just excited as a team, and training's been going well, so we can't wait for the weekend.
Jock, jy werk al 'n rukkie met CEO. Hoe baie het as 'n kaptein gegroei vandat jy hom die eerste keer ontmoet het? Verlede week was dit 2 toetse verloor, Pieter Steffens geban, Rassie is geban. Hy's vir my great ambassadeur van die veld, hy speel goed. Hoe baie het hy vir jou gegroei vandat jy hom ontmoet het?
Nee, massive. Kijk, hij was altijd speciaal, Hendrik. Eerst toen ik hem ontmoet het, was het toen hij onder 19 was. Hij was altijd een speciaal. Hij had altijd charisma gehad. Je weet, ik zeg altijd als mensen, wat als hulle in een kamer inkom, dan zit je rechtop. Je weet, hij had net een presence. En hij dit gehad al van 19. Hij was een kapitein geweest, nie? Ik denk, Ricky Schreder was die kapitein geweest van de onder 19 span, maar hij heeft definitief gegroeid. En ja, yes, ik denk, ja, ek dink die bokke altyd die druk wat ons kry en ek praat nie van slegte druk nie, ek praat net van die expectations wat daar is van Suid-Afrika en die nasie om te perform. Ek dink hy het net soveel meer op hom en hy hanteer dit uitstekend, ja, so ek dink hy het baie gegroei.
Awesome, thank you guys. Basically that question was just asking about the influence he has, and Jacques just says he's got an amazing presence, he's an amazing ambassador for the team, and he's really, ever since he met him, he's just got a proper presence when he walks into a room. But I'll translate that for you and send it to you as well. For you and send it to you as well. For you and send it to you as well. For you and send it to you as well.
We are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. The final Springbok team of the year has been announced. Big moment for Evan Roos, who will front up against the English from a starting berth this weekend. Just his second test start and third test cap, actually, for Evan Roos. And it's a big one up against an English side, a rotated Springbok side. I mean, you'd had to be rotated because there were 4 players at the end of the day that were going to have to come in because of the players who were unavailable because of the fact that the test is happening outside the test window. So we always knew there was going to be very much a rotated side. And I think that given the fact that we have had to rotate, I quite like the changes, actually. And I think a lot of them make sense. A couple of people are really disappointed that, for example, something like Mario Ewak isn't starting. But, you know what, baby steps. You know, Evan Roos is giving an opportunity, which is a big one. So, yeah, but the big first thing, before we really get stuck into this team, I want to start a poll. And there's going to be, are you happy with the Springbok team? And the last one of the year, actually. So if you're not on this team sheet, you won't play for the Springboks until maybe July next year. So it's quite a hectic thing, isn't it? So yeah, we're into the final week, which is a bit sad, actually. It's been quite a very interesting year of Springbok rugby, and a lot of controversy, a lot of disappointment, a lot of ups and downs, I think, as a Springbok fan in 2022. And the one thing I think we definitely can agree on is that we've gotten a lot of information about this team. I do think that we know a lot about a lot of these players. And a lot of players have got an opportunity. For example, you know, the Cole concept, we don't really get to see many youngsters. There are a lot of youngsters in and around the squad. You know, Kirtley Orange has been backed fully. He's been as quite a new player to the team, and yet, you know, he's made himself undroppable. Caden Moody onto the bench, for example, is a big opportunity for him. Jaden Hendricks has been backed. Now Evan Roos getting an opportunity. So there definitely has been an introduction of youngsters to the squad and to the side. So I definitely do think that we found a lot more squad depth this year. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to sort of see which of these players really take the opportunity this weekend, because it's the last opportunity for them. And something like Evan Roos, for example, hasn't had lots of opportunities, but he's got a chance this weekend up against England and a full string English side. So if he goes out this weekend and puts in an absolute storming performance, you sit there going, right, well, that's a genuine contender for a number 8 jersey. He's got a lot to do though, because you've got no direct men in this tour, which I think will be going to the World Cup. I think we know that. But Jasper Wiese this year has very much been on top of his game. So it's a big chance for him, but it's also going to be quite difficult for him to really, I think, move to the top of the pecking order. But put yourself in the mix. Put yourself in the mix. Make sure that you're part of the World Cup plans. And as long as you're part of those World Cup plans, and you go and you start playing while you're getting down at franchise levels, you've always got a chance of being involved in the World Cup itself. So yeah, we're going to go through the entire team and look at sort of the front rows, the 1 through to 23, exactly what we like, what we don't like. Let me know in the comments, what do you guys think of the team? I think the big people will be very happy with Evan Roos starting. I think people are going to be very disappointed that Ronnie Liebach isn't starting, which I can understand him not starting, to be perfectly honest. And but apart from that, I don't think there's too many sort of selections you can really question. Max Pimpy was always going to come back in for me. With Kurt Lawrence switching wings, no issues there. Really, we had to start. Damien J. Lindy is quite a relief to see him starting, because he did pick up a knock in training on Monday, or yesterday rather, and so was a little bit sort of 50-50 about whether he was going to be available to be for selection. So that was sort of the big one we were waiting to see. But he has recovered from it. Obviously wasn't too bad. He will start this weekend. The English side will be named on Thursday. And interesting that Damien Delaney's gotten a lot of criticism from Springbok fans in the last couple of months. And he then got named in the World Rugby Team of the Year, Dream Team of the Year. So in theory, he's technically the best inside centre in the world, and yet a lot of Bok fans are not happy with what they're seeing from him. So, and I mean, look, a lot of the players comes towards the distribution, but I also think there was an interesting conversation on Twitter earlier about the concept of meters post contact, and how many players can get over the advantage line and continue to get over the advantage line. And Dame Delaney is probably one of the top Springbok players for that. In terms of getting us on the front foot, because he does make so many meters in contact. So I think he plays an incredibly important role for the Springboks, and probably one that's quite underappreciated at times. So yeah, I think it was quite. I think we tried him at 13. I don't think it really worked. I don't think it was terrible, but I don't think it really worked. Jesse Creel, far more assertive and a far more natural defender, and he's going to have the wits about him, because that England centre pairing of Owen Farrell and Tuolagi, if they have a good game, can be quite lethal. So it's gonna be an interesting game this weekend. But let's go through the team, shall we? So the front row has not changed. I don't think we really expected it to change. Oxenchair, Bongi, Manambi, Frans, Maheba. And why would we need it to change? I think that we know that what we get off the bench, and I think that for example, Oxenchair, Bongi, Manambi, who were the two players who have sort of come back into the starting lineup as we move towards impact players versus starting players, and they're playing well. I think that's the biggest thing. When you're starting loose set and your starting hooker are struggling a little bit, it becomes very frustrating to see Stephen Kitsoff and Malcolm Marx on the bench. But when you have Oxenchair, he's putting in a top performance like I thought he did last week, and even against France. And when you've got Bongi Manambi, who's starting to play his better rugby and really sort of assert himself and soften up the opposition almost, then there's no issue with Malcolm Marx and Stephen Kitsoff coming on later in the game. They end up playing pretty much the same amount of time. In fact, I often come in towards the end of the first half actually, and could end up playing 40, 42, 43 minutes. So yeah, at the end of the day, now that they're playing well, once again it kind of works, bringing on sort of impact players in for the sort of the vital stages towards the latter part of the game. Evan Etzebeth comes back to the starting lineup. We expected that. Marvin Ory, pretty much the only real sort of recognised number 5 in the squad, and we set pieces are going to be important at Twickenham this weekend. The weather's only going to get worse over there in Europe. I don't know what the weather's forecast is looking like this weekend, but you've got to be very strong from your set piece. And Marvin Ory is the line-out general, so him and Franco Master will be doing a lot of the line-out work, as well as Evan Etzebeth in the front of the line-out. But from a calling perspective, Marvin Ory will probably very much take charge of the line-outs, and that's an important part. So I think that's what we get with Marvin Ory. We get very solid set-piece ball from a line-out perspective. Rolling Moore has looked a lot better in the last 2 weeks, so winning your line-outs is a key part of that. And Marvin Orie, I think, will play a big role there. In terms of the loose trio, I'm happy. You know, a lot of people sort of sitting there saying, you know, we need to stop converting, you know, locks to flanks. We're seeing it everywhere. You know, we're seeing that a lock in a South African term, in a number 7, and a European term, a lock in a number 6, for example, are pretty interchangeable, to be honest. You know, we see Mario Itoje play on the flank twice so far this Autumn Nation series. Scott Barrett's been playing a lot on the flank, for example. And I really don't mind it. I think Franco Master's been world class, and you know, if you gotta have him on your side, and I think that he will do the work that allows Evan Roos to really be the Evan Roos we know. So yeah, I think it's a very important selection to have Franco Master involved there if you want to see something like Evan Roos thrive. But before we go to the back line, let's look at some of the comments. Markdown saying, love the look of the team. Think it would have been a bit more interesting to start Mani Williams at 12. Think Jesse would do better with someone who would put him in space, but very happy. Rian saying, wonder if England will be starting Mani or Slade. Creel will be happy to cover Mani, I think. Yeah, I think Creel will back himself. RVH says, I just don't like Daylander's ball distribution, not a strong point. But again, I believe you can break their players down. And then when Mani comes on, second half, we will play with more spread, more wide game. Well, exactly. JD Quinn saying, what more can they learn from having Williams at 10 compared to seeing how Liebach would fare against stronger opposition? At the end of the day, Liebach's probably sitting at 4th choice, maybe 5th choice for the World Cup. Whilst Damian Williams is very much being molded as a player who can move around. So you've got, if he's going to potentially have to play 10 at the World Cup, you've got to give him as many minutes as possible. Right now, if it's the final tomorrow and everyone's fit, for example, Mani Liebach doesn't make the side, doesn't make 23 at all. He probably doesn't even make the reserve 23. Potentially maybe the reserve 23. Damian Williams is in the starting 15. And if something happens during the World Cup and he has to move in the World Cup semi-final or World Cup quarterfinal or World Cup final, and he has to move to fly half, he needs to have as many minutes as possible. They basically said at the beginning of the tour, he will play every game at fly half as long as he's fit. So it's not really a surprise, is it? And again, you know, Mani Liebach came on, had a very nice cameo against Italy, a whole different prospect against England. But you go and put in 30 minutes for him now. He leaves the tour with an hour of international rugby. And I think he'll go a lot from it. There's still opportunities for him. You know, at the end of the day, we've got to try and win this game as well. It's very important that we win this game. I think if we had beaten an Ireland or a France, I think we'd have a bit more, freedom or far less pressure from a results perspective for this weekend. But we've got to go out and we've got to win the game. So they're picking who they believe is the best, strongest side. Taylor says, I hope to see Moody on for Mapimpi and Orange to switch his wings. Maybe Liebach on for Delendi or Creel and Williams shifts to centres. They say Malkier should be the second choice 5 lock, not Ori. Ori's alright. Sorry, are you saying that? Where's the toy? Which one? Thomas Toy is on the bench. PSF Toy is still suspended. Any idea why there was no press conference yesterday? I was hoping to get an update on Colby's injury. There was, but we didn't get a recording, unfortunately. So that's why it didn't go up. But we do have somebody actually at the press conference today. So hopefully we'll also have a much better quality video up. So yeah, we do have somebody who's going to be at the press conference this week, hopefully, as well as hopefully be on the game on Saturday. Chris says, Delaney is a great centre and the world's best point RB, but he does tend to take contact and die with the ball. If he distributed more, I don't think he'd be criticised nearly as much. Yeah, but the question is, will he be as effective if he distributed more? You know, for example, you know, if you've got somebody who's really good at getting over the advantage at 12, do we compromise that just for the sake of getting a ball out to a wing? And isn't the whole point, you know, being able to suck players in before you can go and play rugby in the edges? And stuff like that. Those say, yeah, so it's alright. He does bases up, and Orkia just brings more. I think different type of players, to be honest. I think Marvin Orie probably suited more to a game like this. He is heavier, he is bigger. As I said, very solid at the set piece. I think that's pretty important. Who's going to kick? Well, that's the big question, isn't it? So you got Faf de Klerk, who I reckon will probably take the main kicking duties. No Ches and Colby, unfortunately. And then if Faf's close are working, then I think it will be Damian Williams. But yeah, I think those will be the two. Williams has actually only missed one kick the entire tour. He's only taken 3, but ironically, he has only missed once. Canvas says, I think Liverpool was 4th in line before the game with Italy. Now very different. Well, who's he gone ahead? You know, he's not ahead of Pollard. He's not ahead of Williams. It depends on what they've told Alton Yankees. If Alton Yankees goes and starts playing good rugby and is going to go to the World Cup, then he's probably not ahead of Alton Yankees either. So, yeah, I think he is 4th choice. to be honest, I think he was 5th choice. I think they were hoping that Jan Koeman was going to really sort of step up. But yeah, so at the end of the day, yeah, you probably want to if you can put more minutes into Damian Williams against in a proper test match, they're going to do that. I guess fatful kick. We are wasting time on Williams. Strange take that, I think. What do we know about Ultimate? Will he still be picked for the World Cup? I mean, apparently, according to an interview that he sort of gave, is that he has kind of been given a bit of a path back to the World Cup team. I think that he's going to go to the Pro D2, which I said wasn't a great move, and I was like, oh, well, you obviously don't watch the Pro D2, and I mean, I do. I don't. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't watch. I won't watch a live match. I'll watch a lot of the highlights because it's a cool league. But at the end of the day, if you've got your number 2 fly half for the current world champions, you shouldn't be playing in any Division 2, regardless of whether it's the best Division 2. You shouldn't be playing. We want him playing. You shouldn't be playing in the URC. I don't know how South African side couldn't pick him up. It blows my mind, to be honest. So yeah, it's frustrating. Mark says, Rian says, David Lynn is there to set the target for the second phase. He's amazing at it, 100%. Mark Dunn says he may be 4th choice right now, but if he can play the same way he did when he came on, he looked like our best 10 at pivot. Backline really fired when Leibach came on. Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. You're not going to suddenly rejig the entire pecking order after a 25 minutes performance against Italy. Andre Pollard starts next year in our first test match of the year. That's if he's fit, he starts. That's just a fact. I'm going to come to terms with these things. Why is Chris not included? Because Kenny Moody's there, I suppose. Lex, what's your opinion? Would you have started with some other players? I was actually speaking to somebody, the guy who did the press conference today. I was actually speaking to him yesterday, and this is basically what I picked. I said that I think that they would I said that I thought they would start Evan Lewis because what this coaching staff tend to do, and I actually quite like it, to be honest. I can understand the method to the madness. Is, for example, Evan Lewis, they know what they've got in Quacker Smith, and they know that he can come in and solidify things if it needs to be. So play Evan Lewis. If things are going badly, you can bring on a Quacker Smith and sort these things out. It's a bit different with the likes of like a Marty Leibach, Damian Williams, for example, because, as I said, I don't think right now Marty Leibach's tapering on the edge of World Cup plans. If they announce the squad tomorrow, I don't think he makes the World Cup squad. To be perfectly honest, it's a huge call. I think it is a big call, but I don't think he probably would. So maybe he might scrape into it, but and at the end of the day, so they see Damian Williams as someone who can genuinely play fly half at the World Cup. That's what they're saying right now, and what they think, and I think it does work with Billy LaRue, for example. So they want to give as many minutes to Damian Williams as possible. This is an opportunity for Evan Lewis, though. This is them saying, prove that you want to go to the World Cup. Apart from that, Mapimpi coming in was a non-starter. I think it's harsh when you think that pre this tour, Mapimpi had played every single game, hadn't had much opportunity with the ball in hand, but nobody was complaining about it. Nobody was sitting there saying Mapimpi isn't playing well, for example. Kurt Lawrence has a couple of really good games at 11, and he has played well. I won't lie, he has played well, and now we're going to bin Mapimpi. So I think it's a bit harsh on Mapimpi to sort of say that he's got no more future and stuff like that, just because somebody's coming in and taking his role. I do think now there's an opportunity for Mapimpi to sit there and say, right, chaps, Kurt Lawrence has got the opportunity. He's taking it with both hands. You probably are looking at being our second choice, unless you step up. So you've got this opportunity this weekend, but we're never going to bench Mapimpi for me and start Kane and Moody. I think that would have been a really poor choice. Jessica Hill for me, I said he needs to come back in, and so I'm not surprised at this team at all. I think that the big sort of question mark was, do we go 6-2 split and bring in Jan Koeman, or do we go 5-3? And we've got Markham Verstappen and Quacker Smith on the bench. I think it's quite nice to see Markham Verstappen back up. So hopefully it's hopefully it's okay. I mean, for example, and Frankie Moss covers both locks, so we don't need to necessarily put a lock on the bench. And that kind of shows you the versatility and how we continue to sort of prioritize the idea of a utility player, so that we can name no lock on the bench, for example. So where were we at with this? So this is a World Cup's fatty pack, and the forwards in general are amazing. The only way it could get better is if Lavanini was in the team. What are your thoughts on Marco Verstappen over Dion Ferree? I think they're going to have a look. I think they know exactly what Dion Ferree brings, and I think that they want to have a look and see what Van Staden's going to give them, which is not a bad shout. Cameron says has to be ahead of Yankees. Not only has Yankees not played well, now he also won't have enough games on in the World Cup to get on form. Alton Yankees played 3 games for Box this year and didn't play badly, to be honest. So yeah, the big thing is about his game time before the World Cup. I don't think it's really about his form. You don't really have much to talk about his form. Skittle Chan says Alton Yankees still an option for Springboks after everything that happened. Yeah, apparently it is. Rian said the Pro D2 is pretty damn good. France select players straight from there. Oh, I just hope he cooks there. To be honest, I think that's just sort of the main thing. At the end of the day, he needs to go where he's going to play. So I suppose you'd rather have him playing week in, week out in the Pro D2 than benching for a top 14 side, or benching for a Premiership side, or even benching for a URC side, which I don't think he'd do. But my only worry, and for him, I want to assume he's got the backing of the coaches to get that move, because surely as him, you're going to go to a Rassi Rasmussen or Jacques Ninabar and say, if I want to go to the World Cup, what do I have to do? And that's not so much from a performance thing, is also what's the best place for me to make it to the World Cup squad? And you do always kind of feel that players playing in the URC, for example, have that edge, because there are very few players who are getting call-ups directly out of top 14 Premiership players who have been part of the box squad before, and then they go over. Same with Japan, usually don't fall out of favor, but very few players are going to are called in straight from the Premiership or top 14. Jasper Wiese being an exception, and look what he had to do to be one of those players. Even Andre Estes, to a certain degree, sort of making his way back into the box squad. It wasn't, but they know what he's about. Taylor says Ori needs to front up on the physical side. He's filling shoes with Mostert and Diaga. He has solid on lineouts, but I hope he can win me over by showing that he's capable to do more than outside lineouts. They need to play to his strengths. No, Ruas needs to play to the box strengths. You don't just change your entire game plan for some guy who's coming in and making his second start. The whole point of this is to see, can he play within the box style of rugby, and he needs to be able to do that. The rest says, I don't know. I think Liebach had more of an impression on selectors than you think. Carter Paul says it's insanity to think the same formulas are going to work somehow. Start working magically. Money should have started, so there's a chance they'll lose on Saturday. I don't think. See, the problem with that kind of concept is that basically implying that if he starts, we win. I was incredibly impressed with what I saw from Money Liebach. He had a fantastic game. We've also seen fly halves come on and really struggle. So, for example, if Money Liebach came on this weekend and started this weekend and had a nightmare, what would the reaction be? Because chances are, be a reaction like, you don't just start somebody in the big test like this, So, basically, who's going to kick? Yeah, fast probably you doing the kicking. The probability is much higher than that. The probability is much higher that we will lose by not playing Liebach. Truth. Oh well, there it is, chaps. We've done it. We've solved it. Everybody we know. If apparently statistically speaking, the person who's played 24 minutes of international rugby, if he starts against England, we win. We statistically just win. Apparently. Not sure how that's quite true, but sure. Also, let's not pretend that Monty Liebach came on when the Boks were down and out of it, and then he sort of turned things around. And I'm not trying to take away anything from his performance, but we were also very comfortable in a very good position when he came on. And I actually want to go see exactly where we were. And see, the sad thing is people probably just sort of interpret this as I just don't want to play. I would like to see him play, but as in coming off the bench against an Italian side which has already been bullied, I think is a pretty different prospect to starting against an English side. At home, at Twickenham, one of the harder places to go and play your rugby. Remember, this is an English side that beat us last year, just BTW. Here we are. Here's the timeline from last week. So Monty Liebach came on. When did Monty Liebach came on? In the 48th minute, you replaced Cheslin Colby. So yeah, we were already ahead at the time. Again, I say he did play well. Not saying he didn't, but Villiers is going to be at first receiver anyway. The back line, we're not going to throw the ball around as much as we did against Italy. Also, let's be brutally honest, and we can't. We're playing a completely different side. in completely different conditions. Let's see what the weather is. Weather, London. So this weekend, for example, Saturday is 12 degrees and raining. Not quite the same as Genoa last week, is it? So it's a different time of day. It's a night game. It's under lights. It's going to be a slugfest compared to what Italy, Genoa's conditions, which were very much made for running rugby. Mapimpi's into the side for physicality under the high ball. So horses for courses, yeah, people. Horses for courses. Quite a few comments coming in here saying, where we at? My cousin says, not totally unhappy, so stoked for Evan. He'll be itching like a lot of other folks. I would have liked to have seen Monty start with Damien at 12, possibly Damien Delindi at 13, be that as it may. Skittle Chan says, so we still have Alton as a pick for the World Cup. Yeah, he's still in the reckoning, I think. So it says, Curtly answer does not work hard enough. He crosses the whitewash, puts the ball down right there. Everyone else in the team fights hammer and tongs to make the extra 2 meters that much easier. Weird take for me. But sure. Avery says, I like the team. Hope Money gets 30 to 40 minutes. I think he is a replacement for Elton. Messi says, Willem has the opportunity to be the greatest ball player of all time. Big shout. If we kick, we are going to get hit. We are going to kick. I think you're pretty naive. You don't think we are. And it's look at the what did I just say? 12 degrees, raining. 75% chance of rain at 7 o'clock. It's going to be cold and it's going to be wet. Not exactly going to just be this like perfect conditions to just. It's going to be a slugfest. It's going to be up and unders. It's going to be, hard graphs. It's going to be set pieces. It's going to be test rugby in every sense of the word. It's not going to be a pretty game, people. Let's prepare ourselves now for the fact that it's not going to be a pretty game. And it's going to be tough under the high ball as well, for example. You got Freddie Stewart, who's one of the best players there, under the high ball probably. But yeah, it's going to be a very much a slugfest. And to be honest, I think David Williams is going to be important under the high ball as well. Something he does do very well. So I'm interested to sort of see how we use Williams and really together, because I like to see Williams quite sort of being used defensively, or I'd like to see him roaming at the back, for example, and we need to have him under the high balls. He needs to be competing next to Freddie Stewart, because I think if Freddie Stewart's up against really who we are going to struggle. Roberto says, I think they're going to use Williams as utility in a 6-2 split for the World Cup. Yeah, they will. So that's why he needs to play a 10 as much as he can. Chesney Colby's not injured, he's just not available. WLK says the team is expected, but I would like to see Money at 10 to get into the right game. Into the game that a kicker is dangerous. Jandy says, Liverpool is a genuine 10. Why not play him and give us a better goal kicker? Frank says, hot take. I'm not convinced by worst form at the moment. I would have started Kwacha. Interesting as time. So, yeah, I'm not really going to talk about the Money at 10 comments because we've kind of sort of spoken about that the entire way. It's the same as Emil India at inside centre. We would have liked to have seen. We would have liked to have seen David Vincent playing at 12, but for, again, the conditions, wet, rainy, England, Owen Farrell, David Delindi needs to go run over a few people. That's what I like to see. Same as Jesse Creel. From a defensive aspect, we've got to have our best defensive players ready for Saturday, and he is the best defensive player in that backline. You might not think it. You might not want to think it. It's basically a fact, though, that he is. Same reason why I'm probably starting Quacker. Rankin Mustard. He's exactly the type of player you want in these conditions. If you're going to sit there and go and play in wet conditions, if it's going to be a slogfest, it's going to be tight, if it's going to be, tricky, you want grafters as well. You want players who are just going to carry the ball up relentlessly, players who are going to make tackle after tackle after tackle. Frank Master gives you all of that and more. So, same as Marvinori, to be honest. You want grafters this weekend. I personally think that Ruiz is going to struggle a little bit, because I don't think, I think that he is somebody who doesn't play a lot in tricky conditions. So I think it's a very nice test for him to see how he can do, because it's not going to be Aaron Ruiz running around with the centers and stormers being put into half gaps, finding himself on the wing, creating one-on-ones for him. It's going to be a very condensed match. It's going to be he's going to have to do a lot of hard yards. He's going to have to be put in a big defensive shift, and he's going to have to be we all know he's a hard runner, but he's going to have to be physical. You know, he's going to have to actually take contact and be able to take up 1 or 2 defenders and still be able to recycle. He's got to be able to sort of do those sort of hard yards. It's not just going to be a case of him, you know, having plenty of space to run up there, because I don't think the conditions are going to allow it. As I said, guys, it's going to be muddy. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be, you know, those conditions where you watch going, I'd rather do anything else besides play rugby in these conditions. I think that's what we're going to see on Saturday. So it's going to be a very interesting sort of tactical game, and very interesting to sort of see how we go, because we have seen against France and Italy, the Boks are using far more ball in hand. This weekend doesn't really lend itself to ball in hand. It lends itself to being much closer, much tighter. And we are going to have to adapt very quickly, because England are, you know, this is their bread and butter, these type of conditions. You know, it's a case of trying to out muscle a side who are going to go to 6-2 split. I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty guaranteed about it. You know, I don't think there's too much question about it. They are going to go with a 6-2 split with England. They're going to try and match us up front. You know, Edis Genge, Kyle Sinclair, you know, Luca and Dickey are a very good front row. You know, Johnny Hill, Maury Toje. If they go with, I'd be interested. I'd almost expect them to go Maury Toje on the flank once again. I'd be surprised to go with Sam Simmons. Not a conditions that really suit somebody who's more in sort of the Quacker mold in terms of being a bit quicker around the park and not necessarily as big. I think it is going to be a thud fest, unfortunately. So good luck for the weekend. So should be a great game. So Scotty Dry, thank you very much. A couple of people say that Noche could have been part of it. Yeah, I would have liked to see Noche, but again, wet conditions, tight conditions, Markov and starting winning your penalties, winning your breakdowns, slowing the ball down, probably more important than someone who is a bit better in the loose. But I do think that Noche has given himself a chance to go into the World Cup with his performance against the SA. I think that he was one of the few players who said, listen, I still have lots to give. I still have plenty to give. And hopefully we'll see him really take that form into the Sharks. And I'm hoping he'll just get more game time on the Sharks. Such a nice player. When he's playing good rugby, he's an awesome player to watch. So hopefully we'll see more Sigurd Noche. Last couple of comments before we wrap up. Russ needs to have a good game, otherwise it's going to be a last choice for 8. Says the Red Suffer. Mark Dunn saying, I think regardless of the opinions on who starts, this team can definitely get the job done. It's going to be a hard game, but I honestly think we got this faith in the team. I like that. Katana saying, do you think Jacques would chuck Young Moody at 13 second half? Absolutely not. Obviously, do you think Este has improved himself? I think he played awesome. I think he very much kept himself in the running. I think that he showed that he's got a lot to give. Mark Dunn said, a few people in the squad who will have to play their best game this weekend to get into the World Cup squad, 100%. My cousin saying, I like the 5-3 split with known ball thieves like Marco, Kitsov, Quacha. If we can slow their ball and rattle Smith, we can roll them. Yeah, I think the big thing for me is I think we need to see us. I'm going to end the poll as well. So I think we need to see us. We need to put Marcus Smith off his game. He's very much of an exciting player. He's got a decent kicking game, but I think he's a player that likes to attack the line. He likes to keep ball in hand. If we can go put pressure under him from a tactical point of view, then hopefully that will go a long way towards us, putting him under pressure. Peter say, for those 72% of who you voted to approve of this team, did you really not see yourselves in that team? I don't know what you mean by that. Maybe we could see Aronson versus Porter LaRue versus Stewart, Williamson versus Smith. Roberto Wilco say, appreciate your show. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. That's the first super chat in a long time, actually. I've got to know what it feels like to get a super chat. So, Roberto, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. We are going to wrap up, people. And please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live tomorrow. We're going to break this down a little bit more. We will have the press conference up in the next hour or two. Lots of content to come up your way. So Jock will be able to answer all your questions. Everybody keeps asking, why isn't Marty Liebach at 10? Well, Jock I'm sure will have been asked it, and I'm sure you'll have answers for you. So you can go check what he's going to have to say a bit later. Thank you very much, people. Do keep well. Let's try and keep pushing so we can try and see if we can get up to that 23,000 mark at the end of this weekend. URC Rugby as well back there, which should be quite fun. And I'll chat to you guys all very, very soon.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, congrats to you guys, Malcolm and Damien, for your selection to the World Team of the Year. Great achievement there. Firstly, how does that feel for you guys? And then secondly, just for Malcolm, the England pack, they're always a big challenge, especially at home. What have you guys thought of, what to come up with to try and counter the physicality, especially in the malls?
Yeah, I think we know that how good England's pack is. Obviously, I'm not going to tell you what we've come up with, but yeah, obviously we've worked really hard all this week on focusing on ourselves and where we can improve from last week's games and the weeks before that. Obviously, we've seen England's pack and how good they are and how dominant they've been. So we do know it is going to be a great challenge for us at set piece. But yeah, I think we're all looking forward.
Ross?
So sorry, Zina, maybe just Damien can answer on the World Team of the Year thing.
It's nice. Obviously, it would have been a lot more sweeter if we had it. Well, I wouldn't say we were bad as a team, but I think if we won a couple more games this year, it would have been a lot better for us as a team going forward. But yeah, I think without the help of the other players around Malcolm and myself, we wouldn't be in the position where we are. So in the individual award, he's great, but yeah, we want to get things right as a team, and we want to be a lot more consistent than what we have been since we've in Europe.
Ross, you can go.
Thank you. Thanks, Zina. How's it, guys? Damien, obviously, it was a really good win over Italy this past weekend. So has the mood in the camp just been really positive this week, building up to the England game? And for yourself, how was it playing at 13? Did you quite enjoy that change? Was it a bit different to what you're used to? And are you sort of happy to be back at 12, or do you really not mind?
The mood has been pretty much the same. Yeah, every week, as a few of us as players, we sit down and we chat, and we are incredibly blessed by the work that our coaching staff put in. So we treat every team the same. We'll give Italy, we'll give Tonga, especially when we played Canada and Namibia in the 2019 World Cup, we gave them the same amount of respect that we give any other team that we play against. So and the amount of analysis that our coaches get through and they give to us as players, I think we are incredibly blessed and we're very lucky. So the attitude will always be the same. The intensity of training might differ from week to week depending on how we feel and what we want to come up with on the weekend. Yeah, and playing 12 or 13, I don't really mind. It was nice playing 13. So there's a bit more space, wider channels, and I think this past week against Italy, we managed to get the ball there quite a bit, which is quite nice. So that was our plan for the weekend, and hopefully, if things go well for us this week, hopefully we can get the ball to the wider channels again. It's nice to see guys like Kirtley, and hopefully we can get my Pimpy into space, because when they are running at full tilt, it's nice to watch. So as I play 12 or 13, hopefully get the ball to the channels again.
Watchalong?
Damien, just on that, people who followed you from a young age and know you from Cape Town know the skill set that you have. But, a lot of Bulk fans may give you some stick for being sort of a battering ram. I know that's the game plan and you have to get over the advantage line. But it must have been refreshing to be able to sort of show off your skills a bit more and like you say, create the space for the guys out wide too. You must enjoy it to have a bit of a break from running into forwards.
Yeah, it was nice. Obviously, that is our game plan from time to time. Obviously, we know we're not going to be dominant throughout the whole game, so it is tough running into 3 or 4 forwards at once. But yeah, like Malcolm and myself and all other guys in the team, we're here to serve each other. So whether I have to bash it up 10 times a game or once and we can get the ball wide, I'll do that. So.
Justin?
Thank you, Zina. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Malcolm, net vir jou asseblief in Afrikaans as jy nie omgee nie. Net die algemene Hey? Not going to happen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Dukes, are you? I think you should be all right then.
No,
Hey?
I'm just a bit worse than Malcolm.
All right, Malcolm, we'll stick to you then in English, if you don't mind. Then, just from that forward pack, and I think just from a competition point of view, it does appear to be a very healthy position that you guys find yourselves in, whereby, you know, the coaches, when all these oaks are available and fit, there's selection sort of headache. I mean, for you guys as players, is that also a good thing, knowing that there's healthy competition and you guys just really want to continue to fight hard for that bench place or that starting position?
Yeah, definitely. I think the competition within our own team is healthy, makes us better players. Obviously, knowing that there's different players pushing for the same position as you, you obviously want to improve, and that helps the whole team improve, I think, as a whole. So, yeah, I think having good competition and players sort of pushing each other in the right direction, that can only benefit the team at the end of the day.
Guys, any further questions from online? And Ross?
Thanks again. Malcolm, one of the things this season is, you know, you guys have been sort of stopped in the malls in certain games and stuff. Have you guys been working hard on how to try and, you know, fix that during a game when the team manages to work that out? As, you know, some games you guys have been absolutely dominant, and then other games you sort of get stopped in your tracks. So has that been something you've been working hard on?
Yeah, I think it's something we work hard on every week. As Dukes and them do their things for the backs, the forwards do the same thing. We work as hard as we can on each area, not just the areas that we want to improve on. So yeah, we have there are games where we have been stopped, but there's also been games we've been dominant. So I think obviously the team leaders and the guys that lead those specific areas of the game obviously come up with plans on the pitch as we go. So I think it's been managed pretty well.
Guys, we are going to switch to the floor. I see there's two hands up, Ashfaq and Adnan. Ashfaq, you've already asked, so we'll give Adnan this gap, and then if there's a chance, we'll come back to you once we've had questions from the media in attendance. So Adnan, you can go.
Thanks, Gina. Just wanted to ask Malcolm, I'm not sure if it was asked before, just for his inclusion in the dream team, and also Damien.
Yeah, it was, but Duke's answered. But I think just to latch on to what Duke said, I think without the team, the individual sort of nothing. So I don't think it's just the names that are there. I think it's with the whole team, how everybody contributed, not just as the 23 on the field, but the whole squad that's on the tour. So yeah, I don't think sort of take that as an individual accolade, but as a team, I've been special to be around a bunch of guys that care, that are willing to give everything every weekend.
Questions? Oh yeah, Indra?
Damien, parking the off-the-field stuff one side, I see a very tight Springbok group on tour. Do you agree, and what makes the group tight?
Yeah, I fully agree. I think we all get along very well. Yeah, I think we got good cohesion inside the squad. I think everyone respects each other. There's no hierarchy, which is nice, but there is that level of respect for the guys that have been around for a long time. Or even a guy with the first cap, he gets the same amount of respect. So yeah, I think I wouldn't say we're not comfortable. I think we come into training every day and we work as hard as what we did the week before and the day before. But yeah, there is that level of respect. I think a lot of us have been together for quite a while now as well, I think, which also helps. Malcolm started in 2016. He's been around. I started in 2014, and some other guys also started 2014 and 2013. So I think a lot of us have been around for about 5 or 6 years, and to be together for that long, I think we get a lot better understanding of each other, and hopefully carry on building with that. And hopefully we can make many more happy moves together.
Damien, as you rightly said, you've been around since 2014. But what would it mean for you guys to Twickenham? You weren't part of the 2014 side, but you've been part of the other games where things haven't gone quite well.
Yeah, I don't think I've played against England and beaten them at Twickenham. I have won it. Malcolm started in 2016. He's been around. I started in 2014, and some other guys also started 2014 and 2013. So I think a a lot of us have been around for about 5 or 6 years, and to be together for that long, I think we get a lot better understanding of each other, and hopefully carry on building with that. And hopefully we can make many more happy memories together.
Damien, as you rightly said, that you've been around since 2014. But what would it mean for you guys doing at Twickenham? You weren't part of the 2014 side, but you've been part of the other games where things haven't gone quite well.
Yeah, I don't think I've played against England and beaten them at Twickenham. I have won a game or two, yeah, but it was against other international teams. But yeah, it would be incredible. I mean, it's always a tough encounter. They are also a great team, and they've been also up and down these past few games. So I wouldn't say it's a weakness, but yeah, I think from 2018 we were very close. Last year we were very close, and
Free.co.za.
can turn things around.
What makes them so difficult to play against, and what makes them so hard to play against Twickenham? What's different about Twickenham that's different about every other ground? You've won in Wellington, won in Yokohama, but what about Twickenham that's been tricky, and about England that's been tricky at Twickenham?
Yeah, I don't know. I think last year, I thought we played well in patches, consistently enough. I think hopefully we'll be a lot more consistent this weekend on the field. We had a few moments last year where we should have won the game, and obviously gave away a soft try, that line out, the set piece line out, and then there was a few silly penalties we gave away. Those last 5 minutes, I think everybody got a yellow card, which was a bit of a harsh call as well. But felt like those last 5-10 minutes we maybe wanted to overdo it, maybe lost a bit of composure. We tried to force things, try and get the ball back, try and win the game. Just maybe forcing ourselves a bit too much, gave away silly penalties. So yeah, we have learned about it, we have spoken about it as a group, and hopefully we can get things right on Saturday.
David, is this a good chance to get that first win for yourself at Twickenham against England? They're not in great form themselves, maybe struggling for a couple of nations in a couple of key areas of the pitch. Is this a good opportunity for you guys to win it?
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. I think every time we play them, it's a massive occasion. And obviously, I can never write them off, especially watching those last 8 minutes against New Zealand last week, by the forward pack. And I know there was a bit of negative comments about them kicking the ball out, but I think a lot of teams should have did the same thing. So I think, yeah, we will always give them the respect they deserve, and hopefully come Saturday, we'll pitch up, and hopefully, like I said, we'll be a lot more consistent and a lot closer than what we were last year.
I mean, how a vital role does a captain like Sia play to make sure that you stay a tight group?
Yeah, he's incredible. Especially on the field, he's very composed. A lot of us are quite composed, and we all help each other. I know, like Malcolm said now, all have our own departments that we try and look out for on the field. So, yeah, we'll always try and give good messages, give clear messages of what we're trying to achieve on the field, and what's working and what's not working, and what we can do better. But yeah, Sia's incredible. He's playing incredible rugby. He has been for the past 2 or 3 years. So, like Malcolm and I said, we'll always serve the team first, and no matter what Sia asks of us on the field, jump on Saturday and give each other runs.
How easy will it be for you guys to just empty the tank on Saturday? It is the last game of what has been a long and season, but that end of the season game is well where you can just flash out all the energy and then worry about the following year next year.
Yeah, I think we've obviously given our best in every test that we've played in, regardless of the first or the last one. Obviously, things went our way in some, and things didn't in others. So I think the guys are excited and are very, very keen to get out and play against England. Obviously, especially here, where, as Duke said, we haven't really won. Well, I've never won again against them at Twickenham either. So I think the guys are excited, and I think they are keen to empty their tanks.
Just to follow on from that, obviously it's the last game of 2022. The next time he meets up the national squad, countdown will be on for the World Cup as defending champions. Is it important here,
Yeah, tough question to answer, but I don't think any team likes losing. You obviously go onto the field and you obviously want to give your best, and hopefully your best is good enough to win the game. I think the same for us as for England. Both probably want to win this game quite desperately, and obviously into the next year on a high win, on a positive note.
Damien, I know that as individual players, you never worry about individual contests, but what kind of different challenge does a Manu Tuilagi bring as a center? He's built differently, he runs differently, he plays differently. What kind of different challenge does he bring?
Yeah, I think if you can just stop him on the game line, I think that's pretty good. I mean, he's a devastating runner. I haven't seen him, obviously, I haven't played against him. I don't know him that well personally. So, yeah, but by the looks of it, he has lost a bit of weight and he looks in good condition. So, yeah, whether he plays or whether anyone else plays, I'm looking forward to the challenge on Saturday.
I think Malcolm, not just a contest that we've seen the sports, but just talk us through watching Evan play against Billy Vunipola. I mean, Billy, again, stocky, built number 8. Again, one really stopped clearly on the game line. But how do you see that panning out? I mean, Evan has played very well. I mean, even in the URC, he did make a lot of bigger forwards look silly. Dwayne was an example in one of the, I think, one of the Ulster games. So, just that contest, how excited does that contest make you?
Extremely excited. He's obviously a great rugby player, and I'm excited to see him start, especially against a team like England on the weekend. I think it is going to be a great matchup to see how they go at each other. I think not only me or the rest of the world are keen to see how it goes. So yeah, I think it is going to be a challenging one. Billy's experience and how many tests he's played for England, and obviously Evan's experience of playing so well in the URC. I think it's going to be a great matchup.
Finally, from my side, any one of you guys can answer this, but do you feel that Saturday's game will be a proper advertisement of the health of test rugby around the world? Because, I mean, every team is beaten. A lot of teams have been beating each other. I mean, England go into this game having lost Argentina. You guys beat Argentina twice, but Argentina also beat New Zealand and Australia this year.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's going to be good. Looking forward to the challenge, and yeah, it's going to be incredible. Seeing the atmosphere and by the crowd sings, but yeah, just excited to play on Saturday.
Awesome. Guys, just before you just focus one question from Ashfaq, and then Thomas can come in. Ashfaq?
Thank you, Zina. To Damien and perhaps Malcolm can also come in here. I see Rassi is on the call, but I know he's not allowed to answer, so I'll ask you, Damien. As the penny drop, he's not allowed to. As a penny drop for the Springbok team, Damien, in terms of attack. We saw it in the 2019 final, what you guys are capable of, and glimpses here and there. But certainly against France, even though you lost, and last week against Italy, it was noticeable that the mindset seemed quite a bit different. That almost like the first option was to hold on to the ball and play with width, whereas perhaps other times is to take it up the middle, box kick, and those kind of things. And I mean, it was great results in terms of execution and tries and some wonderful plays there. Is that the way forward for you guys, or is that just depending on the situation?
Yeah, I'd say it's a bit of both. I think us as a group, we have to improve. Yeah, it was tough. We didn't play in 2020, so couldn't make other plans. And then obviously 2021 we played the British Irish Lions, so we hadn't been together as a group for almost 2 years after winning the World Cup. And obviously we couldn't change much because we weren't together or hadn't seen each other for so long. So yeah, I think last year just being together again for the first time in a long time, I think it was just to get a feel for each other again and get things going again. And I think this year we have tried a lot of new things, mostly in the Rugby Championship and interviewed in the Nation Series now. Sorry, so yeah, and we will always look to improve, and I think we are heading in the right direction. We obviously,
Cramping,
sorry. So we always look to improve, but yeah, we know that starts with our basics, and we need to get our basics a lot better. And I think we have done that quite well over these past few weeks. So hopefully, come next year, we will have developed a lot more as players, and then hopefully we can develop as a team as well.
And just from Malcolm, just from your side on that also, I mean, try and shifting contact instead of just coincide at defenders.
Yeah, I think Duke's pretty much summed it up pretty well. See the 2 years that we hadn't been together, and then as we come back together last year and playing again. Yeah, I think we're obviously trying stuff and obviously trying to improve as a team, not just as individuals.
Justin?
Let me try and get that Afrikaans question in before seeing that our predecessors couldn't. Thomas, vir jou fantasties om weer eens in die bokspan te kan wees. Jy kry geleentheid met die SA-span wat van meer speel daar gewees. Definitief vir jou 'n spesiale oomblik om weer eens daai boktrek te kan aantrek en verteenwoordig hierdie Saterdag.
Ja, kyk, dit sal altyd 'n baie groot voorreg wees vir my om my bokterm in my kop te trek en ek is baie dankbaar vir die geleentheid om nou weer in hierdie span te wees. So ja, mens wil dit nie as vanselfsprekend aanvaar nie. Jy wil net die geleentheid gryp met al twee hande. So ja, dis uitstekend om weer in die groep te wees, saam met die ou manne te sien en ja, opgewonde om saam met hulle te speel.
Adnan?
Dankie Zina. Ja, ek wil net wat Thomas vra, die uitdaging wat Engeland gaan bied, hoe verskil dit van ander spanne? Ons sien ou soos Ellis Genji hy het ook die Battle Dream span gehaal en ja, dit jou mening oor hoe hulle vir hulle voorland gaan aanvat.
Kyk, die Engelse het uitstekende skram op hierdie oomblik. Hulle ek dink in die afgelope 3 wedstryde het hulle 'n hele paar skram penalties vir hulle self gekry. So jy weet hulle het definitief 'n baie groot pak, swaar pak en ek dink hulle is baie goed voorberei en ek dink hulle skram baie goed op die oomblik, maar in dieselfde sin voel ek ons het ook 'n baie goeie pak, baie groot, sterk pak wat ook self goeie paar skram penalties al gekry het. So jy weet dit gaan 'n baie goeie match-up wees tussen die twee pakke en ek dink dit is waar die een span dalk die oorhand kan kry, gaan in die voorry wees in die front row of die skram in totaal. En natuurlik Ellis Genji is fantasties. Ek dink hy het 'n goeie seisoen in die Premiership gehad en hy speel baie goeie rugby op die oomblik, so dit definitief 'n ou om dop te hou.
Ja, net 'n opvolger op die feit dat julle nie 6-2 op die bank het, gaan dit dalk 'n verskil maak dat die ouens 'n bietjie langer moet speel verder met druk in hy wedstryd.
Eerlik moet te wees, ek maak glad nie die subs nie, so ek sal nie vir jou kan sê nie. Ons het glad nie daaroor al gepraat nie. Gewoonlik gebeur dit maar so op game day.
Okay.
Can we just take a couple of questions from here and if there's time afterwards just to hop back online? Hendrik?
Thomas, ek het gesien Matt Bradford het gepraat oor weet wat hulle van die boks agtal kan verwag spesifiek. Maar jy het ook 'n bietjie daai kennis wat hoe Matt afrig en wat daai Engelse span met hom as skram afrigter kan bring.
Ja, kyk wat is duidelik 'n bietjie van 'n voordeel wat hy het van ons, maar ek dink 'n voordeel wat ons het van hom ook. Jy weet hy was in hierdie omgewing gewees vir 'n baie lang tyd, so hy weet so wat maak die ouens tik en dit is 'n voordeel wat hy het. Maar dit beteken nie ons dis dieselfde as wat dit was toe hy laas keer hier was nie. Jy weet almal het vorentoe gegaan en beter rugby spelers geword en ek bedoel dis nou al 3 jaar, 4 jaar later. So ja, definitief 'n voordeel, maar ja, ons is goed voorberei.
So what did you learn from being the senior player in the SA group, and what did they teach about the steps back that you need to take to command a regular place in the box side where there's so much competition around?
Yeah, definitely learned quite a bit. You know, being in that leadership role, it's obviously a step up from being the Sharks captain. You know, it's a bigger environment. You know, there's a bit of variety in the players that get selected. So it was definitely a challenge. You know, being the leader for a different group of people coming from different backgrounds. But it was really fun. I really enjoyed it. And what was great is I had quite a few guys that were previously in leadership roles that really helped out quite a bit. So that was great. But I think everyone then understands and knows the fact that when you get to this level, there's a step up. And you know, being able to lead in every department is important. So just here, like it is here at the box, it's not only CR making calls. There's every guy's got the individual role, responsibility in that area that makes them good, and they leading in that area.
And when do you feel that those bigger benefits of SAEA tours will come in, because there has been not I won't call an outcry, but a slight complaint about the fact that the games were won against teams that looked weaker but were far more cohesive. How important is patience and just looking at the bigger picture when it comes to getting those SAA results, not just the results, but making sure that player development is prioritized over results?
Yeah, listen, I think the reality is we're learning in the process as well. We're learning that we need to have a bit more time together as a team. You can't just necessarily just throw a team together and expect different good results. Not always, but we're definitely obviously going to strive for it. It's definitely been a good opportunity, a good platform for a lot of the guys to put up their hands. And the reality is everyone had an opportunity to really put up their hand and show the Bok coaches that they're here to mean business and they want to get into this lineup.
Talking of opportunities, how big an opportunity is Saturday to sign off the year on a high?
It's a massive opportunity. I think, this is going to be the last time we're going to be together as this group for, I think, 6 or 7 months. So, it's very important to have that in the back of your mind that you played a good game and hopefully got the result.
And how big an opportunity is it for you personally as well? And you mentioned some of the things about, leading the 80, but have you come back into this camp kind of from that experience?
I think so, yes. I think the confidence part that I'm taking out of it is the fact that I actually played. I've got some good game time under my belt, especially with the URC. And then not necessarily having a gap of rest, but being able to play, especially with the SAA side. And although we didn't get the results, it was still the opportunity to get game time and to play with on a different level. So yeah, I'm taking this as a massive opportunity for myself. I last played against Wales in the second test. So, again, you don't take it for granted. You take it with both hands.
Cool, guys. Let's take another question from Lisa. We've got about 3 minutes left. Adnan?
Yeah, Thomas, I just want to know, look, obviously England, you guys beat them in the World Cup. The last time we played, it was just a kick at the end from the fly off Marcus Smith. And this Saturday is probably going to be the same type of scenario. Do you think both sides have evolved since you last played each other?
Absolutely. I can't really predict what the future is going to hold, but I mean, it's a real possibility for us to be in a similar situation. But I think both teams have really evolved over the past couple of years, especially since the last time we've played them. Everyone is trying to evolve and grow in their foundation and fundamentals, but also start creating a different style of play and a kind of like exciting style of rugby. So yeah, absolutely, and we've seen that in the way that they've played, and I believe they've seen in the way that we've played over the past couple of weeks that everyone's trying to evolve the game.
Guys, we can only take one more question because Thomas has to go to an activation. Justin, you've asked already, so let's just have one more from Ross.
Thanks, Ina. How's it, Thomas? Obviously, you're in a very, very competitive department. We've got props coming out of our ears at the moment. You saw a guy like Trevor Nyakane was into it, didn't play a game, and he had to go back to his French club now. So are you pretty stoked to be getting a run on Saturday? And, how is the competition there between you guys? Is it quite a friendly rivalry? And does it push you guys to try to be better every week?
Absolutely, like you said, this environment is really a high-pressure environment, and the guys are really supportive of each other. But in saying that, we really support each other by giving each other a hard time. We really go at each other at the scrums, and if you mess up, then there's always compliments and there's always advice to be given. And it's really competitive environment, but it's a really high-learning, high-performance environment, which is brilliant for us. It's the best type of environment that you can grow as a rugby player, and especially as a prop in the scenario that we've got here with the amount of unbelievably great props that we've got.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thanks for joining us. We'll be sending out the recording shortly. Thanks,
You're
Thomas.
welcome. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's guide on how to watch England take on the Springboks, and the big game for the Bok fans in terms of the last game of the year was the last test match of the year, actually. So it's been quite a big game. Obviously for the Boks, the last time you're going to play until July. The England, the last time they'll play against until the Six Nations. So big games for both teams, and the Boks very much depleted side, missing a lot of overseas or European-based players rather. But should still be a really interesting game. Now, the big question is, how do I make sure I don't miss the final sort of 2 test matches, both Wales versus Australia and England versus Rugby? Well, a big shout out to ExpressVPN, who are sponsoring this video. They are making it easier than ever for you to watch all the action in the Autumn Nations series. Now, to do that, what you're going to do is check the description. We've got a step-by-step guide. First step, you're going to download ExpressVPN. There's a special offer for all Forever Sports supporters. You get 3 months free if you sign for a 12-month subscription. We do videos every single week in terms of how to watch games for URC, Premier League, football, for example, cricket, all the kind of things, boxing, all as you can imagine. You know, so it's very easy to watch sport with a VPN. You're going to download ExpressVPN, and you're going to connect to a UK server, which so you go to those 3 dots on the right hand side, you choose your location, and you connect to a UK server. You're then going to go to Amazon Prime, and you're going to create a free account. You don't have to put any bank details or whatever. You create your free account. It's a 30-day free trial. Alternatively, you can also sort of, for example, connect to a USA server, and you can get a Flow Rugby free account. You can connect to a Stan Sport server. You can connect to Stan Sport using the Australia server. So a couple of different ways you can do this. Yeah, Amazon Prime for me has been the easiest. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to that link in the description. All you have to do is go to your game, and there it is. So there'll be pitch side analysis on Dylan Hartley, Brian Banner, for example. David Flatman will be part of the commentary team, and coverage goes live an hour before. So it's really, really easy. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Otherwise, check the description for a step-by-step guide on how to exactly watch this game. We will be live for it, the last game of the season. Hopefully, we can really make it a big one and have a lot of fun. Thank you very much for watching. Please do subscribe to the channel as well and smash like on the video. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
Sia, can I ask you, I'm going to ask the easiest question today. Just briefly, give us an idea of how your week was in England, sir. Are you guys getting a red carpet treatment there in England? And is Coach Eddie Jones perhaps delivering a bunch of roses there for you guys?
It's been really good. I think the weather has been good, and we've really we've worked hard, and we've enjoyed ourselves being here. And I mean, it's a familiar hotel, Lensbury Hotel. They always look after us, so it's really been a proper week of training. We worked hard. We got a taste of rain, cold days, and some days were sunny. So yeah, it's been an English week. It's been good.
Ross?
Thanks, Ina. How's it, guys?
How's it going?
Stocker, good to see you back. I'm sure that Sia's happy to have his partner in crime back. Sia, before the season started, Yokes obviously had plans in place of what you wanted to achieve over it. Just before the England match now, have you guys achieved most of those plans? And, how has it progressed over the year ahead of your last game?
I think we did get a lot of answers that the coaches were looking for, and we obviously wanted to get them while we were winning, but we lost 2 games now at the end of the year, tour, the autumn series. But I think tomorrow's game is important for us. The result is very much important, especially for our tour and also for momentum going forward. So we haven't thought too much about what has happened and everything. It's just been this game. That's what we're focusing on this week, and we want to make sure that we finish the year off well.
Justin?
Thank you, Zina. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Coach Stocker, this one for you. It feels as if it was the other day that you guys left, for the tour. However, I think it's honest enough to say that it must be like a very long time for you guys. Is that something that you ever really get used to, as a management, as a squad, where these lengthy times away from home, together, is that something you guys ever get used to and just kind of work on, or is it you just accept it for it easily?
Yeah, Justin, I think, to be honest about it, it's part of our job. I think a lot of us, we've signed in our job knowing that this is the challenge you're going to have to go through. And the nice thing about the end of the year tour is you don't have time to think too much or breathe, Week in, week out, there's a different challenge, and you play every weekend. So I must be honest and say, for me, it's not really that tough, because like I said, there's not a lot of time to think too much, Week in, week out, you've got a different challenge, and from that I knew this was going to happen.
What happened?
It's flat.
Just to finish on the question that you had earlier on, like I said, the nice thing about the end of the year tour, you don't have time to think too much, and you know, every week you've got a different challenge, you know, because you're playing week in, week out. So that is something that I personally, as a coach, I enjoy, you know. So, and we knew when you come end of the year tour, you don't have time to complain and miss home, you know. Even though, yes, we do miss home, but I think we're enjoying the challenge. Like Sia said earlier on, I think we had a great week so far, you know. And so, yeah, we're looking forward to the game. Big game for us to finish the tour, and excited for the challenge also.
Mike?
Sia, let's be honest. England versus South Africa is one of the juiciest games on the calendar. The last few years, there's always some needle going back to Farrell days. And just tell us what it's like to play such a big game. And do you expect it to be any different tomorrow in terms of needle?
I think it's always heated. I think the rivalry goes way back, and I think when you see the game on the calendar, it gets you excited because it's hard to win here, and it's a stadium with rich history, you know, and a lot of people who played never get the opportunity to play or win. I mean, I've never won at Twickenham before, so. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be any different tomorrow. Both teams are gonna give it everything in a packed stadium. So I'm really looking forward to it, and the boys are ready for it too. And yeah, there might be heat at the beginning of the game or in the middle of the game or at the end, but yeah, so it never there's never a dull moment in one of those games.
Guys, let's take a couple of questions from the floor first.
You say you've never won at Twickenham. Is that a big bucket list thing of yours to beat England at Twickenham? How many times have you played
Only once I think I've played there before. Last year. That was my first time, I think. Yeah. Not on the bucket list. I just want to win all the time. Yeah.
Eddie Jones was saying yesterday that he's got such a clear memory of 2019 and what that felt to him, the final and the defeat, and it replays in his head a lot. In a positive sense, does that keep you guys going, that you know that's what you can do to England, particularly on a day like that when it all comes together?
No, we've got a clear memory of what happened last year. So it'll be 2019 was a long time ago. They have a different team. We've got a lot of the guys that were there then, you know, some guys retired now, some guys can't play in this game, so it's completely different. So we can't be looking at that and using it as motivation. I mean, we lost last year, so we don't have to look that far. And yeah, we hungry as this new group. We want to do ourselves proud tomorrow and want to make it a good game and hopefully win.
What hurts about the defeat last year?
The defeat. That's what hurts. Yeah, it's just a defeat. Yeah, and it was because it was a close game, very close game, and the opportunities that we left out there too. Yeah.
Is there any member of the England pack that you have a particularly hard time against that you look ahead to and think it's a particularly outstanding player?
I think they're all good. They're flipping amazing players. I can go down the whole team. They're great players. I think Owen Farrell's a great leader. He's good. I've spoken to guys that he's played with. You know how hard he is on the guys, and I think Marcus Smith has done very well from the moment he started playing. You know, he hasn't. You know, everybody was talking big about him, and he's doing it now on international level. You know, Alice Gange is Alice Gange. He does what he does, and you know, and Maro is very good in the line out and controlling, you know, the set piece and stuff like you said, messing up the opposition's set piece. So they're an amazing team. They're really a good team, all of them. So it's hard in general, you know, to play against them. That's why it's hard to win at the stadium like this. And you saw what they did last week, coming back like that with 10 minutes to go. You know, that tells you a lot about them.
Does the way that they played in that last 10 minutes make them dangerous this week, particularly at the start of the match?
No, I don't know. I don't know. You can't. I mean, that's the way we play last week gonna make us dangerous. You know, we can't think like that. We can focus on what we can control is our intensity on how we start the game. And you know, when you wanna play a certain way, and sometimes you know, a test match is all about who's getting their way in the game, you know, and sometimes it goes in periods. Sometimes you get it at the beginning, or you get it later in the game. So yeah, I know they'll probably want to play like that, and with the guys that are coming off the bench, you know, they've obviously got a plan for that.
You talked about Ellis Genge. He's on the bench tomorrow. Have you noticed a change in the way that opponents use their bench since the bomb squad became such an effective weapon for you?
Yeah. Everyone had a problem with the bomb squad now. Everybody's doing it. It's funny how the world works. But yeah, people are. It works. That's the thing. It works. Depending on the way you play as well. You know, for some teams it won't work. Depending like what kind of style of rugby you play, and I think it will work for a team like England, because they play similar to the way that we play with the kicking game and everything. Because when you have to work as a forward at all times, back and forth with the kicking, it's tough on the big guys. So when you bring in new guys with new energy, you know, who are as good, that's the important thing about the bomb style. The bench must be as good as the guys at the start, and there shouldn't be a difference. That's why competition is so important amongst teammates. And when we scrum against each other, how hard you go, because you want to make the other guy better, not going soft, you know, and giving him confidence. No, you go flat out, because so that he knows when he comes off and you coming on, he knows he's just gonna keep on climbing like that.
But do you see it as flattering when you see other teams picking their own bomb squads?
Sorry?
Do you see it as flattering when other teams are picking their own
No,
bomb squads?
I just laugh, because, you know, people had a lot to say about when we did it, you know, and now it's becoming fashion. Everybody's doing it. Yeah.
Has it been a challenge for you as the captain to block out the external noise over the last couple of weeks with everything around the Razzie situation and stuff? Has that been difficult? Because there's already a lot of pressure on you as Springboks, but you've got that added into it as well.
When we focus, like, nothing stops. Work carries on. Doesn't matter what happens, and that's where we are fortunate in. But coming from South Africa, not everything is perfect. You know, you can have all your plans, then you get something like load shedding. You plan a party and everybody's going, then load shedding, there's no electricity, you know. So that's who we are. You know, nothing is gonna be so bad that we must like freak out. You know, these things happen and we learn from it. And if it happened before, and we didn't learn from it, then that's no good. So we've been through all of these challenges, you know, and it's a good thing going to next year. Not only with everything else, I think we as a team, you know, we lost kickers, we lost our tens, and everybody went down. Now we found new guys who can actually kick going forward, and we tried a new style of play, you know, and going next year, there's nothing that we wouldn't have faced, you know, and now no challenge we haven't faced as a team. So yeah, we just keep on and moving forward. And the important thing is the togetherness of us as a group going forward, and knowing and also respecting the opposition. We like last week against Italy, if we were worrying about everything else, it would have shown big disrespect to Italy, you know, and they're a great team, and you've seen some of the teams that they've beaten.
Does that galvanise you, that kind of sense of the world's against us?
We don't think the world is against us, you know. No, we don't think like that.
We are part of the world.
Yeah, it's not South Africa and then the world. It's part of, and we're not the only team that faces challenges, and every single team faces is just different, you know, on the challenge for each team. But our slogan is still let the main thing stay the main thing, you know, and the main thing is rugby. No matter what, everything else that happens in between is a sideshow. And like for us as a team, no one is more important than the team. The team is the most important, the Springboks, and most importantly, the country. People expect us to deliver. No matter what we face, we can't be making excuses and say, yeah, yeah, I don't think we'll be welcome home if we ever make that kind of excuse.
Do you wish it wasn't a problem though? Because it is something that Razzie could control. He doesn't need to go out and do that. Do you wish that he didn't? Because it adds more pressure and adds more noise and everything.
You know, I actually don't want to talk about it because it's a very sensitive thing. You know, anything I say could be written the wrong way. You know, but we're learning as we go, and we're learning, and hopefully, you know, something is reached that you know, both parties are happy and is spoken about going forward. And yeah, I just hope it just gets resolved, you know, going forward, because I think yeah, I think it's good for rugby, you know, to have that kind of stuff resolved, because we're all part of the rugby family, and families do fight, families don't see eye to eye at times, but the most important is this: we are all ambassadors of rugby, and hopefully we can, you know, learn from these things and move forward together much stronger than it was before. You know, you can always use difficult periods, you know, you can always use like adversity for good sometimes. It's all about how you see it, and hopefully something great comes out of this. There's a better solution in going forward between coaches, directors, and World Rugby. I really, from the bottom of my heart, hope something more positive comes out of it, because at the moment it's not good for rugby in general.
Plastic, Paula Manusia, Marcus, some Kumusano Timmy. Paul and Jiman Galam, Bibas Abana, Kumulbaka, what you buy in Marcus and Shabos and 2011, Kabal Selin Jiman Galam, Pinoku, no one over Kulabuabi.
Yeah, I think they both exciting players. And Nemdaloabo was similar because of the players as being as an expert, and Bobabi never said and I turned and confidence in Jalalang and Panakamakasi and Bonanogo. The experience around here and Nogo. We are gaining experience Kabadala Basitangwaki and the confidence about Negayona. So Nendala Dalanga last year against Kumbulan was as losing Waikwana Pebalin, and the record like it to his Balin Kalamin. I had 100%. So I think Bonabase Basendawa and Nati. Ndawo esithandayo kakhulu ngoDamian Williams na simpay 2 belinintsi ngokukaka number 10 bakwazi settlisha ubonile moments akwazi create for the teammate. So into eke eyona enye battle esijoke phambili kakhulu kuyo ngomso, but once again like usiyala lebethe kakhulu sinezi department apha kuthi esiqondayo bathi njengeqela noko sikudala si-improve indlela edlala ngayo. Uyabona kukho ibalance kulesi nakho kicking game endlela esiatheka ngayo, uyabona, because abantu abaninzi soloko bejonge by Springboks as i-team ye-set pieces ne-kicking only, yabona, but now uyabona kwi-players sifumana i-confidence indlela eziyivula ngayo ibhola ihamba esandleni. So eyona nto ibalulekile kuba ngomso elona qela za-execute kakuhle iplan yabo, I think bazawube sendaweni right kwi-scoreboard.
Wena ke siya ilento enyibe kufuneka uwine nayo njengoba umdlalo wangaphambili ke ubukela Evan Ross ezawugila napha nolendo no-believe ibhola. Unjalo uvuyeni umtshana lo nabantu bodibana lo mdlali banokuthanda ukuhlupha abanye namba 8. Uvuya kanjani lo mtshana nje ngenqobo yakhe noba sepractice njengothetha ngalo mdlalo bazongabana nophili?
No, uvuyela umdlalo akavuyela udlala against uBilly. Into ebalulekileyo for yena adlala umdlalo wakhe Ivan, and like liphupha lakhe udlala amabhokobhoko and ufumana elithuba kule team sikuyo namhlanje sidla ehlobo udlala ngalo lehlobo athanda udlala ngalo yena, especially ngoku kuphela unyaka. And no, siyamvuyela kakhulu, and uyavuya, yeah, uyavuya, anawo amanye amagama ngaxela wona, but yeah, kuzobalekela thina simsupport sibe khona for yena ngomso, and udlala namadoda namava apha emva phakathi kwami noSosi, so sabe sendlebeni yakhe simcourage imini yonke.
You and myself agree.
Yes.
Okay. Guys, we're gonna just have Sia for like 2 more minutes, then he can go. Then we'll leave Stick on for just another 5 minutes because we started late. Okay, so if you have any questions for Sia, I'll ask now.
So just wondering what you made of Tom Curry as an opponent. You faced him in the Lions tour as well.
Yeah, he's good. He's proper. He's hard on the ground. he's a hard hitter. He can tackle hard, and he can he can play. I remember playing against him 2018. You know, he got a man of the match the last game, and he's a good bloke as well. But yeah, he's on the ground. That's where he lives. That's where he works. And obviously, it's my job as an open side flanker to stop that from happening. And I think it's going to be a vital. It's going to be a vital battle for the game on Saturday. You know, because he does get in the breakdown and he gets in quickly. So yeah, and he can play in general. I think he's got experienced guy next to him when really, you know, he'll get the license to go on the floor.
Any questions for Stick?
Can I ask a question about Evan Roos and what he brings? We've not seen too much of him over here.
Yeah, I think Evan Roos, if we look at what he has achieved so far with the Stormers, and the nice thing is that he's been through our systems. I'm talking about junior levels now with the Springboks and the SA schools. He's a player with great potential. We know he's got plenty of games waiting for him to play for the Springboks, and the way he plays more especially in the open spaces, you know. So, but once again, it's going to be a different challenge for him, because I know one thing for sure: the higher you go, the tougher it gets when it comes to finding the right spaces. You know, playing against England, I don't think it's going to be an easy game because of it's a top class side. So I think the challenge with him tomorrow is not only he mustn't make it personal, you know, where he tries to focus on himself only. We've got a system in place, and that system creates a lot of brilliant moments to our players around. So once again, I think if he can just make sure that he does his job very well, then later on in the game, maybe he might get those opportunities to run into space. But once again, like Sia said, we're going to have to grind. It's going to be a tough game. England, they've selected a proper, strong squad. And yeah, it's going to be tough. So for him, I'm just excited, you know, and it's been coming. We knew that it's coming, but he just needed to wait for his opportunity, you know. And I think you can't ask for any better opportunity to play against England at Twickenham, you know. Sia mentioned very historical venue between the two teams also. So yeah, I'm excited and just looking forward to seeing him on the field.
Yeah, actually, I know him since he was in school. He we had to take mentors when I was at the Stormers, and he's one of the young guys that had to be mentored. I'm not sure who mentored him at the time, and I watch him play. We have these big derbies between two schools, and he was big, and he can run, he can pass. And I saw him play in the derby, and he was just dominating. And then I got to meet him at the field. They brought like the upcoming guys that the union wanted to take. And I met him there, and I told him how much I love how he plays. And I told him I would follow his career, and I did that. And we started being in contact. He started playing with the Sharks. Didn't go too great for him there. He didn't get a lot of opportunities. And then he went back to the Stormers. He went back home, and then he started coming on his own, you know, and he started playing the way that the Stormers played, suited his game plan, and he became the main ball carrier. And I love that, you know, at such a young age he faced such a difficult period where he wasn't playing. He was probably not happy, he's missing his family and everything. And in our team, I think a lot of us have gone through those things, and they're different for everybody. And he's been here and he's been holding bags and everything, you know. Some of us have had to wait far longer than some of the younger guys, you know. I went for a whole year just holding bags, but being invited just to hold the bag made me want to be here and just seeing how things go. And for him, man, he's got the world on his feet, you know, and he's got a great group of guys. Tomorrow is a perfect opportunity for him to test himself, you know, and it's England in Twickenham. What more could he ask for? I actually saw a picture of him. It was quite cute. He was at Twickenham when he was young, and now he's back there again. And we have his back tomorrow, you know. That's the great thing about this team. We have nice systems that can protect you, but at the same time, you can be who you are. And the biggest thing for us is to let him know that there's no wrong choice that he makes. If he chooses a choice tomorrow, you must go flat out and give it everything you can, and know that we have his back. So I'm looking forward to see him play tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Cool. Guys, he has got to go, but we'll have Sticky for another 2 minutes or so. Sorry, he's got a massage. Sorry, guys.
So good.
Interesting point that Sia raises about Yevan in particular having to move around. How critical is patience in the development phase getting into the system? I think you would have seen that there's been an outcry for players like Mali, players like Yevan. Any player that excels at domestic level to be given a run immediately with the national team. How critical is that? Not delayed development process, but guiding a player and guiding them properly into the system.
I think it's the nature of the game, Kanye. So if you look at, I'll probably go to most of the players in our squad. Some of them had to wait for their opportunities. If you look at a guy like Malcolm Max, there was a time when Malcolm Max also was always on the bench for the guys that were there before him. And then all of a sudden, Malcolm Max now became world-class hooker, you know. Sia Kolisu was sitting here next to me. He just explained that he had to also carry conduct shields, you know, for the whole year, you know, until he got his opportunity. So, unfortunately, it's a nature of the game where sometimes you just need to wait for your right opportunity, you know. And I'm just glad mentally, I think Evan Ross is in a good space and is mentally tough. Like Sia said, he went through the tough time with the Sharks where he didn't get an opportunity. So that also sometimes helps you as a human being, makes you stronger. And you can't ask for better preparations like that, to understand, because of even on Saturday tomorrow, it's not going to be easy for him. You're playing against well physical class players like the Vunipolas, you know. So I think he's in a good space, and I think he has also matured in his game. I've worked with him on the training field. Like, there's no cruise button when it comes to him. He always work hard. So yeah, I think he deserves this opportunity.
Do you feel like tomorrow's results, whether you win or lose, will it define everything that you've done this year? Because it is England, it is a team that South Africa have struggled against at home, struggled against here in England, but also with the kind of results the Bok had, they'll win 2 games, lose 2 games. So there has been that element of inconsistency, but the Boks do go into this game on the back of another win, even though it was Italy.
Yeah, I think from my side, being in a Springbok environment, the goal is always to win, irrespective of who you're playing against. The goal is always to win, and same goes as tomorrow playing against England. The goal is to win again. So, you know, and when it comes to the tour, there's a lot of positive things that even irrespective of what the results are tomorrow, there are a lot of positive things that we as a team, you know, I think we've got a lot of answers from, you know, because we played against the number 1 and number 2 teams in the world, you know, where we came close, you know, lost one game with three points, and then the other one lost by 4 points, you know, with the red card, you know. So there's a lot of positive things, and like how we've developed our game, you know, because if you look at with the game against France, you know, where we've created a lot of opportunities to score tries, you know, and against Italy, you know, to be able to score 9 tries. I know a lot of people, they forget about what Italy has done before our game. You know, it was a tough game for us. Even the first half, we had to grind against Italy. You know, they've beaten Australia, who we've lost earlier on in the year against them. You know, so we scored 9 tries, but we had to grind against Italy. So it's the same thing against England tomorrow. You know, if we don't win the game, we'll be disappointed that we didn't win against England, not because of what the outcomes are for the tour. Do you understand? Because of, once again, in the past 3 games we've played, there's a lot of positive things that we can take from them, and I think we're in a good space. You know, we're in a good space towards the World Cup, but once again, we haven't beaten England at Twickenham for the past 8 years, so it's going to be massive, and our goal is to win tomorrow. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Guys, we'll be sending out the recording.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's preview, as the Springboks look to try and end their year on a winning note, and they'll have to beat England tomorrow at Twickenham if they are to do that. England, on the other hand, looking to try and really sort of round off what could be a very successful Autumn Nation series if they can win tomorrow, because it would be 3 out of 4 wins, which is not a perfect record, but I always think that very few teams do go sort of 4 for 4. You know, when they do have 4 tests in sort of an Autumn Nation series or end of year tour. So, pretty big game for both teams, and both probably haven't had the years that they would have liked. I think England would have also liked to have been a bit better during the Six Nations. And Springboks obviously have sort of struggled a little bit with consistency. So I think quite a lot of similarities in the two teams regarding that sort of consistency. But we sort of before you look at the two teams, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll start with the English, who are very much a team that are trying to sort of find their best sort of 15, trying to really get going. And I think that what we saw, last week against the All Blacks when they came back right towards the end and drew with the All Blacks, they're a side that on two different spectrums can either be really good or a side that can be taken apart a little bit. So again, there's sort of that consistency a little bit up in the air, really. But if you look at the pack, Marco Villapola, Jamie George into the starting lineup, Carlson came off the bench, trying to sort of nullify that Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff sort of environment that the Boks are going to sort of deploy. So very much sort of trying to sort of match fire with fire regarding front rows. Mario Toja does stay in the second row next to Johnny Hill. Alex Coles, however, comes into the starting lineup next to Tom Carey, Billy Vinapola. So Sam Simmons will be used as an impact player. Jack van Portleed is back again, despite having a bit of a tough game last week. I thought he struggled quite a lot throughout the game, but he is rewarded, or he is backed with another start next to Marcus Smith. Johnny May has a new wing partner that likes of Tommy Freeman, Freddie Stewart in the fullback, and Owen Farrell, Manu Tuolagi will continue their centre partnership. Tuolagi versus Jesse Creel will be a very big match, and then obviously Owen Farrell versus Steven Delende is one to watch out as well. Off the bench, Lucan, Dickey, Ellis Genge, and Will Stewart will try and sort of match that Springbok replacement front row. Ellis Genge and Lucan and Dickey usually starting. But I think, against the Springboks with the likes of Stephen Kitsoff, Malcolm Marx coming off the bench, Thomas Latoya, they'll look to try and nullify that sort of impact. Dave Ribbons, Sam Simmons, the two other players there, and then there's a 5-3 split. Ben Young's on the bench. Henry Slade, who the South Africans will know, sort of very much tore the Springboks apart last year. He's next to Jack Noah on the bench as well. For the Boks, a couple of a lot of forced changes, obviously, with this test being outside the international window, and therefore sort of having no European-based players available to them. They have had to make a lot of changes, but it's the same front row with Oxenche, Bongi, Manambi, and Francois Herber. Even Etzebeth comes into the starting lineup and will be next to Marvin Ori, who retains a spot from Italy. Sia Khaleesi, Franco Mostert, joined by Evan Ruiz. Right, what will we see from Evan Ruiz in his first sort of real big sort of start amongst the big boys? Next to the likes of Franco Mostert, Khaleesi, very much being given the best opportunity to succeed. The question is, will the youngster really be able to sort of bring that URC form, bring all the stuff that we sort of keep wanting to see from him internationally? Will he be able to do it this weekend? Faf de Klerk continues to partner Dave Willemse. The only change there's two changes in the back line, which see Kurtley Arndt switch to the 14, Marcus Zuma-Pimpy come into the number 11 jersey. Damon Delende switches back to inside centre in the place of Andre Estes, who was unavailable for this weekend. Jesse Creel returns at outside centre. Off the bench, Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff have a new bomb squad member in the likes of Thomas Latoya, although it is a 5-3 split, it's not your traditional bomb squad. Malcolm van Staden comes into the starting lineup, onto the bench the first time he's been involved in a Springbok match this year, next to Kwagga Smith. So you've got four sort of really sort of good fetchers in the likes of Marks, Kitsoff, van Staden, Kwagga Smith. Jaden Henderson comes into the bench in place of Kobus Reinach, who's also unavailable. Mani Liebach on the bench again after a very impressive cameo against Italy last week. And then Kanan Moody, who returns from injury, comes straight into the 23. He will come off the bench in the last stage of the game. So very much backing Kanan Moody, despite him not having played a lot of rugby. It's two very good sides, but it's two sides who I think are both guilty of having some very soft moments. And tomorrow I think will come down to which side is the most disciplined, which side can keep it tight for the longest, and I think it should be a really interesting game. I want to know what your score predictions are down in the comments below. And both sort of coaching staff are under quite a lot of pressure, but also both coaching staff that aren't going to change before the World Cup. So this is very much another step towards getting towards being World Cup ready. For England, they'll obviously have the Six Nations in a few months' time. For the Springboks, this is the last time that we will play until about July. So it is a pretty important moment, and I think it's very much win tomorrow. It's we talk about building towards the World Cup. Tomorrow is all about winning the game, I think, and ending the tour off, with a 50% win rate, which is not fantastic. But if you go and beat England without a lot of major players, I think you'll look back and sit there saying, well, we were competitive against France, we're competitive against Ireland, we could have won both those games. We blew Italy apart, we beat England despite having a few players missing. You'll probably look at the Springbok tour as a success, the SAA probably quite a bit of a failure, but a whole different sort of environment. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Ladies and gentlemen. Wait. Go away. Away with you. Away with you. Why have I got 2 boards? That looks a bit better. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. We're live. We're live. And that means, well, actually, we've been live for a while, but we are now. I'm live with you guys, and that means that we are just minutes away, less than an hour away from kickoff. The last Springbok game of the year. And what a game it's going to be. Springboks against England. And it's going to be a very interesting game. Obviously not the strongest Springboks side. It's a very strong English side. 2 teams who admittedly, I think both admittedly have kind of underperformed this year. And we'll be looking to really sort of end on a high note. Coming up in the next 45 minutes, we're going to be looking at the teams. Giving you sort of player profiles, getting you to know exactly who these the players that will be taken to the field are, sort of age and stuff like that for both teams. We're going to be doing a how to watch video, for example. So if you're looking on how to watch the game, check the description. We're going to give away free bets as well. Now that brings me to a big shout out to both ExpressVPN and BetCoza. They are powering this stream. Now, first of all, ExpressVPN are making it easier than ever for you to watch all the action live. If you are still trying to find a way to watch the match, go and check the description. You download ExpressVPN, you connect to a UK server, you go to Amazon Prime, you sign up for a free trial, and Bob's your uncle, you get to watch the match. That's all you need to do. Now, BetCoza are going to be giving away free bets. Therefore, I'm going to be putting a link in the description, and you're going to go to that link, and you're going to go and give us your predictions. Predict and win. And yeah, you're going to go there. You're going to give me your prediction. And we are then going to give away free bets throughout the stream, which is going to be a lot of fun. So, yeah, I think a lot of people are still watching Australia versus Wales. Looks like a much better performance from Wales. They've needed it, for example, to be honest. I think they've had quite a poor year. Yeah, I think it's a case of, whilst it is a weakened Australia side, I do think that Wales really need to pitch up and get this done. And they have, from the looks. I'm just trying to sort out a secondary stream so I can just sort of monitor that in the background. So yeah, let's monitor, see what's going on there, and we're going to give away some free bets. We're also going to be going live to Twickenham. How cool is that? We're going to go live. Our correspondent is sitting there, and yeah, we will be going live to him in about 10 minutes. So we will be going to Twickenham. We'll be chatting and see exactly what the conditions are like. We'll be getting a sense of what sort of the atmosphere is like there in Twickenham. Expects to be a very big crowd. Expects to be a very hostile crowd. And hopefully that will sort of really sort of add to what we are hoping is going to be a pretty brilliant encounter. So yeah, go and get your predictions in over there so I can give you guys some free bets. We are going to be going across to Angus, who is in the stadium as well. And so lots and lots of stuff to look forward to, even before the game kicks off. This is the most in-depth coverage on YouTube. That's what we do here, people. We give you guys the most in-depth coverage. Basically, shy of being at the game, we try to make it as close as being there as possible. And I think we do a reasonable job. I think we've got some cool stuff going, which is cool. So yeah, let's get the chat going. Let me know what your score predictions are on that link, please. Don't just check them in the comments. I can't give you guys a free bet if you don't put them in the comments. Go and put them on that link so that I can give you guys some free bets. You guys can go into BetCoza and you can go and throw a bit of money around, make some money. I mean, it's Christmas time, yeah, people. 13th checks are kicking in. We have Christmas presents to buy. It's an expensive time of year. Got January coming up. Go and win yourself some money. Put it aside. Keep it there for those rainy times. And if you're in Johannesburg, those rainy times are happening a lot at the moment because there's just a lot of rain around. We've also got a poll running in the comments asking who do you think is going to win between England and the Springboks. And over 300 people are voting. I want to try and get that to over 1,000 people. So go and vote on that poll as well. And let me know where you're watching from. We're going to do a check-in in a few minutes' time and sort of find out exactly where everybody is watching from around the world. I reckon we're going to be able to tick off quite a few cool countries and stuff like that and see exactly where everyone is tuning in from. Usually we tick off pretty much the entire world's worth of continents, which is always good fun. So we're doing that in a little bit as well. But yeah, let's get the chat going. Let's see how we're feeling about it. I think I'm sort of wouldn't say confident. I'm quite nervous actually, but I do have a sneaky suspicion that we will pitch up. So yeah, I reckon we could do a job here, and I'm hoping that we are really going to we're going to pitch up. And we need to pitch up because we haven't had the best of international seasons. It's not been a terrible season, but it's not been the best. You know, there's definitely room for improvement. I do think a win tonight salvages a lot because I think it shows you that we've got the depth, for example, to be able to rotate aside and to be able to have so many players not available and still be able to get a result. But again, you know, you'll look back and you'll think probably two main sort of tests which sort of really stick out. That second test against Wales, that, you know, second test against New Zealand, you feel if you win those two tests, all of a sudden the win percentage is sitting probably in the 70s if we win today, and you think it's a pretty good year. We would have won the Rugby Championship, for example, had that gone that way. We would have whitewashed Wales, and yeah, but that's not been the case. We've lost two narrow games to you know, to France and Ireland, who are the number 1 and 2 sides in the world. So there's definitely been a bit of progress. There's definitely been a couple of good moments throughout the year, and I think, you know, if you don't think so, I think that, you know, I think that's just being a bit naive, to be honest. I think a bit negative, but it hasn't been the ideal year. There's certainly a lot of room for improvement. But yeah, so the big sort of question is who are we playing against? Obviously, we're playing against England, but which English players? We're going to be looking at them in a little bit and going sort of through their team, what sort of their danger areas. So yeah, in the next few minutes, we're going to be looking at the English lineup, and then we're going to be going live to Twickenham, where our correspondent is going to be calling in, and hopefully he'll be able to give us a sense of what the conditions are like, what sort of the atmosphere, what some of the journalists are saying in and around the press area, and because it's what's a Rugby HQ, you know, and Twickenham is not a place where the Springboks have travelled particularly well. So we haven't had a fantastic record there, if we're being brutally honest. So hopefully today is the day that we go and we go and say, right, this is it. You know, yes, we don't have our strongest team. Yes, we're missing a lot of players. But we're going to go anyway. We're going to go get that result, and we're going to come back smiling and hopefully please a lot of Bok fans. Because the next time we'll see our team is in July. So it will be quite a while until we do see the Springboks play once again. And so let's hope that we're not going into that in a very negative way. Like last year, you know, where we lost that final game. Could have been a whitewash of games in the end of your tour. Couldn't do it. Came up stuck right towards the end as well. So hopefully this time we'll be getting with a little bit more positive result. You know, let's go with a bit of momentum, and then we come back, we smash whoever our incoming tour is against. We go and win a Rugby Championship. We go forth and we win a World Cup, and we're all smiling. That's the plan. That's the plan. It's a good plan. It's a nice plan. But it's not a foolproof plan. So let's see how's our poll doing, by the way. Poll's sitting at 384 votes. Let's try and get that up to 400 people. If you haven't voted, go and do that. We haven't got too many people putting in their predictions. A couple of people in there. Everyone's back in South Africa so far. But yeah, maybe you need to see what the English side that we're going to be putting out is to see exactly who you're backing to get the job. So in case you missed it, this is how England will line up at the in about 35 minutes. Right, a very strong English side, and yes, and I think we looking at that team, we are going to have to be very good to get the job. And the Boks are really going to have to pitch up. They're really going to have to do their damnedest, to be honest. And it's going to be a tough match, but hopefully, as I say, I think the important thing is starting well and asserting yourself. It's about not lying down. It's about these players taking opportunities. We can't use excuses. We can't sit there saying, "Oh, this and that," and we're missing players and stuff like that. We've got to just go out and do. I'm just trying to check something here. Right, cool. So the plan is we are going to be going to Twickenham. I can't go to Twickenham, but we do have somebody who is gone who is in the stadium, which is pretty exciting, and yeah, which means we're going to be giving you guys the press conference coming in later, and yeah, we're just going to sort that out, and hopefully Angus can hear me and stuff like that. But give me 2 seconds, and we are going to hopefully be bringing in Angus in a little bit, and I'll give you 2 seconds. What am I doing here? All right, cool. So just a bit of Wi-Fi issues, I think, yeah, with him. So we'll be going to him in a bit. So yeah, so that's the plan. We're going to go to him, and obviously we've got to look at the Boks squad coming up as well. So saying, is the incoming tour next year or just the Rugby Championship? As far as I understand, there is an incoming tour that will take place. And I'm not sure who it is. It's against at this stage. But yeah, so there should be an incoming tour. That is the plan, stuff like that. And yeah, we're gonna give 2 seconds. We should be able to bring in Angus in a little bit, who is sitting in what I hear is apparently a very, very loud Twickenham. So without any further ado, hopefully Angus can hear me.
Thanks, David. I'm not sure if you can hear me. It's absolutely raucous in here. We are still a way out from getting the stadium full, but it is going to be jam-packed here. I cannot hear a single thing from your side because of the sound, but I can promise you here, we're going to be in for a very good game.
Well, it looks like I think the big sort of question that everybody's sort of asking, if you can hear me, is what's the weather like? What's the conditions like? What can we expect from a tactics point of view from the teams?
Couldn't hear a single word. I'm honest, not a single word. Apologies to everyone.
Well, if nothing else, we're getting a look at exactly what I don't know. Now we've lost him, but well, there we go. So apparently, it's a hectic atmosphere, struggling with the sound and stuff like that. So let me see if I can pop through a couple of questions, and then maybe we'll see a look at bringing him back in. So yeah, so a very loud Twickenham there, and as you can see is. Looks, I mean, the conditions, I mean, the pitch looks pretty gorgeous, and hopefully it's not too wet, because yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's gonna be. I think it is gonna be quite wet. I think it's gonna be quite a slugfest, and it's a case of adapting to the conditions. You can't use it as an excuse, but. Yeah, so we are going to try and get, well, we're not going to get Angus back. We're going to try and look at the warm-up stuff again and get an idea of what's going on there. So, yeah, so you're going to get a couple of videos coming through to the stadium, give us an idea of what things are looking like. Hopefully, I'll get Angus to message us a few details on what the conditions and how the conditions are playing and stuff like that. Brett saying, Boks to win convincingly, and sad to say Jones might lose his job, but hey, this is more than welcome to SA. I don't think we're going to see... Eddie Jones lose his job anytime soon. I think he's pretty comfortable in his job. So What was I gonna say? And right, so that is currently what that is live feeds coming from Twickenham, ladies and gentlemen. That is exactly what it's looking like. The players are out, they are warming up, and so yeah, so you got some live images coming from Twickenham. Doesn't look too bad actually. Trying to sort of see if there's rain and stuff like that, but doesn't look terrible, to be honest. And I think, you know, I mean, in terms of what you can hear, as you can hear, we might be able to hear. Yeah, a couple of the same noise. We're going to let's take out the sound there so that you don't have to hear all the various noises. But yeah, that's so those are the live scenes as we begin our warm up. And I mean, Twickenham is a bucket list ground for me to go and visit one day. So yeah, I think expecting a pretty big crowd. I think expect a very hostile crowd, as we said, and hopefully this will be the perfect sort of arena, the perfect environment for what should be a really interesting game. And we do need the Boks to rock up. We do need them to get a win for us. But again, you know, we're talking about World Cup preparation. So how important is, for example, you know, the performance as opposed to the actual result, you know, and you know, some people are very much been performance based so far. Some people very much more sort of result based, saying that, you know, it's not good enough just to play well. We've got to find the wins and stuff as well. So yeah, as you can see there, that is England on the left hand side warming up, which is sort of getting that. I think it is England. Yeah, it looks like England in the white there. Although we also do sort of warm up in that color. I think that's actually the Boks there. That is actually, I mean, said all that. I think that is the Boks. So as you can see, sort of Twickenham started to fill up as well. And but the question is can the player, the rotated squad, can they get the job done? And if in case you missed the side, we're going to go through it in a little bit. We are sitting about 23 minutes away from kickoff, so still plenty of time for you guys to settle in, get your snacks, get your drinks and stuff like that. I'm going to get myself some beers, and yeah, then we can get settled in. So a big shout out to Angus, who was giving us these images coming straight out of Twickenham, which is very cool to see. But in case you did miss the side that was named by Jacques Ninaba and Rassi Rasmus, looks like the Boks are about to disappear down the training tunnel. Some of them looking ready to go. This is how the Springboks will be lining up when we take to the field in about 22 minutes time. Right, so there we go. That is the Springboks side that will be taking to the park in about 18 minutes' time. Still plenty of time ahead of kickoff. We have seen some live images coming out of Twickenham. We've got our correspondent there. I'm going to shoot a couple of questions. If you have any questions, let's get some questions for our correspondent. If you want to know anything from the ground, let me know. Yeah, what do you guys want to know? Yeah, we've got a correspondent sitting in the ground. So if you want to know anything from out the ground, give me a shout and we'll shoot them across to Angus, who's sitting in the press section in Twickenham on behalf of Freo Sport, which is very lacquer. Then, yeah, we can go ask him. But a couple of comments coming in saying, Brett Lowe says, Box to win convincingly. And Sad said, Jones, oh no, hang on. Yeah, maybe use a job. I think I read that one already. Sorry, as people saying, Box stands always don't make excuses. If we lose with our good grades, which won't be the case. React to Rugby Speed saying, I saw that England coach going to coach USA Falcons. How is the weather looking? Yeah, that's the big one. So we'll get a weather update. We'll get a bit of a weatherman update and see exactly what he's got to say about the weather and stuff like that. Yeah, if you have any other questions, then shoot them through, and we'll pass them on to him, and he can give us some feedback directly from the ground. And yeah, but I mean, if we go look at the two sides, and we've gone through their profiles and stuff like that. But if we look at them now, you know, it's going to be a battle of. I think as we wait to sort of get sort of clarity on exactly what the conditions are like over there. I do think we're in for a bit of a slugfest. You know, a lot of it was forecast rain. So apparently it's dry but chilly with a breeze. That's what we're getting from inside the stadium. So dry is probably the surprising part. I think a lot of us were, probably both teams were planning for rain because there was a lot of rain forecast. But if you look at the sort of sides and the players who I think really need to stand up if the Boks are going to do well. And that for me is the likes of, if you look at the front row, Oxenchair, Bongi Manambi, France Mahova up against Marco Vinapola, Jamie George, Carl Sinclair, all three British and Irish Lions. So these two front rows have locked horns, before, quite recently as well. And I think at the time, I do feel that South Africa weren't hammered. I think they coped pretty well, actually. So I hope that these guys will be able to really sort of stand up and repeat that kind of performance, because if you can establish that scrum dominance, I think that will go a long way towards getting this job done. Even Etzebeth, Marvin Ori behind them against Mario Toja, Johnny Hill. You talk about sort of individual matchups, that even Etzebeth versus Mario Toja is always sort of the one that gets hyped up, like the grudge match and stuff like that. Personally, I don't think Mario Toja is fit to even lace Etzebeth's boots right now. He's just a different class. Is Etzebeth. But Itoja is one of the danger men of this English pack. The loose trio battle should be very interesting. Alex Coles, we haven't seen too much of him this Autumn Nation series so far. He's a very young player, 23 years old, plays for Northampton Saints. So he's a young player, up-and-coming player. He sits at 2.1 sort of meters, so he's a very tall player, 170 kgs, big. He's already played a game, so it's the second match for him. He actually made his debut against Argentina. When they lost. So, but he was playing England 20s last year, so he's very much a rising, 3 years ago now. So very much a rising star. Plays, as I said, plays for Northampton Saints. Usually a lock, so playing on the sort of the flank. Also played in the younger age groups as a lock. So apparently it is. So apparently, Faf de Klerk is struggling a little bit with the kicking. Apparently, there's a bit of a breeze out there. So interesting to sort of see how that impacts us. Again, we can't make too many mistakes from a kicking point of view because they got Freddie Stewart in there, and Freddie Stewart is pretty remarkable under the high ball, and I think that if we can try and neutralize him, I think that'll go a long way towards us gaining an advantage. But again, so those are sort of the pack matchups. If we look at continue to look at the loose trio. Tom Curry versus Franco Master, Billy Benapola versus Evan Ruiz. Evan Ruiz is in for a very big test tonight. The biggest game of his career without a doubt so far. And hopefully he really does pitch up, because I think if we see the Evan Lewis that we've seen at times during the URC, he could be absolutely brilliant tonight. But it is going to be a very interesting test of his sort of broader skill set. I think, you know, somebody playing probably playing potentially tighter conditions, probably more challenging conditions as well. So I've said you rate will implement a running game like we did in France to counter King's kicking game, maybe risky, but weather conditions are poor. I think we might see maybe, I don't think we'll be too much of a running game. I do think we might not necessarily, we'll probably still kick to compete, but I think we might see a couple more sort of kicking to the corner, trying to sort of create a bit more sort of tactical game as opposed to just, you know, kicking it straight back into them, allowing them to kick contestables and get Freddie Stewart under the high ball. Dale saying, hi guys, SpaceVPN servers all good, Amazon Prime account's good. So the best thing to do is just keep refreshing the page, or else try a different browser. You do have to sometimes play around with it a little bit, but I'm sure it will come good eventually. But it does work. We have been testing it and using it throughout the alternation series, so it does work. Just keep trying the different browsers and stuff like that. For example, if it doesn't work, you can, if you've never used it before, Stansport, you can use that free trial. You can connect to an Australian server, so that's an alternative. If you really can't get Amazon to work for whatever reason, you can go to Stansport, get a free trial there, and connect to an Australian server, and you should be able to use that as well. Corporal Jones saying, I think it's a bloody shame Wayne Barnes has turned down an opportunity to receive an award at Twickenham Day in case of abuse of box supporters. I don't think they needed to do that, to be honest. I understand. I mean, yeah, it's very sad, and I think that you know, regardless of where you stand, you know, we should never be in a situation where you shouldn't be able to award somebody who's achieved a lot in a stadium due to you know. So I think it's sad. I do think it's. I don't think it needed to happen, to be honest. I think it would have been fine if they had done it anyway. Wales just lost to Australia. What? How did that happen? Full time, Australia 39, Wales 34. Goodness me. Goodness me. Well, that wasn't part of the plan for Wales. I mean, they were comfortable. Well. Game on. Pressure on. Pressure on. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to sort of process that. That's bizarre. Anyway, so with 10 minutes to go, I think the best thing to do is... Oh, this is already open. Or did I just open this? No, I didn't open this. It's pretty flat. Yeah. Yes. Right, that's disappointing. We've lost a soldier. We've lost a soldier, gentlemen. We've lost a soldier. Moment of silence for the Hansa. Thank you. Now we're back. And, yeah, boys, 9 minutes. The big question is, I think a lot of people are still asking, is how can I watch this game? So we're going to go look at that guide quickly in case that anybody's still struggling and still wants to know. So if you're still looking to watch the match, obviously I can't show any match footage and stuff like that, but we will have a little track, we'll have a live score, blow commentary. But if you're still looking at how to actually watch the match, my only condition is when you do watch the match, come and put us on as well. This is how you can do it. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's guide on how to watch England take on the Springboks, and the big game for the Bok fans in terms of the last game of the year was the last test match of the year, actually. So it's going to be quite a big game. Obviously for the Boks, the last time you're going to play until July. The England, the last time they'll play against until the Six Nations. So big games for both teams, and the Boks very much depleted side, missing a lot of overseas or European-based players rather. But should still be a really interesting game. Now the big question is, how do I make sure I don't miss the final sort of two test matches, both Wales versus Australia and England versus Rugby? Well, a big shout out to ExpressVPN who are sponsoring this video. They are making it easier than ever for you to watch all the action in the Autumn Nations series. Now, to do that, what you're going to do is check the description. We've got a step-by-step guide. First step, you're going to download ExpressVPN. There's a special offer for all Forever Sports supporters. You get 3 months free if you sign up for a 12-month subscription. We do videos every single week in terms of how to watch games for URC, Premier League, football, for example, cricket, all the kind of things, boxing, all as you can imagine, you know. So it's very easy to watch sport with a VPN. You're going to download ExpressVPN, and you're going to connect to a UK server, which so you go to those 3 dots on the right hand side, you choose your location, and you connect to a UK server. You're then going to go to Amazon Prime, and you're going to create a free account. You don't have to put any bank details or whatever. You create your free account. It's a 30-day free trial. Alternatively, you can also sort of, for example, connect to a USA server, and you can get a Flow Rugby free account. You can connect to a Stan Sport server. You get to connect to Stan Sport using the Australia server. So a couple of different ways you can do this. Yeah, Amazon Prime for me has been the easiest. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to that link in the description. All you have to do is go to your game, and there it is. So there'll be pitch side analysis on Dylan Hartley, Brian Banner, for example. David Flatman will be part of the commentary team, and coverage goes live an hour before. So it's really, really easy. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Otherwise, check the description for a step-by-step guide on how to watch this game. We will be live for it, the last game of the season. Hopefully, we can really make it a big one and have a lot of fun. Thank you very much for watching. Please do subscribe to the channel as well and smash like on the video. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Right, so there we go. That is how you can watch the game. No excuses, people. I don't want to hear any excuses. I don't want to sit there saying, oh, I wish I could watch the game. It's easier than ever. ExpressVPN are making it easier than ever. Here we go. The teams are lining up. Sia Khaleesi and the buggers are there. We're gonna pop a Zamalek, boys. We're gonna pop a Zamalek. You know. So I'm hoping this. I hope we're gonna get a nice little. So hopefully this is like time to open the beers. So we ready? Ready? I was very. Why are they so? Yeah, they even like these expired beers or something that are these like old beers. I mean, I did have to dig them out. This is gonna be a bit of a taste test here. Nope, that's good. We're good. That's a relief. We've got a nice beer here. That's the main thing. We've got a Zammers. It's nice, and we're gonna operate now. So please do smash like on the video. By the way, I mean, guys, there's like 500 people watching. There's 53 likes. This was like that's just unacceptable, to be perfectly honest. It's not acceptable. We've got 640 votes. Get over 1,000 votes. Let's get it over 100 likes. Let's get the vibes going. Also, very few people are putting in their predictions, so I'm gonna put that link back in. We'll look at some of the predictions. We are gonna give a 100 Rand free bet before the game even kicks off, because we're just nice people. We're just lacquer oaks, you know. Right, so there we go. Go and give your score predictions, and you can win yourself a free bet. Sia Khaleesi leads the side out, and we didn't really look at the back line. But I think, you know, we've been looking at this Damian Villeneuve versus Marcus Smith, Faf de Klerk versus Jack van Poortvliet, Damien Delindy versus Owen Farrell. You know, I think those are, for me, the big battles. Manu Tuilagi versus Jesse Creel. I think Jesse Creel is the right type of person to be able to deal with the physicality of Manu Tuilagi. But needs to be good. And I think, you know, we'll see a lot of them running off a couple of different sort of players. So Jesse Creel is going to have to be very awake and very clued up when it comes to his defensive display tonight, because if he's off it could get a little bit ugly. So the anthems are underway, so we'll kick on in about 4 minutes time. Come on, people, let's get excited. This is the last match of the year for the Boks. So if you're not excited about this, you're not excited about anything, to be honest. So let's get keen. And I want to try and get let's get a check-in, shall we? I want to know where you guys are watching from. Okay, what's saying Welsh threw it away, 2 men down, just lost to Georgia. Not that much of a miracle. Well, I would say it is a miracle given the fact that Australia basically didn't have anybody available ever. The Boer will continue. Michael Smith, welcome the ladies member to the Fair Sports Members Club. Dion Frank saying go Booker. Yeah, I want to check in, people. Let me know where you're watching from. Let's see how many countries we can tick off, how many continents we can kick off, and we can tick off before kickoff. Right, so Chris is watching in from UAE. Welcome, Chris. Donald saying from Braamfontein. Klopp Brahms. And National ad as well underway. Oh, that's a dirty moustache from the Faf de Klerk. I love it. It's a pretty poor moustache from Franco Mostert as well. Marvin Norrie. Yeah, not a bad effort. Anybody else coming with the Movembers? I'm actually going Movember tomorrow. After this is all coming off. We're going to leave the stash, which I meant to actually grow it out a bit more before going down. But hey, what can you do? Sometimes life happens. You forget to maintain the stash, and now it's going to be a dirty stash. Cloud is watching from Panama, saying go Boks. Always a lot of passion there from Siya Kolisi. Bongi Mbonambi looks zoned in, ladies and gentlemen, zoned in, and a zone in Bongi Mbonambi is quite a frightening prospect because that man, when he gets pissed off, will run over you and keep running over you, and he'll just disrespect you. He'll take it personally. He's a very personal person. He'll sit there over you and say, "You got dominated by me, and you must know it." Now you've got God Save the King. Carlo was coming from Durban, so we're across 2 provinces within South Africa. We're across 3 different continents already so far. We got to tick off. We've got to tick off Asia. We've got to tick off Europe, surely something, and South America, for example. So let me know where you're watching from. I want to see more. I want to see more chat here, people. Let's get excited. Let's get into this game. Again, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description in the below the video. That's got your your one-time guide. We are going to give away a free bet. Quite a few people are jumping into the predictions here. Everyone's going with South Africa. So we're going to go to the Wheel of Names. The Wheel of Fortune is going to spit out a name, and they're going to be the receiving end of a 100 Rand free bet, courtesy of BetCoda. And that is going to Kobus van Zyl. Well, congratulations, Kobus. You are a winner of a 100 Rand free bet. Please make sure that you have gone and got yourself a BetCoda account, and you will have a 100 Rand free bet credited to your account in the next couple of days. So congratulations, Kobus van Zyl, the first winner of the free bet. Plenty more free bets to be handed out throughout the stream. Albert saying from Pretoria, West Coast from Texas, USA. And it says an African in France. There we go. Now we're starting to tick off some continents. Now we're starting to tick off a few more countries. Keep bringing them in, people. I want to know where you guys are watching from. And also, what are we drinking? Are we on the beers? Are we on the brandy? Are we on the water? Are we on the health craze? I appreciate a bit of a health push. Maybe a bit of a cleanse, maybe. It's the last taste match of the year. So if there was ever going to be a match where I was going to take a cleanse, it was never going to be this match, was it? I can't watch Kirkley Orenser go and cook Johnny May sober, like completely sober. I've got to have a beer to watch that stuff. I can't watch Bongi Mbonambi run over Jamie George without having a beer to celebrate. It's just things that can't happen. So Thomas Luke saying hi from a dark Grand Park Ridge, South Africa. Hope Owen gets tackled hard. So you go Bokker. So this one is on the rum and coke. I would say looking forward to see if Lewis lives up to the hype. I think a lot of us are looking forward to seeing what Evan Lewis can bring to the table. We're sitting on 66 likes, people. I want to try and get that over 100. I also want to try and get over 100 people voting on our poll. So far, Springboks 79% being backed to do the business. The business. Let's see if that will be the case. 7 minutes space, having a good old red. Manasha, help you. Hello, welcome. I hope you're well. Got to get a few things sorted on my side before we're ready to go. Angus Gardner, the man in the middle today. Big game needed, and on the back of the news that Rassie Erasmus has been having meetings with World Rugby, and hopefully that whole issue has been sort of sorted out. Interesting to see sort of what the reaction will be. But I really just need Angus. I think the biggest thing we need is to not be talking about Angus Gardner, to be honest. Your sister referees are Andrew Brace from Ireland and Pierre Brasset from French. Ben Whitehouse from the Ross Rugby Union is our TMO today. We do have kickoff. They go to the left-hand side. Early touch for Marvin Orie. That's a good one. He takes it well. Get rid of the spider cam. I'm not going to be enjoying it. I'm not going to be happy with it. And a blocker coming in from Franco Master. Here comes Oxen Chair and Faf de Klerk. Just outside the 22. With his first box kick of the evening. Faf de Klerk lifts it high in the air. Siya Kolisi's going. Kurt Lawrence is going. Eben Etzebeth is running. First touch there. Oh, he smashed in the tackle as well. Stewart by Eben Etzebeth and Siya Kolisi. So, England with the ball inside their own half. First touch for Billy Vinipola. Met by Evan Ruiz and France Malherbe. Now Van Portleet going to Marcus Smith. Marcus Smith going pretty deep and pretty high. Billy Leroux underneath it. Pops it up to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse wants to run himself. Giving it away to Billy Leroux. Going away to Evan Ruiz. First carry for him for the evening. And the ball's been ripped by Carl Sinclair. And Evan Etzebeth's gone over there and he's whipped it back. Brilliant work there by the lock. Just a bit isolated there was Carl Sinclair. Now it goes back to Damien Willemse in the pocket. Damien Willemse will look to find touch. It's a good touch finder as well. It finds touch just by the halfway line. Okay, it was a bit of a heart and mouth moment there as Sinclair suddenly was charging towards the try line. Thankfully, he was brought down. There weren't too many other players around him, so Eben Etzebeth decided to go and pickpocket it. But Maro Toja does win that line. It goes to Marcus Smith. Now Marcus Smith puts it in the air once again. It's pretty deep. So I don't think this will be contested, but Willie Leroux bringing in Kirtley Arnser. Kirtley Arnser getting away from one. Kirtley Arnser being brought down by Owen Farrell. Faf de Klerk wants to go down the short side, goes to Damien De Lindy, who's brought down. And picks it up and goes again. Now he needs to go down again, buying a few seconds there. Still pretty deep inside our own half. Now, big sparks kick. Marcus Mapimpi back into the starting lineup, is chasing hard. And it's gone straight through the hands of Freddie Stewart. It'll be the first scrum of the day. That's what we want to see. Nothing like seeing Freddie Stewart just buckling under the high ball. He is so good under the high ball. And I do appreciate what he's doing. I do appreciate the draft, the grind. But right now, tonight, don't have time for him to be having a big game. We've got to, straight through the bread basket. That's kind of what we want. Because now we got to have a scrum. And this is where we thrive. We've got to get our scrums going. We've got to try and get on the ascension. Got to really bang them here. Cheers, people. Cheers to the final Bok game of the season. Michael, if you're looking how to watch the game, check out the description. It's got all the instructions there. Big scrum here. Pat on that dirty moustache. Love it. Love it. Big hit there. Free kick as well. So, advantage box. Carl Sinclair. The man who was penalised there. So, there's a free kick here. So, I think we might take another scrum here, to be honest. Oxenchair up against Carl Sinclair. So it's a nice moment. Now we've got to turn this into a penalty. They will have another go here. I think the scrum's going to be very important today. We put in a big scrum performance, and I think that that'll go a long way towards us getting the job done. Right, come on, big set here, lads. Come on, lads. It's a better set. Big shot coming in. Goes down. Penalty advantage. Everyone else picks up and goes. Tom Curry hanging on for dear life. We almost take out the referee. And we go for the penalty. Now, decision time. We don't have Cheslin Colby to kick for goal, who was kicking pretty well in the last in the last two games, I suppose. So, chance I reckon we probably go for the corner here. Or do we back... is it going to be Faf de Klerk? Is it going to be Damien Buildup? So, who is our primary goal kicker tonight? We're about to find out if we do go for poles. But once again... early penalty is good to see. The pressure being, I think it is against Carl Sinclair. You can see he's not looking particularly happy about that. Marco Benapola under a bit of pressure there as well. And nice to get the first scrum penalty. Get a bit of, get under their skin, you know. Just remind them that we are superior. We are going to have a shot at goal. It will be Faf de Klerk who will be taking the goal kicking duties, which is probably what we expected. Spears saying, good pressure by Pimpy. Albert saying, Faf lost some weight. Yo, this moustache, though. I think he keeps it. I reckon if he keeps it, we win the World Cup. I mean, it could be pure speculation, but I do think that is basically fact now. And Faf de Klerk, it's not going to come in, so that's 3 points going begging. It's a bit frustrating. But at the end of the day, if you're going to back him as your goal kicker, you then back him. So, so a bit of early pressure. Would have been nice to have gotten that 3 point and get the scoreboard ticking. England will be contestable. Yep, he does lift it quite high in the air. Marvin Ory shuffling back. Will be underneath it. Marvin Ory goes up. Another good take from him. But that's so poor. I mean, the guy just falls down. He's done a brilliant job. He's gone taken out the air vent brilliantly. And he goes down and there's no one around. And Tom Carey's won a penalty on the ground. Come on, people. Like, surely, you got to support the bugger. It's a brilliant take out the air, and then he's isolated. Come now, man. Do better. Yeah, I mean, France Maherba pretty slow to react there as well. As I think it was Evan Roos was around there. So, England will now kick into Bok territory. So, they have an attacking line out here. Jamie George, I think, trying to speed up play here. They do take it quickly. Marvin Ory does go up to contest, but a bit too late. Now, flat from Owen Farrell brings it to Lagi. Jesse Creel makes his first tackle of the game. Won't be the last. Penalty advantage as well for offside. I think it was against Sia Khaleesi. Now to Mario Toje. Oh, pass out the back there. Faf de Klerk goes up. Now this will be 3-0. This will be 3-0. Why are we kicking? Because it's a test match. That's what you do. Kicking is how we won against them in the final, so I guess we are playing it safe in the first half because the game is important. While everybody's watching, please take a moment to think of the legendary Donny Weir. His untimely passing has just been announced. Yeah, I saw rumors about that. So, yeah, thoughts go out to him and his family. What's his family? So, yeah, I mean, great. I mean, and it was what a moment, the fact that he did manage to have that test for Scotland between Scotland and New Zealand just shortly before his passing. So, and can't believe we went for a kick. We have no confidence. You're always going to go for a kick. It's a test match, people. Come now. It's a good offload there by Mario Toja, by the way. Just very casual out the back. Right, now for straight in front, and I don't think Owen Farrell's going to be missing this one. He's a world-class goal kicker here, is Owen Farrell. 86% for this year from him off the tee. Taking his time here, Owen Farrell. And when he eventually does kick this, I do expect this to sail firmly over the poles. He's missed it. Well. He's missed it from bang in front. That's very, very unusual from Owen Farrell. But right in front of the poles. And he's just completely missed it. So, restart goes down pretty deep. Vinipola underneath it. And Marvin Ory and Oxen Chase there to make the tackle. Now Johnny Hill, chosen goes. Brought down by France Maherba. Now Marcus Smith, once again, going pretty high but pretty deep. Billy LaRue decided to mark it. Just slow things down. Looks like you're actually trying to up the pace, really. Marcus Smith gathers the restart. Will return the favour. This time it's going to be very contestable. Lifted high into the night sky. Freddie Stewart is circling. Who wants it? Willemse goes up and loses it forward. Now turnover ball here. Tom Curry goes. And now another knock on from Kurt Lawrence. So we'll go back for the first one. All the way back towards the right-hand side there. So, yeah, he did well to get into a good position. Did Daniel Willemse. And then just losing it. And I think it eventually was backwards. But then not being anything to regather. So then going forward there, off Willemse. So we'll have another scrum. Yeah, gets to the right area to get that bit of a knock there coming off from David Willemse. And then, yeah, the ball just bouncing in forward off of the ground there. What are we going to say there? So, Mox says, far could go to France looking like Asterix if he keeps the stash now to get Kitsov to go pigtails and go to complex. You do not respect our players, Mark Russell. I do enjoy that. I do enjoy that. Water. Oh my goodness! It's a water break. We're having a water break after 10 minutes. It's been 10 minutes of having a water break. I cannot actually believe this. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Ugh. I mean, what is the point? What is the point? The Oaks haven't even run yet. It's like 12 degrees. Can we have a moment of appreciation to appreciate Kurt Lawrence's scrum cap because it's banging. Marvin Ory also sporting a green scrum cap. Expect the hustle there. Dion Ferry is running water. Right, we will resume with a scrum. Big scrum needed here. Got a penalty from the last one. Let's see if we can continue to try and putting pressure on this front row. We got the better of them in the British Irish Lions series. Let's see if we can keep doing that. Yeah, starting apparently the rain starting to appear here. We have a reset here. So a lot of instructions coming here, and I think apparently according to the commentator saying that the Boks are looking to try and get a big hit, and I think even trying to get a bit closer to us and reduce that sort of hit. 10 minutes space saying water breaks, TMO breaks, referee breaks. No wonder these games take ages. Red cards, water breaks, killing the game. It's just far too long. We cannot have games taking 2-3 hours to finish. It's ludicrous. So we've got to bin these water breaks. Got to bin them. All right, come on, lads. Let's get the scrum going. Let's win a penalty. Let's get back to their half and start vibing. After Kirk likes it. Oh, my living. Oh! France Moherba can't believe... I mean, France Moherba just folded Marco Vinopola like a deck chair. Alba's on the ground. Scrumming in is the call. I mean, Marco Vinopola. Look, you can say about it all you like. Marco Vinopola just got folded like a deck chair. I can't believe that. Yeah, so Owen Farrell will have another opportunity here. Surely he doesn't miss twice. Does Lightning strike twice? That is what we're about to find out. And if Owen Farrell misses this, then yes, Lightning very much does strike twice. But I'll be very surprised if he does miss this. And yeah, that's a bit more like Owen Farrell. They go straight down the middle. Right, England take the first blow. Right, so look, they won the penalty, but I think Vinopola will be worried. I think he'll be panicking. Right, restart here. Films are going towards the left-hand side. Johnny Hill underneath it. He comes away. In fact, the clerk brings him down. Hey, bend the spider cam here, people. Right, back from Portland asking for a couple of blockers. Now, this is high in the air. Damien Williams, almost a bit of a fumble, but does take it. Now steps away from Tuolagi well. Springboks back with possession. Up to Evan Etzebeth, who's met in the tackle by Coles and Mario Toja. There's no rolling away there. The ball is available. Right, Faf de Klerk, I think he's going to be taken to the boot. Not too many options for him. Freddie Stewart, brought down by Sia Khaleesi. Now casting that first receiver, Marcus Smith go flat to Curry. Good tackle made on him by Jesse Creel. Now quick ball here. That's forward. Surely that's forward. Thank you. Good pressure. Good pressure. That's what we like to see. Yeah, and they had to scramble because goodness me, if they had run their hands, we would have been in trouble there. But that's where the scramble defense works. This is a good tackle by JC Creel, and then there's a lot of space out wide. So Faf de Klerk Curtly answer up very quickly, and Owen Farrell was trying to tap pass to get past Curtly Arendse, just drifting forward. Had he not, could have been trouble city because there was a 3-man overlap. But the big if is didn't. Went forward, and now we've got a scrum in a very good position. So, big penalty, big scrum here. Penalty, take the 3 points, and we move. Why aren't we having this? What's taking so long here, lads? Let's get going. Let's get going. Yeah, come on, lads. It's a good attacking opportunity here. Right, shall we go? Come on, lads. Big scrum in here. Big scrum here needed. We've been having a lot of conversations at the scrum, so not sure what it's all about. Goes down once again. Penalty advantage once again. Come on. They go down the short side. Faf de Klerk puts it in behind for Curtly Arendse to chase. Huh? Didn't he have penalty advantage? Well, we're going to bundle him out, so it will be a line-out for us. I'm pretty sure he put his arm out. Calm down, Evan Lewis. Calm down. Calm down, lad. I know you're hyped. I know it's a big test for you. You have got a bit of a temper, though, so just chill. Very confused. I'm pretty sure Angus Gardner put out his arm for a penalty, but never mind. No ways there was an advantage over, so unless he did say penalty advantage over, I can't really hear it, to be honest. They go to Etzebeth, to Evan Lewis. Khaleesi breaking off the back, bringing in Damian Willemse. Bit of a set move, didn't quite go to plan. Damian Willemse has driven back, but Box still with possession. Oxen Chair picks up and goes. Now Evan Lewis, it's arm around the head there, ref. Thank you, penalty advantage. Now Billy Leroux chips over the top for Eben Etzebeth to chase. And it's going to bounce away. So Johnny May will gather. We'll go back for the penalty. This will be 3-3 though, so that's good. So we'll level the scores here. Good stuff, lads. Good hustle. I mean, respect the hustle. Respect the hustle. Yeah, that's Alex Coles. He's just in the wrong position. Gets his arm around Evan Lewis's neck. So there we go. Penalty advantage. We'll penalty. I'm going to take the 3 points here. Well, I'm going to try to take the 3 points here. Faf de Klerk has called for his tee. And hopefully this should be pretty straightforward. Alex Cole, just the second start for England, the second cap for England. Pretty big game for him to be making it in. And yeah, you do expect this to be 3-3. Go back again. It's a decent start, actually. I think from both sides. I think South Africa's probably haven't got the scrum advantage at the moment, despite conceding 50. I'm not quite sure. I'd look, to be honest, I don't know the scrum rules particularly well. It's difficult for me to just say outright that was a bullshit decision. But what I will say is Vinopola got abused by Frans Verheerven. And Faf de Klerk adds the 3 extra. And the scores are level after 18 minutes. And some applauding from the bench there. Appreciate the good work. Sosa's mustard, right? Yep, correct. Saxon record in the box always offside. How Evan is not in the World Dream Team is crazy. 100%. I agree with that. I can respect that, Evan chat. I also do agree. Owen Farrell going to the left-hand side. This will be a tester for Faf de Klerk, who is good underneath it. Popping up to Billy Leroux. Gives it back inside to Damian Willemse. So Damian Willemse trying to find a bit of space for his clearance. And eventually does find touch. It's pretty well done, actually, in the end there. A bit of pressure for Damian Willemse. He had to actually run backwards to find himself a decent angle. Oh, he's also sporting a dirty Mo. I love it. The Movembers are out here, lads. Now, Jamie George goes to Coles. Inside to Tuolagi, being met by Jesse Creel and Damien Delendi. Van Portney going once again this time to Marco Vinopola. England progressing. Now, Carl Sinclair taking it himself, brought down by Oxen Chair. Now Marcus Smith to Owen Farrell. Inside ball to Johnny May. Big tackle on him. And I think it was Oxen Chair. Was it Bongi Manambi? Now chip over the top. It's going to bounce up for Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue's going to run himself. Really not sure that was the right idea. We've just gifted possession back to England. Now they've got a lot of space out wide. Vinipolis come pretty straight, and Francois Herb has completed the tackle. I think that's actually saved us a bit, allowed us to regather our defensive shape. Evan Ruiz trying to win that ball over there. Penalty advantage here. If you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. It's got a whole guide on how to win the game. They lost the ball forward. We're going to go back for the penalty. Not sure what it's for. Yeah, I don't think it was the best decision there from Brady. You could see the thinking. He saw there was a bit of space in there, but the chip, I hate, all just gave it back to them. I think I'd rather you just kicked it out, to be honest. So this should probably be 6-3. Getting a bit frustrated. You've got to try and tighten up the discipline here, lads. 4 penalties being conceded so far. And we got away with one. This could very well have been 9-3 had we not had Owen Farrell not buckled in that first one. So just got to tighten up the discipline. But so far, yeah, it's pretty frantic out there. It's Eddie Jones not looking nearly panicked enough. We've got to make him panic. We've got to make him sweat. I want to see Eddie Jones sweating. You know what I'm saying? Frank Van saying discipline is poor. Ruiz lack a hit on Smith there. Yeah, coming in and making himself known. But, yeah, discipline. That's all we're asking for. Good discipline wins you a match, yeah. Come on, chaps. So, Owen Farrell pretty much bang in front once again. I'd be surprised. As I said, he missed one, he got one. I'd be surprised if he missed another one. Owen Farrell, probably one of the most despised men in South Africa, which, yeah, I mean, I can understand why he's not liked, but he comes across really well in interviews. I must give him that credit. I mean, I was in press conference stuff with him. He does come across and presents himself very well. However, we're not here for that. We're here for that big hit on Esterhazen, and therefore we've all disliked him since. So if you could do us a solid here, Owen, old Faz, and if you could just slide to the right or slide to the left, a bit of a cha-cha slide and miss out here. Here we go. He does go to the left. Come on! Come on! Woo! Yeah, Owen. Yeah, in his words, F off is what he said. Well, that's what the ball said to him as it sailed to the left. Nah, listen. Matthew Pierce talking about conditions. You should not be missing those. He knows you shouldn't be missing those. Well, get out of jail free there. David Phillips has gone very high in that thing, but even Etzebeth's going to get then. And Marvin always come away with it. Good stuff, Marvin. Hey, Marvin. Now, Damon Lindy boots it ahead to Freddie Stewart. Now, Freddie Stewart launching it back. That's going to be out. Yeah, I was about to say, it's outside the 22. Yeah, back we go. Back we go. Look at us progressing. Freddie Stewart, very upset. I haven't seen Englishmen so upset since their banned colonialism. Man's been sent backpacking. Get out of here and give us our diamonds back while you're at it. Come on, Bongi. Is this our first line out? I think it is, you know. Marvin Ory goes to the front. Good stuff. And it's a bit of a run here so far. And a penalty advantage. Woo! Woo! Let's go. Faf de Klerk looking to use it. Penalty advantage. We were trying to keep it in here. Come on, Faf. Get that ball out. We want to move. We want to move. And we'll go back for the penalty. Right. Decision time. I would kick to the corner here. Because I don't know if it depends. I suppose I think the penalty is further in field, so could very well be contested. Kickable could very well be 6 points to 3. Do we want to go that route, or do we go to the corner and try and get things going? Do we be brave? That could be stupid, to be honest. No, I'll go to the corner. Yeah, come on, lads. The confidence. Welcome, Therian Brand, the latest member to the Forever Sports Members Club. If you'd like to become a member, check the description in the comments there. Long line out. Brilliant take by Soos. Faf de Klerk, Franco Mostert. And penalty advantage as well. I mean, why is Curtly Aronson there? I mean, having Curtly Aronson in a maul is literally like adding a duck to a maul in terms of weight. Like, it's pointless. We do break down the right-hand side. Fat de Klerk's on the run. Ball over the top. It's kind of loose. It's gone out. We'll go back for the penalty. The question is, this will be more kickable. I reckon we take the points now. We'll know, but mentally we'll know that we were on top there. But this is a bit more kickable. And if I'm Siya Kolisi, I'm sending Faf de Klerk. Go and put me ahead. Okay, so. The only reason now that we could be going to the corner is that he's basically been given the team warning. If there's another side entry, someone's going to the bin. And so do you go to the corner and try and get them to commit that penalty, get somebody sent off, or do you just take the 3 points? Probably just take the 3 points, but it could be ballsy. It could be ballsy. I like a bit of ballsy. What's Faf going to do? I think he's going to kick it to the corner, you know. Guys, what's the decision here? All right, and he tips into the corner there. So we will have the fight. We will go for the pointer. We want the 5-pointer. We want to maul them over here. We want to send these guys packing. Front of the line out, pop it up to Siya Kolisi. Okay, get him down, get him down, get him down. It's over, it's over. We're not gonna. That's gonna be held up. Oh, Evan Lewis had turned and grounded, but the referee had called it already. Oh no, it could have been a try for Evan Lewis. Could have been a try. Could have been a first try for him. Literally, bang goes. Siya Kolisi is well tackled by Vinipola, and then the rest of the pack comes, and they're trying to drive him over. Goes over, and Evan Lewis, as the whistle comes, manages to rip it and ground it, but the whistle had gone. So a chance goes a begging. It's why you should. What's it? Why you always take more points. We always take the points. Now Jesse Kriop on the restart. First time with the ball in hand. Just outside the 22 here. Now Oxen Chair. He's got Bongi Manambi inside him. Ball away off Faf de Klerk going up to Vili Leroux. Vili Leroux lifts it high in the air. Marcus Norma Pimpy. It's going to be just outside 22. This is a good kick, actually. And it goes through the hands of... and Springboks have got a knock-on advantage here. Double knock-on. So it will be a Springbok scrum. And then the 22. So we'll probably take that, to be honest. We'll take that. Tommy Freeman, his third England cap. It's very surprised to see him starting, to be honest, but and a lot of pressure on him. Right, big scrum needed, lads. Big scrum. It is. Oh, come on, we're not having another water break. For goodness sake, why? Why are we having a water break? Why would we have a water break? Why? For what reason would we have a water break? I just don't understand it. We've been playing for 26 minutes. We already had a water break 60 minutes ago. Right, but another scrum when we do resume. Big penalty. Take the 3, go back and restart. Come now. Come now, come now, come now. Right, big scrum needed, lads. Big scrum needed. Big shove, penalty, 3 points, reload. That's what we need. That's all we need. Right, big scrum needed, lads. Come on, lads. Scrum penalty here, and we take the 3. That's the plan here. That's the outcome we need to see. Hey, Spider Camp, piss off, man. Go away. Away. Ah, free kick. Boo. Should have taken the 3. What I don't understand is we went for the lineup, which was fine. They were on a warning, but then we used it quickly and didn't even try to set them all. Anyway, Dane Willemse from... and they lifts it high in the air. He's going to chase himself. It comes off the boot of an English player. Marcus Mapimpi's kicked it ahead. Mapimpi is reeling in Marcus Smith. Come on, Mapimps, get there. Mapimps will have to clerk him steaming through. And he actually tackled himself in the end there. So England all the way back inside there, deep inside the 22. And Vinipola just sweeping around. Bongi Manami brought down by France Maherba. Van Portley will have to exit now. Now Van Portley, I think it was actually charged down. So I think it will actually be an England line. It will be an England line on the 22. Good pressure on the scrum half. I think you need to target Van Portley. He didn't have a particularly good game last week, and I think if you really go into a skin and you target him, I think we can really throw him off. Fortunately, they then bring on Ben Youngs, who is not going to be thrown off by anything that we do. He is the most capped player. He is the most capped player in England's history, so probably not going to be, bullied into poor performance. A good take there from Johnny Hill. Big defense needed now. Just up was by the 22. It's kind of slowed up, so Van Portley's going to have to use it. Van Portley just high in the air. They are chasing. Marcus Mapimpi's underneath it. Mapimpi gathers well, and Franco Mostard's there, creating him like a newborn or like a bear, or how I created him like a bear. You've got to take that out of him. But now Evan Ruiz pick up and go there, presenting the ball for Faf de Klerk, who's going to go to the boot as well. Mapimpi's going to chase this, as is Evan Etzebeth. It's high in the air. Mapimpi's got underneath it. Mapimpi wants it. It comes. Oh, it's not. It's forward. Not a penalty. It's in front of the thing. It's a knock on, so it'll be a scrum for the Springboks. We're playing in the right areas here, though, lads. This is the main thing. We're playing in the right areas. So you keep playing in the right areas, and then you got to convert the pressure into points. That's kind of been our Achilles heel, hasn't it? Is that we always do play in the right areas, but we don't often convert it into points. So we just need to start converting into points. Could have won away with it. I think it actually might have come with Mapimpi last. But hey, we move. We take it and we move. I'm not going to complain. Why would I complain? Right, big scrum here. Just outside 22 on the left-hand side. We've got the full right side to work with. So let's see what we can cook up. Look, ideal situation is a young scrum penalty. But that doesn't look like it's coming. That's a very solid scrum. Evan Ruiz presenting or making it available for Faf de Klerk. Faf de Klerk's going to use it now. He goes to Damien Delendi. Runs into Owen Farrell. Gets some support from Jesse Creel and Sia Khaleesi. Faf de Klerk sniping. Goes to Franco Mostard back on the inside. Mostard was good to carry there. Now Faf de Klerk going to Evan Ruiz, who bursts through one and then stops at number. Good stuff there from Ruiz. Now Willemse. Willemse going himself. Now towards the left-hand side there. France Maherba, the fridge. Just outside the 22. Ball retention needed. Now Damien Delendi runs back towards the support. And we're watching this game miles away. Back in the pocket. Damien Willemse wants a drop goal. Oh, he's gotten it as well. He's not a fly. Who says not a fly half? Damien Willemse says, excuse me, up yours, not a fly half. I'll just take a 3-pointer. And that man just, you know what? He's just said, there's not much on here, chaps. So I'm just going to slot a 3-pointer. We're going to go back and get a restart. Is that cool? Like, I don't even think he asked for permission. He didn't need to ask permission. Gaza. With the 3-pointers, 6 points to 3. The Boks ahead for the first time this match. Franco Mostard, good take off the kickoff as well. Appreciate your work there, lad. And where did that come from? Well, that's good. That'll be a nice confidence boost as well for Damien. Now Faf de Klerk lifts it high in the air from the restart. Curtly Arendse wants to get up there, but Freddie Stewart takes it well. Pressure from Sia Khaleesi. So turnover ball. England have possession inside the box here. Carl Sinclair. Bongi Manambi makes the tackle. Evan Ruiz trying to get over that ball. Evan Ruiz has been told to leave it. Now Marcus Smith. Joan Farrell. Long ball outside. Mapimpi's there. Wraps up to Alagi. Jesse Creel will complete the tackle though. Now I believe Venipola runs into the South African traffic. They're holding him up here, by the way. Eventually comes available. Now Marcus Smith lifts it high in the air. Freddie Stewart is chasing hard. Damien Willemse is there. He gets away from Freddie Stewart, speaking a bit of space. Now Damien Willemse is on his bike. Inside ball to Billy LaRue. To Curtin Arendse. Curtin Arendse up against Marcus Smith. Oh, get lost. Get lost. Marcus Smith that. Marcus Smith this. Curtin Arendse. And I said in my preview, go and bet on him to score. He scored in every single Autumn Nations game. And he's over in the corner. And it's Damien Willemse, the playmaker. Billy LaRue. And he's gone inside. He's outside. He's left Marcus Smith in another postcode. Mate. Look at this. Coast to coast, 22. Bang, away from Freddie Stewart. Now he sees a bit of space. He sees the mismatch, Jamie George. Bang inside. Ball to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue sucks the man in. Bang. Goes inside, outside. Marcus Smith still doesn't know where he is. Over in the corner. Curtly Arendse. What a player. What a player. Damien Willemse as well. Bang. Bang, inside. Oh, and Billy LaRue just sucking Johnny May. Bang. To Curtly Arendse. Inside, outside. Cheers. Cheers. How about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Come on! Curtly Arendse, look at what it means to Damien. Damien's just slotted a drop goal. He's just created a try. Man's vibing. Yeesh. Curtly Arendse. Get him a Lions contract. Come on, man. That's the big moment. Come on. Now let's get to half time with the score. Faf de Klerk right against the touchline. Yeah, I was going to miss that. So 11 points to 3. 8-point advantage. Come on, man. That's what we like to see. Right, let's go. Restart. They go down the middle. It will be LaRue. He's been targeted there before, but this time he rides tackle of Curry. Says, no issue, chaps. Now Faf de Klerk goes to Evan Etzebeth. Faf de Klerk's around him, but Etzebeth going to take himself. Oxen chair is there to the ball. We need to get the ball out there, chaps. Here, Khaleesi comes and says, don't stress, chaps. When in doubt, I will come in and clean up, and he does. So we have retained possession. Faf de Klerk needs a blocker. It comes in the form of Marvin Ori. No, he goes to Billy LaRue. Actually, sees a bit of space down the right-hand side, yeah. Willemse going down the left-hand side. Willemse inside to Curtly Arendse. Come on. Oh, it's a knock-on. That's almost a deliberate knock-on. I tell you what. You could almost think it's... look at us running from the 22. Springboks play boring rugby. Come on, man. Gaza G. Bang, inside. Pops it up to Curtly Arendse. Thank you very much. Curtly Arendse, not too many options. Decides to go to the boot. I tell you what, you could almost argue this is a penalty because he's never really in a realistic position to make that. It's a bit of a sort of a grey area legislation-wise, but bang. From a 22, penalty, scrum inside England's territory. Grab a young penalty here, and let's move. Come on, lads. We're vibing. Big scrum there. Come on, Angus. Reward us. Evan Ruiz picks up. There is a penalty advantage. Evan Ruiz picks up Faf de Klerk to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse to Damien de Allende. Steps on the inside, Lindy. Still goes there, Lindy. Penalty advantage here for the Boks. Faf de Klerk. Long pass out wide to Kurt Lawrence. Basically says, right, have a little bit of a mismatch against Johnny May. Then it's available. Faf de Klerk. Going to Bongs Nums. Top dog. Oh, it's a high tackle. Ah, Mr. Riff. Could have died. He could have killed him. Right, take the 3. Take the 3. Come on. Let's go. Take the 3. Let's get 14-3. Come on, lads. Bit of a stinger there for Bongi Manambi. Just making sure his shoulder still works. Just, just checking his pop back in places. I reckon he probably makes that side as well. I reckon Bongi Manambi just goes, let's go. That's a horrible tackle. Who's this kid? It's the second time he's done it. Right, let's go. We're going to go for the corner as well, yeah. Yeah, going for touch. We're going for touch. And you got to wonder, actually, I reckon England can't be too many penalties away from a yellow card. Can't be too many penalties away from a yellow card. And that would be a big moment if we do. Good touch finder from Faf de Klerk. We're right on the doorstep, yeah, lads. Come on. 2.5 minutes for half time. Imagine we go and get this, get a try here. Right, Marvin Ori, the obvious tackle. They're going to go to Marvin Ori. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Big more, yeah, big more. It's been very... I don't think this ball's coming out, by the way. Penalty advantage. Come on! Working hard. Just Sia Khaleesi's got it. Sia Khaleesi wants to run away with it. Hopefully the ball will become available for Faf de Klerk. Got a free roll of the dice here with penalty advantage. And I think it's offside, by the way. Oh, this is an easy 3-pointer. That's another warning, yeah. Yellow card is coming up yet. Right, it's right by the pot chap. Surely we're taking the 3 here. I mean, literally, we're about to chip it over. You could just chip it over. It is offside against Curry, and this is going to be extreme. Marvin always saying go for the corner. Marvin, come on, mate. Come on, mate. Get the kicking tee out, chip it over, take 14 points to 3 at half time. And we move. Come on. Come on, let's go. Yeah, they're going to have a shot here. Right, just grab the 3. Go into half time with a 11-point lead. That's what we need to do. That is the mandate. That is the mandate. They're on a warning as well, but it's fine. We take the points. We take the points here, people. That's the main thing. Shark Nyalbas chatting a lot to Felix Jones. And I reckon you slot the... Yeah, Matt Proudfoot, how's life on the other side? Yeah, he's earning pounds, so he's probably not too upset, to be honest. He's going to... You know that meme of the guy crying into the notes? That's basically what Matt Proudfoot's going to be like after this game. There we go. Come on, Faf. Come on, Faf. Yep. Straight through the middle. There we go. Hop time, boys, and we're leading. 14 points to 3. Just got to stay composed. We've just got to stay composed. We are doing everything right at the moment. We've just got to stay composed. That's all we've got to do. And we will have a kickoff here. I'm a bit confused to why. So hopefully the idea is just to take it and to kick it out. The hooter is gone as far as I know. They do go short to England. Kurt Lawrence gets up. We just need to recycle this. Yeah, tackle. And we should just be able to chip this out. Faf de Klerk goes to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse goes out. Here we go. Half time, boys. 14 points to 3. 11-point lead. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Now, what I want to see from you, because when I get back, I'm going to give you guys free bets. Okay, that's what's going to happen. I'm going to give you guys some free bets, which is going to be cool. So what I need you guys to do to get those free bets, I need you to go to the link I'm putting in the description. I need you to go and predict a score. Predict and win. And when I get back, we're going to give away some free bets, which is going to be cool. If you're looking to watch the game, once again, check the comments. Check the description. It's got everything there. It's got everything you could need to watch the game. It's in the comments there. So yeah, we're gonna take a bit of a break. We'll come back in a bit, and when we do, we're gonna be finding out if South Africa can hold on and can we end this tour on a good note. I'm feeling good. I think it was a good half, and I think we're playing well. But can we sort of see it off? We'll find out after the break. Don't go away. I'll see you guys now. Lovely and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's guide on how to watch England take on the Springboks and the big game for the Bok fans in terms of the last game of the year, was the last test match of the year actually. So it's going to be quite a big game. Obviously for the Boks, the last time you're going to play until July. The England, the last time they'll play against until the Six Nations. So big games for both teams, and the Boks very much depleted side, missing a lot of overseas or European-based players rather. But should still be a really interesting game. Now, the big question is, how do I make sure I don't miss the final sort of two test matches, both Wales versus Australia and England versus Rugby? Well, a big shout out to ExpressVPN, who are sponsoring this video. They are making it easier than ever for you to watch all the action in the Autumn Nations series. Now, to do that, what you're going to do is check the description. We've got a step-by-step guide. First step, you're going to download ExpressVPN. There's a special offer for all Forever Sports supporters. You get 3 months free if you sign up for a 12-month subscription. We do videos every single week in terms of how to watch games for URC, Premier League, football, for example, cricket, all the kind of things, boxing, all as you can imagine. You know, so it's very easy to watch sport with a VPN. You're going to download ExpressVPN, and you're going to connect to a UK server, which so you go to those 3 dots on the right hand side, you choose your location, and you connect to a UK server. You're then going to go to Amazon Prime, and you're going to create a free account. You don't have to put any bank details or whatever. You create your free account. It's a 30-day free trial. Alternatively, you can also sort of, for example, connect to a USA server, and you can get a Flow Rugby free account. You can connect to a Stan Sport server. You can get to connect to Stan Sport using the Australia server. So there are a couple of different ways you can do this. Yeah, Amazon Prime for me has been the easiest. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to that link in the description. All you have to do is go to your game, and there it is. So there'll be pitch side analysis on Dylan Hartley, Brian Abana, for example. David Flatman will be part of the commentary team, and coverage goes live an hour before. So it's really, really easy. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Otherwise, check the description for a step-by-step guide on how to exactly watch this game. We will be live for it, the last game of the season. Hopefully, we can really make it a big one and have a lot of fun. Thank you very much for watching. Please do subscribe to the channel as well and smash like on the video. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Right, and we are just moments away from the second half. And what a second half it could prove to be. The final second half, the final 40 minutes of international rugby this year. And the Springboks currently leading by 11 points. I don't think too many of us actually predicted that. But what a first half performance. What a performance from Kurt Lawrence. And what a chance. What a chance the Boks have got to really finish this year on a high. It hasn't been the year we wanted it to be, but I reckon if we can really close out this game, I think we will go into the off season with a bit of a smile on our face. You know, I think England are the old rivals. They're the team we always want to beat. You know, I think after New Zealand, I think I would argue that England are the team that we really want to beat all the time. You know, and we are 40 minutes away from being able to do that. And credit must go to the coaching staff. Credit must go to the players. We really rocked up in that first half. We mixed it up a lot. We've dominated quite well. Damian Willemse, for all his scrutiny, for all the flack he got as a 10, has played really well. You know, he set up a try, he got a drop goal, for example. He's played really well. And a couple of nice cameos as well. You know, I felt that Evan Roos really getting into the game nicely. Kurt Lawrence is untouchable at the moment. Jesse Creel's been very solid defensively. And we just need to continue pushing. We just need to continue really going after England. And we can continue doing that and get this game done. I think we can be feeling a lot more comfortable about where we really are as a side, because I think that you know, I do think that we've taken steps forward. We want to take more steps forward, but that half for me was a proper half where we did show exactly what we can do. Let's go to some of the comments before I give away some free bets. England are out. We're waiting for the Boks to return. First of all, big welcome to Ramsey and Johan Wilmans, who are the latest members of the Forever Sports Members Club. Evan says, love that first half possession in the 22. A drop goal to mix up the threat of scoring. Some beautiful running play. Only damper was the lineouts. Felt like a less physical first half, says Evan. Bomb squad might be brought on later. Malcolm saying, bring on Marnie and we're cooking these guys. Jacoba said, the ref needs to be replaced. Yawn. Damien keeps getting left in the dust by Springboks 14. Tata says, I feel like this is a scoreline screen for Marnie about to come and work his magic. Well, I think we will see Marnie got a little bit later. But here come the Boks. I don't think we'll see any changes. I reckon we'll probably see a front row change in about 5 minutes. I reckon they'll then have one more scrub, have one more go, and then they'll replace them. Please do subscribe. There are quite a new people. Let's see coming. I mean, there's 1,500 people watching. A lot of new faces. We're sitting here looking at 22,429. Let's see if we can get to 22,500 within the next 5 minutes. I mean, in theory, if 7 of you decide to press subscribe, you can get there before the kickoff even. Big half ahead of us, and let's see if we can do it. I did say we're going to give away some free bets, though. So should we give away some free bets? I think that's a good idea, Steve. Pat in the back, Steve. That's a good idea. It's a good idea. We will have kickoff. We'll be playing right to left, by the way. And the big sort of question is who's going to win the first free bet of this half? Well, I can tell you right now that the winner of a 100 Rand free bet, courtesy of BetKoza, is Haroon. Well done, Haroon. You are a winner of a 100 Rand free bet, courtesy of BetKoza. Please make sure that you go and create a BetKoza account so that you can redeem that 100 Rand free bet, get it loaded to you. But yeah, let's keep the subs going. Let's keep the chat going. You know, we now need less than 60 people to get 22,500 subscribers. We're moving. Speaking of moving, we're about to get underway. Second half. De Gaza, Damian Willemse with ball in hand, had a very good first half. He does get back underway towards the right-hand side of the park. It goes. Billy Vanapola underneath it. Marvin Ori there to make the tackle with Frans Maherba. And we are going to open a new beer as well. Just get the half going. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We're onto the Hansers now. Onto the Pilsners. We're still on the Spider Cam, which I don't really enjoy. But good defensive work, we assume, being done there. Ox Chair's got somebody's boot. I think it was actually Bongi Manambi's boot he's got. So you do you, Ox. And now Jack from Portleach just bringing it back, taking his time. Eben Etzebeth putting a lot of pressure on him there. And it doesn't fight touch, goes to Damian Willemse. Brings in Evan Roos, bit of a juggle, but Evan Roos does manage to hold on. A bit isolated. Has another go there. No subs so far for South Africa, but Jack Noel is on for England, and Luke Cowan-Dickey is on for Jamie George as well. Now they go back to the Billy in the pocket. Billy puts his high in the air. Makazuma Pimpy is circling. Wants to get in there. Jack Noel is back on the park, makes the first touch, and he's been driven back by Sia Khaleesi, but the ball comes. Oh, that's a big tackle coming from Damian Willemse on Billy Vanapola. Good intensity so far. Looks like it is Genge as well on the park. Sia Khaleesi coming through, and the ball has come back to the box side. I don't know where it is. In fact, the Clerk's going digging for it, and I think this has been turned over if we can get this ball out. Billy sees a bit of space there, and eventually comes out. It goes to Damian Willemse. He's going to have another drop goal, by the way. He's caught it as well! Damian Willemse says, there's not much. Oh, it's a fight. It's a fight. Oh, have a laugh here, Oaks. Don't get involved. Of course it's Ellis Genge. Chaps, just walk away. Just walk away. We've just nailed a drop goal. We're leading by 14 points. Ellis Genge has got, I think, Evan Roos on the floor here. It's all boiling over. And, of course, Ellis Genge is there, that dirty swine. But, whoa, Damian Willemse. How about that, by the way? And, Evan... There's Genge. I'm trying to see what happens here. So Damian Willemse goes and says, bang, I'll have this very much. I think it's all at the breakdown here. It looks... What a strike, by the way. What a strike. Damian Willemse. I mean, I think the fight's kind of taken away from the fact that Damian Willemse, with absolutely nothing on, has just decided to take the 3 points. Oh, it's just become like Johnny Wilkinson. And now it's Mario Toje versus Evan Etzebeth. Then Damien Dealindi gets involved. Oxen Chair brings down... so it's Etzebeth and Ellis Genge down the bottom there. And we're having a check here. I don't think there's much in here, chaps. To be honest, I don't think either side really were more the culprits than the other. It's a bit of fisticuffs. Not much on here. Let's go and restart here, lads. We've got 17 points. We're quite happy to restart here. We're quite happy to come and receive a kickoff. I think just have a word with the captains. Just tell them that we're not really here for that. And let's get going again. So Owen's going to have a word. Sia Khaleesi's going to have a word. I don't think there's much on here, to be honest. I think we just have a word here. Okay, so yeah, there's the warning. None of that. Cut that out of the game. Yeah, sorry, sir. 3 bags full, sir. We're still leading by 14 points. So come on! Let's get involved, boys. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Let's just focus. Let's get this ball going. Let's get moving here. Let's get going. Let's get this ball back in the hands. Let's play the hands. Let's run the hands. Let's do all the hands. Right, here comes the restart. Right, Owen Farrell going to the left-hand side. We are finally being... wait. Marvin Orie, you've done so well until then! Come on, man. You can't make mistakes like that. He's had a near flawless game as Marvin Orie. He's taken the ball really well out the air, and now it's gone straight through the breadbasket. He snatched at it. And we've allowed a scrum. Well, now you're going to need your front row to get out of that. Come on, man. I hate that. It's such a coach killer. It's such a coach killer. In a good position, you've just dropped goal, and then you knock it on from the kickoff, and you invite pressure back on you. So Ellis Genge, Luke and Dickey fresh off the bench. First opportunity for them to have a go, but I reckon about 3 to... I think they'll try and get this front row through to 50 minutes. And then we move. Then we hit them. Then Malcolm Marks comes on and then just slaps Luke and Dickey. I reckon we just walk in and just bang. Slap him one time. Got to switch authority. You got to have an alpha move. Free kick. Free kick. That's a big moment. That's a big moment. Overlini is the call. That's a nice let off. Well, Marvin Orie can thank his front row because it wasn't a good moment from him. But let's be fair, he's been very solid so far. I've actually been quite happy with Marvin Orie. He's been very good under the high ball. He's put in some good tackles. He's not a particularly big flair player, but he's got through some work tonight as Marvin Orie. And the restart has almost gone terribly. Freddie Stewart almost getting through. England on the front foot. Ellis Genge passing it to Marcus Smith. Marcus Smith seeing a bit of space. Marcus Smith has been brought down eventually by Khaleesi. England on the front foot by the 22. Goes to Ellis Genge. Goes himself. Evan Lindy makes the tackle. Penalty advantage for offside. Come on, man. From Portleet. Brought down by Francois Herbert. The ball goes loose. Johnny May. Goes to Tuolagi. Tuolagi goes to Jack Noel. Comes inside. Pippi trying to grab the ball. Trying to rip the ball. And he's going to be held up here, I reckon. Surely that was held up, Mr. Ref. He was up there for ages. Up there for a decade. Yeah, I was held up. We're going to get back for the penalty. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. Discipline, boys. That's what we said. Discipline. You stay disciplined, and we win this game. It's actually that simple, to be perfectly honest. But this will probably... Well, interesting to see what they do. Mark Smith is down injured, by the way. Which will concern some English fans. Decision time here, though. Do they go for the 3-point and get the clock ticking? Or do they want to go for the 7-point? It was a good tackle there by Sirkis. You had a lot of ground to make up. It was a really good take there by Freddie Stewart. It's what he does so well. Goes up, gets his hands on in the air, plucks it out the sky. It's impressive. You can't even hate, to be honest. It's just impressive. Good scramble defense. They are going to take the 3 points here. Mark Smith still receiving some attention. So looking to reduce the deficit that Damien Willemse just extended it to. Right, Owen Farrell's banging in front. He's had very straightforward opportunities as Owen Farrell. And straight over the middle there from Owen Farrell. Right, so 6 points to 17. 11 points, the same margin at half-time. Quacker Smith. Quacker the GOAT Smith is on. And here comes Malcolm Marks and Stephen Kitsoff as well. Right, so who's Quacker? Who's Quacker on? Well, I see Evan Lewis is still on. So is Franco Moss. So wouldn't be surprised if Marvin Orie's made way. Quacker will go onto the flank. Sos will go back to lock. Who's come off here? I don't see a scrum cap. It does look like... Yeah, Marvin Orie's come off there. I like that sub as well. It's a pity that was last move. I didn't think it was terrible, actually. But Quacker, I like the idea of putting Quacker on. Tom Curry made hard the tackle, and Coles leads the field and on for ribbons. Faf de Klerk's got his hands all over that. Ah, thank you, Johnny Hill, you goat. You goat. It's a penalty against Faf de Klerk. Johnny Hill grabs him, throws him over there. So what does the referee do? He just penalizes him and says, thank you very much, reverse the penalty. And what does Faf de Klerk do? He goes and applauds him. I love it. I love it. Imagine we score from here. And straight back up to his feet. Pretty graceful, to be honest. Come on now, now make it count. I mean, that would be such a burn for Johnny Hill. Imagine, you can see the stupid penalties like that. They go to Franco Mostert. Luke Cowan Dickey's go all around Malcolm Marks. Not sure he's allowed to play, but it is going to be available for you. Quacker Smith's trying to get it away. You have to release now. You have to release now. Yeah, penalty advantage as well. They go to Evan Lewis. Penalty advantage. Use it, Faf. To Villaroo. Cross kick to Marcus Pimpy. Oh, it's come on. Oh, no. They've gone through the hands of Freddie Stewart, but out in place. We'll go back for the penalties. The right option. And a yellow card as well. Tom Curry goes to the bin. Come on, man. Let's make this count. Let's go try. Yellow card for England. Do they want this? Yeah, they're going for the corner. I think they were thinking about the scrum, but I think that's the right decision. That's the right decision. Come on, people. We're floundering here for 22,500 people. Surely you guys can all subscribe. It's 1,500 of you watching. And I know there's like 500 of you that actually haven't subscribed. So you actually could get me to 23,000. Do the right thing. Ask yourself, what would Rusty do once he's finished making a video about what he would actually do? Right, rolling more here. Come on, lads. Big effort being put here. Malcolm Marks has controlling things at the back. I don't know who's got the ball here, actually, to be honest. It's available. Faf de Klerk asking for a couple of runners. Goes to Kwacha. Go Kwacha. Quick ball now. Damon Delendi. Just short, just short, just short. He's missed a rep. That's so deliberate. That is so cynical. But Kwacha, or was it Eben? Eben, you good freak, you scored. Come on. Come on. It is Eben. Donkey Eben. I mean, it was so soon. There should be another yellow card for just lying on the ruck there. Come on, man. Let's go. Let's go. And Eben deserves it. Eben the GOAT. And, like, the word GOAT is thrown around. But that man is going to be our most capped player ever. Faf de Klerk as the extras. We are moving it. We're 24 points to 6. And I've got lots of English fans, supporters, friends. And I'm going to go fetch them after this. So I need you guys to keep doing this so I can go proper fetch. Like, I might just drive down to the Eastern Cape to go and find my mates to support England. And I'll drive door to door. And just say, morning, morning, morning. Yeah, that's what I thought. Slap him. Just slap him there. Come on, man. This is more like it. And under the high ball, good take there from Franco Mostert. And knock on there. Ah, it's the second time we've knocked it on from the kickoff. That's annoying, guys. These are controllables. Right, so man down here for England. They've still got 7 minutes left on that clock for Tom Curry, so he'll be out for a while. Come on, chaps. First scrum here with Stephen Kitsoff and Malcolm Marks on. It'll be quite lacquer if we could win a scrum penalty here. Come on, big scrum, lads, big scrum. It's going to be a reset, which is, look, at the end of the day, we've got the lead just. So anytime that kind of runs down, it actually kind of plays into our favor, to be honest. Even though they are trying to find time to get Tom Curry back on the hill, we're quite happy for the time to run down, because we are 29 minutes away from a very significant victory here at Twickenham. Right, some of the comments saying, even from Minister of Sport, Dean's saying, in 110 caps, has he ever been a bad form? Can't remember. Jimmy Boy saying, with the super chat, thanks so much, Noob Jimmy Boy, really appreciate saying, Steve on form tonight, loving it, thanks for all the coverage this year. Thank you so much, really appreciate the super chat. We haven't had super chats in a while, actually. But a penalty at the scrum, Stephen Kitsoff, Spicy Plum, jumping on here. You know what, it's to match the orange super chat. And now we're going to bring on Marco van Staden. We're raining points here. We're raining Bok tries. We're raining super chats. If you'd like to send a super chat, please do, because yeah, the comments do sometimes get a little bit out of hand. So we do need to. So yeah, it does help me read them, obviously. And then if you want to become a member of the channel, the link is there. Keep subscribing. By the way, we're closing on the 22,500 subscribers, which are really cool. Now Evan Roos will make way. Decent game, actually. I think that Evan Roos didn't do himself any harm there. I thought he was pretty good. Now Marco van Staden will come on, and the breakdown just got a lot more dangerous from a Bok perspective. Kwaka Smith, Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitso, Marco van Staden, just fetch. Good take there from Evan Etzebeth. Franco Mostert. Oh, come on, man. And Willems has just gone straight through the breadbasket. Come on, man. Also, can we talk about this flipping spider cam? It's pretty useless. First mistake there from Dave Willemsen tonight. Well, let's see if we can find another scrum penalty. Yeah, Frans Maherber still doing the business. Will Stewart now up against Stephen Kitsov under a lot of pressure there. Come on, big scrum needed, you lads. Big scrum needed. Right, so the only players not on the park yet are Thomas du Toit, Jaden Hendrickse, Kenan Moody, and Monty Liebach. We have a reset, yeah? What are you drinking? I'm drinking a Hansa. It's a Pilsner. And enjoying it, actually. Says, bring on Liebach and we'll run away with it. Says, Damien Willem's 10 experiment still failing. Huh? How do you work that out? I don't understand. The Oaks got started 2 drop goals so far this game, and created a try, and created quite a lot. He makes 1 mistake, and now the 10 failing. Come on, man. Come on, people. Come on. He's been very good at the 10 tonight. Says, got myself a Heineken. Yeah, I enjoy that. If you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. We've got a guide on how to watch the game. So go get yourself sorted there. Big scrum now, lads. Big scrum. It's a good set. It's a good set. Big scrum coming in. Villapone needs to get the ball out. Have to click on him quickly as well. Van Portley going down the left-hand side. Johnny May juggling it. And the Curly answer, Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel trying to slow things down. And there is a knock on it as well. Come on, lads. This is it. This is it. Moments like that. Not even a win a scrum penalty, but Faf to click, alert to it. This man has come onto the Autumn Nation series, and it's the Faf of old. It's the Faf we've been waiting for. It's the Fafster. You know, it's just exactly, and it's the moustache. He's got to keep it. What did I say earlier in the stream? I said if Faf to Klerk, you know, keeps his moustache, we probably win the World Cup. And I think I still don't think it's a bad shot. I think it's basically true. I think you can actually go and put money on it right now. If After Clerk keeps this dirty moustache, I reckon we win the World Cup. It's that simple, really. The apparently says, raining cats and dogs, so my sellout is out. Oh, there's nothing worse, isn't it? KPMG backing up being too emotional. Nothing wrong with being emotional. Nothing wrong with being emotional, especially if you... where's my team gone? Okay. Especially if you're willing to go back and realize. And we all get a bit emotional at times. Breezy saying, Bok having it easy. And Stuart saying, sitting in bed in the UK with COVID, so loving this. Oscar watching from, in Peru. Mr. Worldwide here, we're everywhere. We're everywhere. But whilst we've got this big drinks break here, we passed 22,500. Come on, guys. 2 people. Let's go quickly. Subscribe. Just clickety click. Click at the subscribe. Here comes Sam Simmons on for Billy Vinipola. Let's get us to 22,500. Come on, people. Let's do the right thing. Come on, people. There's like 1,600 people here. I mean, I still reckon. In fact, we actually know this. We know this from the stats. Do you know how annoying this is from statistically? Because we do know this. These videos are usually watched by about 10% of subscribers. So of the 1,500 people who are currently watching, there's probably like 600 people who aren't subscribed. And if they all were to subscribe right now, we could actually break 23,000. That's mental. So if you're one of those people who are here, you're new, you haven't subscribed yet, just do the right thing. Come and join the community as we have a nice scrum here. Looking to try and win a scrum penalty. Here comes the second shove. Penalty advantage. Faf de Klerk just throws it straight to Jack van Poortlies. We win the penalty here, lad. Now we're going to kick to the corner. And this has been a proper performance so far. What are we saying here, eh? What are we saying? Who's the best scrum half between Faf and Jaden? Well, I think Faf has just said this to her. Do not rule me out. I'm still top dog around here. Watching from Zona from Dubai. This is Peter from Billion Leon saying Faf and France Mahoma looks like asterisks and obliques. Somebody from New York City in there. There we go. This is what I like to see. All the people subscribing. Heinz saying all friends are at the game, but I had to go to work. So looking at you, West Sussex in England. Well, sorry you had to work, but at least we can have some fun together. A lot of people subscribing. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate Gulze subscribe. Appreciate Navin who subscribe. Cyber saying sitting at Heathrow waiting for my flight back to Joburg. Great to see the box ahead. Yeah, we're moving here. Dave says parked in the parking lot watching on iPad in Ireland. Meant to be at the function with the wife. David Stolzenberg doing the proper business here. Now that's priorities there. The wife can wait. The rugby can't. You see what I'm saying about how quickly the subscribers are going up here. Faf de Klerk has got a call for his kicking tee. Faf de Klerk has said, I will take a 3 points from the halfway line. He slotted it. South Africa 27, England 6. With 23 minutes to go, people. We're moving here. Listen, about the storm, I'm going to need you guys to just hold off for 23 minutes. Because now I'm also having issues here. So we just need to chill out. You can rain tomorrow evening after I've taken some wickets on the cricket field. Now, here comes Thomas the Toy. Thomas the Tank. You're getting a couple of cutouts here. I'm worried about my stream here. It's sketchy. Deep restart, Curtly Orenser as well to get it underneath it. Presents it as well. Faf just outside 22 going to Malcolm Start in his first carry. Met well the tackle. And I think is Tom Curry back on? No, not yet. He'll be on after this phase of play. Now Faf de Klerk from the base of the ruck. Some ominous thunder in the background. If you guys can hear it. Faf de Klerk lifting it high in the air. Sia Khaleesi's after this, as is Curtly Orenser. Freddie Stewart fumbles it. Sia Khaleesi comes away with it. Throws them. Oh, and Yemen Smith can't hold on. There's a couple of knock-ons in there. It's knock-on advantage. I think Sia Khaleesi probably should have just kept it. Now here's Genge running with ball in hand. So knock-on advantage. Should be advantage over. Oh, there's numbers, but it's a poor pass from Johnny Hill. I'll tell you what, Johnny Hill could be wearing a Springbok jersey with the last couple of minutes, these contributions he's had. Knock advantage over. Now they go to Ellis Genge. Ellis Genge met in the tackle by Thomas Latoya, who just hits him in the legs and holds on. Now for Portley going to Owen Farrell. Owen Farrell goes to the air. This will be a taster for Willie Leroux. Willie Leroux, big tackle in from Jack Noel, but he does it well. And now I need a big counteract. The ball is loose there. Somebody jump on it. Somebody jump on it. Who's got it? England have got it back. Come on, man. That was on the ground for our taking. Jack Noel at scrum off goes to Luke Cowan Dickey. Big hit on him from Stephen Kitsoff. Malcolm Marks will complete the tackle, complaining about obstruction with Mario Toja there. Now I'll go down to the right-hand side of Mario Tuolagi. I think it's an advantage. He gets 18 greens. Oh, that's a huge hit. Thomas Latoya and Kwaka Smith has driven Owen Farrell back. And I'm not sure. Now Marcus Smith is panicking. Knock-on advantage. Turnover ball. Jesse Creel going to Faf de Klerk. Faf de Klerk was Willie Leroux as well. I mean, Willie Leroux has Curtly Orenser. Curtly Orenser down the side. Curtly Orenser inside. We need support. Who's this? Pick up and go. Go, Curtly. He's doing it all himself just inside the 22. Damien Phillipson needs to go down. Jesse Creel is there with support. Faf de Klerk dropping it up to Evan Etzebeth. Box just on the doorstep. That's a grass cutter from Luke Cowan Dickey. Brilliant take there from Malcolm Marks. Proper go forward ball there from Faf de Klerk. Ball is available. Oh, penalty for what? Going off his feet. Come on, man. Yeah, and they're asking for the shoulder charge. Kane Moody's going to come on. Luke Cowan-Dickey with the very classic Luke Cowan-Dickey grass cutter tackle. But just how good was this from Billy Leroux? Jesse Creel to Billy Leroux, saw the space. Just delayed the pass into Kurt Lawrence. Are we going to have a look at this Luke Cowan-Dickey tackle? I'd appreciate it if we do. I think they are going to look at it. See, Cabo's got it right. If you enjoy rugby, this is the best channel. This is the place to be here, folks. If you're not at Twickenham, you should be here. It's just a fact at the end of the day. So I think they're actually looking at a Springbok tackle here. It's against Thomas du Toit. Oh dear, I think Thomas du Toit could be in a bit of trouble, yeah. He's kind of led with the shoulder here. I would like to have a look at Luke Cowan-Dickey's shoulder charge, though. Yeah, Thomas du Toit is going into the bin, yeah. Right, well, we're going to be down to 14 men for the rest of the game, I think. That was a bit close. Yeah, I think we're about to lose Thomas du Toit for the rest. That's annoying. I'm going to put the red card up. Yeah, but again, can we go look at Tom Curry's red card? I mean, like, grass cutter tackle. My sport's going up and down. Yeah, Thomas du Toit, he had a glorious opportunity for him to really stake a claim. And unfortunately, he's not done that at all. He has gotten a red. Not much you can complain about, to be honest. It was pretty reckless, and just needless. Just needless. And now we're going to have to defend with our lives for 20 minutes. We do have a 21-point advantage, so no excuses really. But why? We had a penalty. We would have been in the air half with a penalty. Marcus Smith leaves the park. That means that Slade will be on, so Henry Slade will be on, and he ripped us apart last thing. Oh, why do we like to make things so complicated? Can the Storm piss off? Going up and down here with my blooming stream. Right, Monty Liebach has come up for Billy Leroux, by the way. That's an interesting sub. So Liebach will have 20 minutes at 10. Dane Willemse will move to full back. Another good game from Billy Leroux, by the way. Identifying the space, putting... Stop! Ugh. Literally every single flash and the stream's going down here. It's going to be a bit of a challenging last 20 minutes, looks like, for us as well as for the box. Big moment here. Come on, lads. Big moment for Liebach, though. 20 minutes out there in the number 10 jersey. That's a decent opportunity for him. He's in a nice position, 21-point lead. So definitely not the worst of times to be coming on and doing a performance. But look at Franco Master getting it up there and winning the line-out. I assume. We're still waiting to come back here. Yep, it is. We're back here. Faf de Klerk's got it. Brilliant work there by Franco Mostert. And now Monty Liebach's first contribution will be to find a good touch finder. And it's not a bad touch finder. Oh shit, now the freaking stream's gone down again. We're gonna have to find a backup here, people. Because the bloody load shedding, the weather is playing causing all sorts of cuck here. So just getting a backup stream here going, people. We'll be back with you in 2 seconds. Right, so there's a decent touch finder there for Monty Liebach. And I think we're coming back here. We're going back. I'm not sure what we're going back for here. I think it's a penalty. So I think they're going back for a scrum. Which means that France Maherba will have to return. Just going to have to sort out our backup stream now that the weather is Burner kicking into gear here. What are we looking at here? So looking at the lineup here, Franco Master gets above. That's a brilliant take from him, just by the way. Really good work there. Makazuma Pimpy has made way so France Mahova can return to the park. So this is our scrum. Okay, so Pimpy has made way for France Mahova. So Pimpy unfortunately won't play any further part. Will be down a backline player for the rest of the game. But we still have a full scrum, which is a good thing to have. And Franco Smith is broken off the back. Ah, shit. And now winning a breakdown penalty. That's really poor. Should not be doing that. Should not be doing that at all. Now under a bit of pressure here. Got to try and get out of this. Right, so 17 minutes. The Springboks got 17 minutes to defend 21 points. Come on, lads. Welcome, Sean, the latest member to the Fair Sports Members Club. Welcome. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Itoja takes it. Looking to set up more here. Lukai and Dick controlling things at the back. Once is the call. It's still staying. They're going to have to use it. Now it comes short. It's gone down. Penalty advantage. I don't know if this ball's going to come out. It is available. Porty goes down the side. Good defense there. Good defense there. Just short. Another pick up and go. Short again. Slow ball now. Lukai and Dicky. They're going to pick up and go again. Good defense. Good defense. More to the point. Time running down. Liebok. Good tackle. Damien Willems. Damien Delendi also helping out there. Now there's going to be a Kurt Lawrence. Brilliant tackle, Kurt Lawrence. Jesse Creel over the ball. Still got the penalty advantage here. Van Portley goes to the right hand side. Lukai and Dicky. Good defense so far, yeah, from South Africa. Still penalty advantage. Now to Mario Toje. Mario Toje. Oh, that's a big tackle. We'll go back for the penalty. Good defense. Good defense, chaps. Hang in there. Hang in there, lads. All you got to do is hang in there. Right, now, once again, 15 minutes to go. Come on, lads. Just defend. Defend with your lives, lad. And it's win one. Come on! Up to Liebok. Liebok, long pass out towards Kurtley Orange. So kick it. Kick it, Kurtley. That's it. Kicks it downfield. Brilliant defense. Now Stewart. What's Stewart going to do? Stewart comes inside. Good tackle there with Kurtley Orange and Malcolm Marks. All the way back to the halfway line. Brilliant stuff. Franco Master with line break there. Now Ribbons down. Gets off making a tackle. That's the assistance from Jesse Creel. Portley going on a snipe. Van Staden getting across there. Now Tom Carey being brought down by Kurtley Orange. Itoja short to Ellis game. Sorry, Lukai and Dicky. Patience needed. England going to their sixth page. Jack Noel. Malcolm Marks. Clutch turnover, as you'd expect from the big man. That's what you want to see. I mean, the defense was insane. Then Franco Master jumps in with a clutch line-out win. And then bang, Malcolm Marks, after a couple of phases, gets his dirty mitts all over that ball, wins himself a penalty. Malcolm Marks, a position of strength, and he's always going to, it's only going to be one result from that. One result. Meanwhile, it's pissing with rain over here. Yeah, the rain's firmly set in over here, this side, but more to the point. We've got the penalty. We've kicked it to the 10. Now Jack van Poort leaves the park, so Ben Youngs will see out the last 14 minutes. The red card was shoulder to head from Thomas. This is getting a little bit close here, people. Malcolm Marks goes to Franco Mostert. I think the ball's come loose at the bottom there. It's going to become available. I don't know what's going on here. I think it's going to be a turnover ball. Oh, it's a Springbok scrum. Things you love to see. Yeah, so Thomas Toye was shoulder to head. It was a pretty easy card to give, must admit. I don't think you can really complain about it. It was pretty silly, but yeah, it is what it is. But 30 minutes to go. So far, doing okay. Well, ironically, despite that massive crack of thunder, I think our stream is back for now. So we move. I'd like to continue to encourage you to subscribe to the channel. We are trying to get 23,000 subscribers. And, you know, we could use you. We could always use a couple of extra subscribers. So, yeah, I mean, we are on the road there. We need, I mean, look, I don't think it's going to happen this stream because we'd need another 439 if we're being very specific. But, yeah, let's go, boys. Let's go. Big scrum needed. Yeah, I reckon Quacker Smith coming off the break here. That's what I'm fancying. That's what I'd like to see him doing. Darting over. Pretty solid scrum there. Faf de Klerk will look to use this. And a penalty advantage as well. Fantastic. Right, Damien De Lindy. Cross kick for Damien Willemse. And Freddie Stewart comes back. And we'll go back for the penalty. Yeah, you know what? This is becoming easy now all of a sudden. With 11 minutes to go, just so comfortable. So comfortable. And the Springboks, to be perfectly honest, have just dominated every facet of the game. The scrums have been one way. They've dominated the lineouts. They've dominated collision. They've just outclassed England, to be honest. They've just been better. That's like the best thing to say at the moment. It's not particularly groundbreaking analysis, but it's just true analysis. We've just been better. And the main part is that we've been better and we've converted the pressure to points. You know, so now Faf de Klerk will kick this down. We're running the clock down. We're down to 14 men. So just about get another try. You get to 31 and really start applying the pressure. Franco Moss has got a cut under his eye. He's going to need to have that seen to, I reckon. Leon says, fun fact, Mark's the only player in the World 15 that does not start for his country, and yet look at how it works. And yet look at how it works. Get a Quacker Smith, and it bounces towards Faf de Klerk, and Faf de Klerk is scrambling, and England have turned the ball over. Pretty poor line out that was. It is Genge giving it away to Owen Farrell. Owen Farrell with the cross kick. Williams has come in. Makes the tackle on Jack Noel. No, he doesn't. Jack Noel gets away. Jack Noel's got down the side. He's going to go all the way. Quacker Smith's inside. He bounced off Quacker Smith. Now Ellis Genge. Popping up to Owen Farrell. Long pass out to Lucan Dickey. Well, there's lots of English options. Lucan Dickey goes short to Sam Simmons. Faf de Klerk has gone down, I think, with his ankle. Doesn't look very happy. I think you might see Jaden Hendricks on here. Penalty advantage for England. Pretty poor. Oh, but Tech is there for me as Genge. Appreciate that. And Faf de Klerk's up there. Not much of an advantage. They're going to go. Quasi, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Same best performance I've seen from the box. Yeah, I think this has been pretty accomplished so far as the year's gone. Quickly taken, though. Ben Young's popping up to Owen Farrell. No, oh, brilliant tackle from Sia Khaleesi. Owen Farrell goes to Slade. He's over. Ah, come on, man. It's too easy. It's too easy. I think Faf de Klerk's going to leave here. England have scored. That's a bit annoying. 9 minutes to go. What we can't do, what we cannot categorically do, is pull up flipping England versus New Zealand and just concede 3 tries and draw. We do that, and I might stop watching rugby, to be honest. I ain't doing that shit. But can we have a word for Sia Khaleesi's work rate here? I mean, take it quickly. Owen Farrell looks like he's got awful money. He's going to go through. Sia Khaleesi there to make the tackle. Steps on the inside of Lendi. Steps on the inside of Damien Willems. Yeah, I kind of all stem from that missed tackle from Willems on Jack Noah. He did really well to get up quickly. Right, so 11 points to 27 with the kick to come. Owen Farrell does add the 2 extras. So it is a 14-point game. Faf de Klerk's still down. Sure, you're going to get Jaden Hendrickson on here. I think they'll try and run the clock down as much as they can. But I think Jaden Hendrickson will come onto the park and see out the final 8 minutes. And this is just a result of a one-man down, really. So just got to get into the right places and play in the same half, in the England half, you know. Faf de Klerk still down. Like, where's the stretch here, chaps? What's going on here? And I think Faf de Klerk's just Studs got caught in there, I think. No, so it's almost like a kick that comes in. So we have, here comes the stretcher. That's what they were waiting for. So Jaden Hendry, as I said, will see out the final 8 minutes. Just kick deep and keep them in the right places, chaps. Come on, you've outclassed them. We've outclassed them. Eddie Jones is not particularly happy. I don't think his headphones are working. Right, so Hendrickson will come on, and I imagine that's your... I mean, Caden Moody's not on yet, so this is going to be interesting now. So... well, I don't think we'll see Caden Moody, to be honest. Long restart here before... well, long break before the restart. Yeah, so, I mean, the ball is in the middle of the park. We're waiting for a restart, so the ball is nowhere, to be honest. Still waiting to get... I mean, how long does it take to get a stretch out here, lads? It can't take that long. Down for Reebok talking to Sia Khaleesi. Another storming game for Sia Khaleesi, by the way. His work rate is unmatched. In fact, I think Sia Khaleesi is going to give way here. I think he's carrying a bit of a knock, and I think they've spoken about it. Well, Sia Khaleesi makes way, and another absolutely phenomenal season from the captain. What a game he's had. And just as he's leaving, a couple of instructions being barked back. In terms of captaincy right now. So Caden Moody will come on, as will Jaden Hendrickson. Is he going to stay on here, Sia Khaleesi? I think you're supposed to go off, but now I'm not sure they're going to be able to make the subs. So interesting to see what's going to happen, yeah? They're trying to substitute Sia Khaleesi. Evan Roos is getting ready to come back on the park, because we are out of subs. I think it could be a concussion replacement, so Evan Lewis could come back on here. Faf de Klerk's being driven off here, acknowledging the crowd. So Hendricks is on for de Klerk. I don't know if Kane Moody was already on. To be fair, a reasonable amount of the Twickenham crowd. I think a lot of this is South Africans acknowledging, but it was a good game from Pap, and I think you got to appreciate a good game when you see it. Yeah, you might not like him if you're an England fan. Right, Sia Khaleesi is off. He has gone off, and I think he will go down the tunnel. So Evan Lewis is back on. Jaden Hendrickson is on. Is Kane Moody on? No, Kane Moody's not on. So it looks like so Lewis is back on and Jaden Hendrickson is back on. Those are the only two subs. Right, Sam Simmons under the restart. Right, lads, 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Just play hard here. Let's get this win here. Long ball out to Jack Noel. Comes inside. Drifting inside, and Francois Herbert makes the tackle. Big shift needed here from Francois Herbert, by the way, because he's had to play a lot of rugby. Now Farrell looking to go outside, out wide here. Ronnie May finding a bit of space. Comes inside. Good tackle there from Damien Dalendi. England looking to keep ball in hand, but they're right back on their own 22. This is exactly where the Boks want them to play, to be honest. This is the right thing. Now Owen Farrell going to Tuilagi. Up quickly, and the ball's gone loose. Marty Liebach used to rein in Freddie Stewart, and there's a knock on. Come on! That's it. That's what we needed. Now, big scrum here. Penalty, knock over the 3, and we'll be moving. Good pressure here. So you see Jesse Creel comes up, as well as Quacka Smith, putting the pressure on there, and then, yeah, it's the knockdown there coming from Slade. Yeah, it was a good read there by both Creel and Quacka Smith, who got up nice and quickly. Quacka making the hit, Jesse Creel occupying space, forcing a pretty poor pass. Nine handling errors from England, 6 from South Africa. Last 7 minutes. Big scrum here, lads. Come on, lads. Literally, just get this penalty. Penalty here. Knock over the 3. Bob's your uncle. Exactly what we need here. Question is, will we get it? I don't know. But let's find out. But just one big scrum. Just one big scrum. Just hit them one more time. One big scrum, yeah, we've won the game. 14 points, 6 minutes. I mean, you lose from here, you draw from here, you deserve it. One more penalty, and that should be the ball game. And it's a reset, which we'll take. Nevin says, let's get one more try. Says, Bat will be fine, just needs to be putting some ice on it, and he'll be back to slaying the Giants. Well, the last thing is we're at the end of the international season. So let's hope he gets some time off and can rest and recuperate, because if Faf de Klerk's going to play like this in the World Cup next year, that's going to be a very, very, very big boost to our World Cup chances, because he was been absolutely fantastic once again today. Really has risen to the occasion in the last couple of weeks, and just really good to see Faf de Klerk playing some of his best rugby again, because we haven't seen it the entire year. Jaden Henderson got into the starting lineup. Faf de Klerk had to go back and work on himself, but he did just that. He's come back. He's playing great rugby. We're going to have another reset here. Time off here from Angus Gardner. I think you're going to have a bit of a shift here. This is fine. This is fine. Have a chat to the front row. This is perfect. Less than 5 minutes on the clock. This is exactly what we actually want. Keep chatting to the front rows. Keep chatting to them. Sports Duke said it's always nice getting a minor injury at the end of the year, then you have a December holiday. Yeah, you reckon Fast like, you know what, actually, chaps? I reckon a little knock on the ankle. Give me Christmas, for example. I'll be back in January. I reckon that could be quite handy, you know. David said, I think if we win by 16 points, we go third again. 15 points. That's the magic number. 15 points. So that's what I'm saying. One more penalty, and we will find that magic number going into third. Ball is available for Jaden Hendrickson. Big scrum coming. Yeah! Penalty advantage! They go to Damien Phillips down the side. Phillips just gifted it away. No penalty advantage. He keeps pointing. I think the players are also struggling. This doesn't look good, by the way. Sam Simmons is down and his face planted there, so this is gonna be time off. But it's the second time where he like puts his arm out and you assume he's penalty advantage, and then we play, and then he says no, there's no penalty advantage. It's a bit weird. Knock on the ground. So it's not Sam Simmons, sorry, it's Will Stewart, by the way. He's standing up. I think it's actually collarbone or something. Or wrist. He's holding onto his wrist. Could be collarbone. So Carl Sinkler's going to have to make his way back on the park. So here comes Sinkler. That must suck. You know you've lost. Now you have to come back on. And Sinkler, first he's going to have to do is scrum. You do feel the job's done here, though. Now we're less than basically 4 minutes out. They've got to score 2 converted tries just to draw. We can't lose. Still draw if it really went pear-shaped. But yeah, pretty much another win. Another win. So 2 out of 4 in the end of your series. And to be honest, I think it's an annoying number because you kind of feel that had we won either in Ireland or the French game, that would have been a very good end of your tour. But we didn't. So it's like an iffy end of your tour. But this performance for me is giving me reason to be very, very positive. You know, I think, you know, it's been a very accomplished performance. It is a Springbok scrum, by the way. It's been very positive. We've dominated in every single aspect. We've run length of the field tries. It's really been good. So I think this has probably been one of the biggest positives of the year. The fact that we've seen a complete performance. We've been waiting for that complete performance. So Jaden Henderson going himself, puts it to the boot. Why? Why would you put it to the boot? I don't understand that. I don't understand. Guys, we're trying to see a game out. Just crash ball, crash ball, crash ball. That's what we should be doing. Crash ball, crash ball, crash ball. Why are you putting it to the boot? I don't understand that. Yeah, obviously now they're gonna have to kick to us, but Odenfeld will go lateral. Kurt Lawrence, so the ball's gone loose to Johnny May, to a Loggy. It would have been quite interesting if we won that, actually. We would have been 5 minutes out. Penalty to England. Boo! Boo! Come on, Gardner. Who's paying you? Boo! Kurt Lawrence are stretching out. We still do have Kane and Moody on the bench. Right. England still inside their own half. So, last pretty good. And we're almost at 2,600 subscribers. Appreciate you people. Come on, lads. Keep the subscribing going, you lads. Oh, the ball's come loose. Penalty. For what? Offside is the call. Said, this is the first time we've beaten Eddie Jones at Twickenham. Yeah, we haven't won the year in a long, long time. So I think this is a very important performance. But more importantly, I mean, maybe it's not more important, but we've got to keep the subscribers going. Come on, chaps. We're at 22,600. Let's have a race. We've got 3 minutes. Let's see how many subscribers we can get in. You know, there's over 2,000 people watching here. Let's get the subscribers going. Let's see where we can go. Come on, let's go. Bang, 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 bang. I want to see this. I want to see it rolling. Let's see it rolling. Right, here comes Moody. Kane Moody is on. Makes his return from injury for Kurt Lawrence. Another brilliant performance from the Springbok number 14. Good take there from Johnny Hill. But guess what? It's skew low. See, now I'm seeing it rolling. Let's keep the subscribers going. Let's see. I reckon, guys, come on. Surely you reckon, while we wait for this next scrum with 2 minutes to go, how close can we get to 23,000 subscribers? What do you reckon? Like, we've literally got like 110 seconds left. How many can we get? How many can we get? I mean, it's clocking. It's clocking. You guys are clocking. You've got 2,500 people watching here. Let's clock the subscriber. Let's see where we can get to. Look at the hugs for Kurt Lawrence. The oxen chair with an oxen chair hug. Bongi Manambi. Look what it means to all of them. What a match this has been. And it's raining outside. The weather outside is frightful. But the Springboks have been truly delightful. Sorry, that's poor. That's poor of me. Bad. It was just easy. It was there to go. Big scrum there needed. And Henry needs to get the ball out. We're going to have a reset. Well, the weather outside is frightful, and the box scrum is truly delightful. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Kenny Moody's getting a free cap here, Archers. Now, I don't even think he's going to touch the ball. He's going to be on for 2 minutes. That counts as a cap, you know. I could be on for these 2 minutes. Meanwhile, we're launching towards the 22,700. I reckon we could get a bit closer. This could get a bit dicey if you guys keep going. And the viewers are only going up. So basically, if you're new, we actually no longer care about the rugby. We're just trying to see if we can get 27,000. To die, mosquito. We're just trying to get to 27,000 subscribers. That's like the main thing here. The next thing you can do is rate the players here. Big scrum from the Springboks. Penalty advantage. Let's go score a try here, lads. David Delaney goes to Miney Leibach. Miney Leibach put the pedal down. He's going. He's got to Willemse. Willemse cuts inside. And the ball comes loose. Caden Mooney's got the ball. Go, Caden! Inside. Boo! But Miney Leibach there with a nice little cameo down the wing. Things you'll have to see. David Willemse, I think he gave it to David Willemse. Willemse was like, mate, I've been on here for 80 minutes. It's tough out here. It's tough out here. Quasi, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Look at all the super chats coming in here. I think they've actually blown full time. And they all celebrate. I'm trying to decide if we actually have record. No, we're still going to scrum. We're still going to scrum. After this, we will be doing the player rating. So I'll see you guys there in a little bit. We'll be voting for a man of the match. We'll be summarizing the match. And we'll be giving everybody a rating between 1 and 10. Meanwhile, we'll still try and sort of continue us stretch 23,000 subscribers. Just slow down a little bit. But now England trying to go coast to coast. A bit sloppy there. Freddie Stewart being put under pressure there. Quagga Smith now putting Sam Simmons under pressure. I reckon we win a penalty when we go for the line, just for shits and gigs. Wayne Farrell, England trying to build from deep. Showing go from Tom Curry. And they're still deep inside their own half. Yeah, the subscribers are slowed down. You guys disappoint me. I'm joking. Very grateful. Very genuinely, I'm quite grateful for the penalty. Just take the 3 points. Come on, take the 3 points. Don't tap this and go. Take the 3 points. Just really spite them, chaps. 30 points, 30 yards. See, Jesse Creel's like, go hit those points. Damian Willemse, give it to Kate. Oh, Miney Leibach. Just take the 30 points to 13. We'll take that. We'll take that. They're kicking for touch. No ways. No ways. This is disrespectful. They're gonna go for touch here, by the way. They want another try. I love it. I love it. I mean, you can literally just kick it over and you'll go into third in the world. He's kicked it dead. He's kicked it dead. Ah, Miney Leibach, you idiot. He's kicked it dead out of all the things to do. Wow. Full time, 27 points to 13. Miney Leibach's kicked it dead. I like the intent. People, thank you very much. It's been a fantastic watch along. It's been a fantastic international season. We will have all the press conferences up later. This will direct you straight to the player rating show, which I will be live in about 10 minutes time. So we'll see you guys there. The link is there. You can go and rate the players, give them a player rating between 1 and 10. We're going to vote for man of the match and stuff like that. It's been a good end to the Springboks season. And we will see you guys at the player ratings. Thank you very much. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve.